experience, which was really cool. At this point, like I said, it was just knowing the maps in my head. Like, I felt confident the whole time, and I think the team always kind of fed off that anyways. And like, it never seemed like we doubted much.
Yeah. I think that's the strong thing, right? Like, you have the belief, even when you're down, right? It's like,
exactly.
As long as you have the belief, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you know that you're still in it. I mean, they always say it's not over till it's over, but like, if you truly do believe, then like, anything can happen.
Well, exactly. Yeah. That was, again, like that SI 2020 was a huge part for me because, yeah, like I got clowned on. It's like, oh, you're a choke artist. Like, hey, you're not going to win. Second place for life. Basically said, fuck you. Like, I'm going to win. So.
They need to find one person. That's it. He'll head in towards archives and get caught. The hammer heads into orbit, but it's home once again is North America. Space Station Gaming are your world champions.
And I think that's always been a motivation for me, is like kind of, I like to have a chip on my shoulder. So I think the qualities back then, I think nowadays you have to have more qualities to be good. I think the qualities are the same. I think back then though, you could get away with like, you know, only being mechanically good or only being like smart strategically. I think that was always my edge, and then I'd play with, at the time, mechanically gifted players.
Yeah, I think for my team especially, it's a lot different than most because our culture is so, you know, obviously they say it's like a brotherhood, but it's kind of like, you see it in sports, you know? Our teams ran kind of like a, you know, a very high tier like sports team. You know, we have our coach he sets the standard, and it's a lot of it is what he preaches is coach driven, but it's on the players to hold each other accountable. And I think that's where there's a big difference between our team and a lot of other teams, because, you know, usually a lot of players, they'll just, you know, let the comfortable thing slide and, you know, not push your teammates. And our coach preaches that, and he shows what we should, you know, the right thing to do. My coach isn't just a siege coach, you know, he is a nutritionist, a personal trainer. You know, he teaches a lot about like mindfulness, and he's brought a lot of good stuff that, you know, in the game may not help, but overall to make us a better person, it helps a lot. We've called kill, and then, yeah, I went wide, I think, which was a troll. Yeah.
I mean, that would have been rough either way.
Yeah. I remember we were down like 5-2, I think, and it was just like about the belief, like we said earlier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like finding a way to win, no matter what.
Yep.
For us, the solution was bring a Monty and walk in tiles.
And it's down to Ashen and Fultz to try and keep them off of map and series point. It's Lagonis for one. It's a 1 versus 1, and Ashen, I said he needed to pop up, but he does. Shows when he needs and ties us back up 5 apiece.
I mean, again, I think you seem to have a good attitude, but other than what I said earlier, I think it's just enjoy it. Like,
yeah.
I think that's something I still just try to do. And I think, honestly, I'm glad I do that more now. I think I already did before, like, you're so in it that it's like you can't have fun and not like enjoy it as much as possible. But I don't know. Taking a step back every now and again and just like realizing the moment of like, yeah, like, bro, this is like, it's something special to do. And yeah, later on in your life, like eventually you're not going to be playing, and these are, yeah,
being grateful.
It'll be a special thing to look back on.
Yeah,
for sure. All right.
Hello everyone, I'm hoping you're having an amazing day, morning, night, whatever. Too much light. Yeah, I'm back. I'm very late, obviously. Been to the hospital with my mom since 9, going through the surgery and everything. So if I'm looking like very worn out, Yeah, I am very worn out. So it is been a really bad day. Not a bad day, but like a lot of information, a lot of stress and stuff like that. So but I see that GT1 against M80. I knew that. So far, I have guessed every single match right. I have not guessed a single match wrong so far. Now the problem is going to be the next game. Yeah. We have also the next one here.
Though Levy manages to find it. The big difference
I
in
don't
that
understand
round,
why
and
it
D
does
plus Kia
this,
didn't
my
really figure it
camera.
out sooner, was the Blackbeard. It was the first time they'd brought
There.
the Blackbeard, and it was a magnet for attention. How many bullets did he absorb from Turd? And then eventually he goes round onto off his back, takes his attention over there, and the Maverick can walk in.
Yeah.
And then he walks through on Happy, manages to get the kill. There's just so much attention going to that
There.
Blackbeard,
So
and
I
kills
have,
coming in.
like,
It
my
was
mom
a
was
really
so
good
kind to
sixth round
give
from D plus
buy
Kia.
me food,
Great
so we got
teamwork
like
between
fried
them behind
shrimp
that shield to create
with
the
rice,
crossfires
and
and
we
get the
have
kills.
some
But it's
boba as
probably
well.
already, too little,
So
too late. You 5-1
Yeah.
down.
Ooh, the castle band's really interesting here coming out from Weibo. D plus Kia along with the
Thanks.
mirror. That comes as no big surprise. So it's two architects being taken away. This sort of category of operator that Ubisoft define. You look towards Azami as being another one. Normally you see the Azami taken away,
I haven't
but here I think
eaten
that's 'cause
or
they've looked back at the
drink
previous times that D plus Kia
anything
played this
since
map,
8
seen
in
them
the
use
morning.
the castle effectively on a couple of sides
Like-
and think, you know what, it's worth removing, but as always
So,
has been the case
yeah,
with
I'm
the
quite
old
hungry.
band system or the new one,
Oh
there
yeah,
are
I'm
still some
hungry.
operators that get let through that
Oh,
are
I'm
very
missing
strong,
one
and here
thing.
it's going to be falls onto the clash.
Okay, let's keep an eye on Falls through the round then. We'll see just how much attention he can absorb. I think, learning the lesson of how impactful the Blackbeard was in the last round, they are going to double down and go with more shields. They are taking us down to the basement to kick things off. This is a site that we haven't seen so far on this map. Weibo choosing not to defend down in the bottom side. They went kitchen dining, master office and game instead.
I mean, it worked pretty well.
It did. It certainly did a job for them. Let's see how
Ooh, look at the
D plus Kia
lineup.
hold on to this. Looking at the lineup.
What I really like about it is the Thatcher from Reaps here. Now, we've seen a few really interesting plays using Thatcher when going for an execute recently. Of course, he can spot out a C4 as it's coming through midair, zap it out, it is gone. It's a far more effective way than trying to shoot them out. Although we're on LAN, it is easy to shoot them. Nothing quite beats EMPing it and just shutting the whole thing down. I don't think you bring this lineup if you haven't got a plan to open up the garage, drop smokes in, have the Glass do his business, have the shield go in and get the plant down with the shield on the back while the Thatcher overwatches, and there's also Lion scans ringing out to make sure that they can't easily be pushed into. It is screaming set-piece play.
Just going to use the EMP cannon.
Oh my
as I
god,
will
my
call it,
freaking
to
chair.
get that main breach
It is a
opened
cannon,
up.
isn't it?
It is really, isn't it?
It feels like it should fire a rocket, but doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to use that regardless. It gets the
I'm
breach
gonna
open,
text
so that's just, even if it's a
message.
little bit of phantom pressure, which it's not at the minute, because Speakeasy's having ult there
One
with the
smoke.
shield. Tell you what, there's a real opportunity for him to go in and plant here. That's what they're thinking about. Toxic
Oh,
Bear
my
Canister
head.
will hold them back. The Glass is just peeking through there at the minute, working through the smoke to try and see exactly what's going on. They've got a ton of smoke to work with
And
here. 5 on side.
They'll keep on baiting the smokes out of Nias with these, I think, just one at a time there, because he has no choice but to use it because they can't confirm or say that as 2 come through. They're probably going to try and go for it here. In fact, he's going shallow rather than towards the bins where they might expect the Glass going to try and do what they can, but they just cannot see it, Tim. Even the Warden can't get into spot to help out here, been EMP'd out, I believe, by Reaps, and now it's a big recovery effort in a 5 versus 5.
Yeah, a great plant there. Well worked from Weibo.
Too easy.
It was just, it's really, it's a textbook play, isn't it? They've planned it out before and they've gone in and they've delivered it, and now all they have to do is just keep raining shots. Because the thing is, there's no long arm option on this. The case is right in the middle of the breach. You're getting nowhere near it. Maybe you could use the clash
They've
shield
got nades
for
though,
something.
Tim. They've got
Exactly.
nades, so they can't even get away with this. They can try, but immediately you'll just have, okay, Hoven's dead, never mind. So now they've got an option here, but they've got to do it in the next couple of seconds, Tim. They simply will not have time unless someone's on it right now, and they're not going to get there in time. The round is going to be over. What a great play from Weibo. Textbook execute and showing a little bit of adaptability right towards the end.
Yep, love that from them. Just going in. They knew from minute one, second one, that's what they were going to do. Just get that breach open, smoke it off and plant. And there was just no response. There was no answer from D plus Kia. 6-1 now, and you've got to say this first map is all but over. There's always a way. There's always a route back into it. But the way that D plus Kia are playing at the minute, they're just not at the races, Des. They're not involved in this one.
They're getting battered, Tim.
This is the only way to put it.
Smoked.
Got to say it as we see it. You know, we've got to call it.
They are. I mean, look, it's not even like trying to put them down and saying that, but
No,
they are
it's just
categorically being battered 6-1.
Weibo were just playing really well. Like,
They are.
There's a couple of mistakes from D plus Kia here and there. I think, you know, I don't think they always brought the right operators on attack, for example. They didn't do enough to buy themselves space. But overall, it's mostly just that Weibo's plans and strategies are just working really well.
They've done a wonderful job, and maybe they'll have another set-piece play for us with the Ying now being swapped to by Hoven. We've got the shield on side yet again. And then a bunch of destruction to get our way through any shields that might be set up here by the other side. I think more looking in towards actually Mitty and those Malusis. As a team that run a lot on Malusi themselves, Tim, they'll be very, very aware of how powerful that operator can be. And speaking of Mitty, 2-7. We were bigging him up earlier on in the first game of their series. Same story for Bullet with 17-odd kills on the second map. He's 4-60. The two players that went massive for them earlier, not yet really involved in this game. It's only Levy that's gone break even. Everyone else is negative, which just goes to show how dominant this game has been for the other side.
Denari just finishing the setup there. We've seen this one before.
It's so pleasing.
It's really nice, isn't it? You've got the triple laser that comes across, covering off master and bathroom door, and then you've got the single that goes all the way through to piano and covers off both windows. It's really nice.
Would you get a screenshot, print it, put it in a frame, take it to the Louvre, hang it.
Hang it up.
Hang it in the Louvre! I'm definitely saying that wrong, by the way. Am I?
Louvre?
The Louvre? They don't really say the
There's a little bit of a... there's a little bit. It's
like, we had this debate
It's
with Bruno.
like the discussion about quatre, and then Bruno says cat, and so it's kind of, I think kind of the same sound that you'd say Louvre. A soft R on the end.
I'm just not going to say it, and I don't think they'll care. They hide so many letters away that I don't think they'll notice one little measly R. And the E at the end as well. Why not? Just take 2 letters off.
Well, it's, of course, without boring you about my language learning, but I've been learning a bit of French, and obviously it's a gendered language where British English isn't. So, you know,
I've got a YouTuber that
remembering
I love.
all the le and the la. So I've found what's easiest whilst I'm learning is to kind of just make a sound that sounds kind of like either, and then the French person I'm speaking to will be like, "Oh, he meant la."
Yeah.
Oh, he meant la.
I made the cardinal sin of saying après tout yesterday instead of après toi, which is what it should be, and I was told very, very sternly.
Looks like a salesperson is from Stockholm.
All right, well, you've seen already a few candelas come flying in from Hoven here as the round is well and truly underway. You've got the Deimos of Turd underneath. We've seen this so much throughout this event, Tim, making use of this rod and the buck on the verticals. Just very, very good for, especially when there's a clash on the other side, chasing them down that top floor. Right idea, and actually connects a bullet onto Bullet, ironically named, but not enough damage to get him down. Then Turd is there to finally collect it up off the back of it. It was the warning shot first time, Tim. He's double tapped him and got him finished off. Entry the way of Weibo.
Yeah, 5 versus 4 then, advantage Weibo, and D plus Kira have played this as a complete turtle. You're going nowhere. You're going nowhere.
Wow.
That's so well played. An absolutely beautiful set-piece play of teamwork there, coming in from Weibo, just gets the job done brilliantly. They've now got to make their way through these Denaris. We are going to see Speakeasy taken down. That's a big response from D plus Kia. Might help them out, but Weibo just cruising at the minute.
I've always heard Nia's like to hop back him, but that might be taking it a step too far. Turd's on for a triple in the round as he hits double digits, up to 10 and 3. Finally down and finished off. Speakeasy also on his backside. Falls, trying to save his team into a 2v2, and Mitty has got 1 HP to his name.
This is it. I think, you know, obviously Weibo won't necessarily be aware of that, but if they could just go in there and get that quick, cheap, easy kill onto the Malusi, they could then sort of team up. But Mitty with 1 HP, he might just make it for the ace.
No!
Falls takes it away. Falls takes it away, but they won't care. D plus Kia get a successful defense. It's 6-2.
I know I sound really sad that D plus Kia have just won a round. I'm more upset that Mitty didn't get the ace, because back on day 2, we were saying, oh, is it Mighty or Mitty? It's definitely Mitty, but Mighty does sound cool. And we agreed back then, when he gets an ace, we can go, Mighty, Mighty, at the top of our voices. That was the closest he's been, Tim.
it was a great effort from him. 1 HP.
I'm fuming.
He's played in bathroom the whole round there, and just, you know, I don't think Weibo have actually, and it's not often that I say this about Weibo because they do so well with it. But
oh, man.
Weibo haven't adapted quickly enough to what was going on there. He's kept hitting them from the same angle. He's just been looking through the lines of sight that they've opened, the feet holes at the bottom of the walls they stood in front of. He's got the Blackbeard. He's then got multiple more downed kills. Like, he's just absolutely rinsed them from inside of the bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just didn't respond.
Good job, Mitty. Not Mighty.
Will remain Mitty for now.
It was a pretty mighty round from him. 4 kills, definitely going to keep his team in it. But this is one thing I spoke about during the series earlier on, actually, between Daystar and D plus Kia was, between the two teams, they are both at the bottom for multi-kills throughout this event. And multi-kills is 3 kills or better in a round. Now, you might look at that and go, well, does that really matter that much, Des? I would argue it does, because some teams do really lean into their players being able to pop off. Think about the number of times you've seen Shaiko walk a 3K or a 4K or G2 be saved by a magic 3K coming out of someone like Alam out of seemingly nowhere. Those are the things that get the unwinnable rounds over the line. And when you haven't got that in your tank and in your locker, the game tends to play quite predictably, as this one has, except for that last round where Mitty has gone big for them and got them over what looked to be a very, very tough round, because it was a good attack from Weibo. They managed to work their way through the first couple of players. Great utility use on towards Nias inside of the bubble bath, but ultimately Mitty got the business done. Let's see if they can close it, though, in round 9. It is still that 4-round deficit to assemble to climb over for D plus Kia. It's a lot to ask of them. Keeping themselves alive for now is probably number 1. They've got a bit of a pinch on the downstairs here. Can't see who it is on the outside, but they were waiting and ready. There we go. It's Hoven just lurking.
If I'm not talking too much, it's because I'm trying to fix everything that I have missed. Because literally I've been...
Just give Mitty a chance to get back to his team.
Yeah, he's missed his
I've been away for
opportunity.
too
Mitty
much.
is away. He's back up the library stairs and back into sight, so he's absolutely fine. It's going to be about the top floor clearance. Bullet's really the one to watch here on the side of D plus Kia for later in the round. He's currently snuck himself away into Mastery, gets himself back into office, but just kind of prepping himself for later in the round. That's going to give him intel if anybody tries to push him from that office balcony, but he has to be dealt with out here. Otherwise, if you try to take that top floor, he's going to sneak in via mezzanine and cause a problem. Keep that in mind for the late round.
Got Reitz working up from downstairs as well on that Lion. Probably the man that you want at the front of this team, given how well he's played throughout the competition so far. Maybe a little West main backstab to come up a little bit later on as the first Dockerby call comes out. Still one left in back pocket. A pretty peaceful round though, Tim. 2 minutes have gone by and there's been no shots fired at either team.
Yeah, it's been
pretty chill.
Been very quiet so far. Toxic Babe Canister comes out and just prevents Speakeasy going in through the window. It looks very much like they might actually try for a bit of something here without having that top floor control. Reaps does try to find his man Mitty again, just like in the last round where he was 1 HP. We see him now on about 10 and continues to fight. But look at this. Hoven's been able to just walk in through main door into Fireplace, and he could cause a real problem for them. Mitty onto Reaps though, 5 versus 4. He doesn't care how many HP he's got, does he, Mitty? He just keeps the kills on coming.
1 shot, 1 HP in a dream, Tim. It's a classic saying for a reason. It is all you need when you can click on heads and to see opponents fall. But in he goes. Oh, a Levy, great shot on towards Hoven, who gets nothing off the back of it. Weibo going to start to struggle to close here. Good 2-man pushing towards Mud from Bullet and his ally to go in, but it's a flawless round to follow. Nice and cozy close there, coming out of D plus Kia. Tim, is this what we call a comeback?
It could be. I mean,
3 rounds to go still, granted.
It's still a long way. I think 6-4 is the threshold at the point where we can start really, truly considering it.
Right now, it's not panic. Next round, it's panic.
It's full panic after next round. Once you get to 6-4, you start looking at that thinking, this is doable. D plus Kia have certainly turned it on a bit in the last couple of rounds. They've had much better passages.
Let's
of play.
focus on
They've been
eating
in complete
some
control of the
dinner
map,
and
Weibo
like
haven't been
enjoy
able
the
to break
match.
them down. You still have to back Weibo to get around at some point, but we're going to see the Azami and the Ying taken away as
I did see the match a little bit
and
when I was in the hospital
comes in from Weibo.
from G2 and
try and course correct a little bit. Go home with some words of wisdom for his boys from back in the day.
the first match as well.
It is. Not least because I get to make a bunch of references to Dragon Ball Z.
With Shopify.
And again, he's going to be very familiar with these players.
I kind of saw. It was Lair, the Full Fortress involved.
So he's going to be very, very used to playing, you know, with people like Bullet, with Foles, they've been around for a long time. So, you know, that might just give him a little bit of insight into kind of mentality or, you know, the ideas they might bring to the table.
Just a little fun stat just being shared by Sprabuni is that Weibo are the only team left from Group A, whereas as we remarked earlier on, we've had 3 teams from Group B already make it to the main stage and our top 4 teams in the upper bracket, which is crazy to think that they were all from one group. I don't think Group B was like a massive conversation as the group of death when the tournament started, but I think it certainly proved itself that way. And I point part of that down to probably the underestimation on Wildcard, I think, that many sort of had, yeah, you know, play well, probably not going to be a top team here. They've carried on the same form that we've seen across them at their last 2 events, and I think, as I said back at the start, Tim, you probably got to not have a conversation about who are they competing for with a spot at the major. It's more who are they competing with to be number 1 in NA with right now.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. You know, we'll see as this tournament rumbles on. I'm backing Wildcard for having a good run. You know, they're already in that upper bracket semi-final. Wouldn't surprise me to see them win it and move on. I think they're going to be that team that you look at, and you know, people will be like, "Well,
What
they're
the fuck?
against FaZe." It's, you know, honestly,
I don't know if you agree.
wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
This is probably the hardest SI to call at this point. FaZe have been great.
Yeah.
Fury have been great. Falcons have hit form.
Yeah.
Weibo are playing pretty well. Do I think they're going to win? Maybe not. Could they be finalists? Yes. Wildcard look brilliant. You still got
G2 are finding a bit of
G2 are
form.
definitely finding form. Secret are looking good.
Yeah.
There's probably a good 7 or 8 teams that I could see winning this whole thing, and that is what makes it so hard to call right now.
It's
But that's
just-
exciting.
It's just World Siege. You know, we've had the pleasure of front row seats over the years, Des, to watch it just improve and improve time after time. And, you know, we were coming to our first kind of majors and international events, 6 invitationals. You were coming along and thinking, it's going to be one of these 2 or 3 teams. You know, that's how it was. I remember, you know, the first one I attended as a spectator in 2019 when I went to Montreal. It was always going to be Empire or G2. They both ended up in the final. That's one of them was going to win it. You know, but as the years have gone by, the pool just deepens so much to a point, like you say, where we are now. Even over a week into the tournament, there's still 7 or 8 that could easily argue for it.
Well, Turd is hunting down Mitty. It looks like a few players are all now starting to come in. They know exactly where he is, and they are Huntington. The pressure is building, and Speakeasy gets him with the nay. Bullet getting one back onto Ape, but Speakeasy then finds Bullet in response. 4v3, good position to be in as Weibo.
It's almost like Speakeasy has been playing Shields for years, Des.
Almost.
Oh, unbelievable player on the Shields and continues to be so. Doesn't matter what year it is, he continues to put the numbers up.
2055 and Speakeasy just hit an ace on
Still on the
Shield operator number 7.
New Shield that's in the game. Don't panic. We don't know. We're not predicting anything. Look, Speakeasy doing really well there. Goes in and gets a big double entry for his team. You know, that's really what you feel. I like this. They're not getting sort of swept away on the current of the round. They've took the foot off the gas. They're getting back on the drones, and they're continuing this top floor clearance, looking for map control.
Yeah, Levy's the one. He's probably the front line of defense here, closer to those that are pushing in from Mez. Right sort of idea. A couple of shots coming in there from Turb, but not finding his man, and out comes the shield. Tim, we saw this back in the first half. It's the reverse roles very much here. How quickly can they get rid of the Thorn? And Nate comes in, pushes him to one side, but Turd carries on his reign of terror. Down goes Levy, a track onto one of the last 2. It's going to be
Come on, Weibo.
which means Falls is the
I
only
want my
unknown
prediction.
quantity right now, and he's inside of Solar.
Some Reaps is going to pick up Nears now. 1 versus 4, as you say. Falls is the last hope here. If he falls, there will be trouble. He's just going to try and sneak his way through bathroom here. Reaps is on the corner. Nitro comes over. Can he find his man? They now know exactly where he is. They are not playing for the plant. They are playing for the kill. Reaps is the one to get it as he peeks his head around the corner. That is going to be Chalet wrapped up for Weibo.
7-3 in dominating fashion as well, and we go into border next to him, and given the gunfights we've seen today, you know, 4 multi-kills coming out from the side of Weibo during that game, just the 1 from Mitty on the side of D plus Kia. Knowing that border can be quite a gunfight-focused map, I feel they can take this 2-0 now.
Wayne.
And of
So
course,
far,
Andy,
guys.
4th youngest player at the tournament. He's just turned 20 today. Still very much a young gunner. Rebellion. Boy, I mean, he's not the youngest now, but he's finally had a return to form in his match against NIP earlier today. It was a huge clutch.
So far,
After
I
there'd been a
have
lot of criticism leveled his direction
every single game
recently.
right today.
SSG still setting things up right now. They got the hatches instead of blue, instead of kitchen. Still missing on the bar, but Jnno will run there immediately and get that done right now. That
Like,
means they have all
seriously, I
the
have
pressure
every
points they
single
want,
game
but look at
right
the focus.
so far.
Heavy and
What?
kitchen. Down
Oh
with the
my
multi most
God.
likely. Go for a plant. Send to the obscure division and maybe
Every
force them
single
into the
game
place.
so far is
So the impact's
right.
gonna have to try and destroy the Sen's projector walls. And down goes
Seriously?
Fultz. The smokes continue to put him at bay, but he's
Back
forcing the
game.
plant down while Ashen is doing his best to be a distraction. He will fall, but it's a worthy price if SSG are able to get the
No, I
diffuser
did
down.
not. I
Now
missed one.
Fultz can just
But
give information
Oxygen
to
one.
his team,
Uh-uh.
while the rest of the squad watch from on
Got one
high.
wrong.
However, Canadian sails over a
Okay.
C4 to finish off J9O.
The retake.
Numbers advantage for Rebellion, but they do have to look for a retake. Big kill onto Fultz now. The information on site. Starved of SSG, but Benja holds the line for one. And Newest from up above punishes an over-aggressive Canadian going for the counter defuse a little bit too early. Now Rebellion just rely
Can't
on
do this.
Sploit and Rexon, and it's going to be so challenging to find the kill on Newest above, while Benja attacks them from below.
Ah, fuck. I did pick Shopify to win.
Crucial attack
Ah,
from
I
SSG.
might have been wrong here.
Ashen playing the sacrificial lamb, dropping down, just looking for a one-for-one trade, enabling the Munty to confirm that diffuser because that is the entire win condition. And that's where I will leave a big question mark towards Shopify Rebellion. They land 2 C4s, they find a kill, the retake looks winnable, 4v2. They have a Valkyrie camera in bar the entire time, which they are watching. They know where that sensor's playing on the bar double door, and they only send the Asami to the main stairs for retake. In my mind, you send 3 people, leaving 1 person underneath in case they drop down that hatch and they just play the timer. But they send a singular person. They think they can long arm defuse. There's verticals everywhere, 2 people watching it, no pressure on the map.
Some teams would send all 4 players up the stairs
That's too much.
for a retake.
That's too much.
You think so?
Because then they drop down the kitchen hatch and you're chasing your own tail. You leave 1 guy below for the catch, you send 3 people up together with the Valcam and take down at least one of those 2 attackers. I think that's a bit of a, not sure if that's panic, because Shopify Rebellion, they did the hardest thing first. They got the first 2 picks, took out the Munty, cleared bottom main, both C4s hit their marks, and then they bottled it.
Not to overthink things, but the Azami did have 1 Keeper barrier left, which he used to try and retake upstairs. That was Ambi. Imagine if he had been the player down below, using the Keeper barrier to clog up the floor, holes in the ceiling so he could go for a counter defuse. A lot of things that just slightly went wrong there for Rebellion.
Big praise versus T. I think a lot of teams, they take the Munty and they take the sense and they just send down the guy planting and hope it all works out. But I think
It's
Ashen
so
truly
good, my
getting down
dinner
there
is
in the
so
action
freaking
makes a
good.
huge difference of the
Like,
outcome of the
I'm
round.
sorry for not talking, but
You never know what happens. if
Ah,
they make that
I
play,
just
but
got
SG are
home,
happy. They take the
literally.
first one. See a bit of a stall game. Early 2-brow on the CCTV wall. Buying, what, 12 seconds? 3 times? Just simply stalling out the round here.
Keep in mind, back of your head, Ambi is on this roam as well on the Scopus. Down in the basement, he can always TP. I assume that that's back on site, his other shell, inactive shell. Canadian, where's he spotted?
Top red. He just walked up the staircase and took him down.
Oh,
He was still
Benja.
2-brow tricking the wall and he just walked up and killed him.
What the fuck
Beautiful
is
from the Dens,
his
he sneaks
teammate
up. The
holding?
second inactive shell is actually in rafters.
I'm sorry, where?
Ambi might have
He
the
can't be
ability to go
doing
and
that shit
continue
alone.
battling
You need
Yeah.
support.
on that map control.
Literally.
There could be
That
a
was
very
the
late
dumbest
round
shit
fight
ever.
potential here, but look at the timer. Despite the 2-brow, despite trying to slow down the pace of the game, they've breached every wall known to man. Jacuzzi, connectors, CCTV, and they cleared the roamer when Canadian fell. So the only real kind of ace up their sleeve is going to be the Scopo shield and Catwalk Rafters.
They haven't destroyed
Which
it.
they haven't seen it, I don't believe, because they would have killed it surely, right?
If they're not aware of it, then this could be an opportunity for Ambi to go for a flank. No, the inactive
they
shell has
saw it.
now been destroyed, finally.
Okay.
J9O. All right, good start from SSG then.
Incredible start. I mean, again, they've done everything they need on paper. They've got an opening kill, all the heartbeats destruction, and they still got 2 Yink and Dillas for side execute and 3 Deimos trackers. Rebellion, again, forced into a spot where they need, like, either a big hero play from individual people or something like a C4, but they don't have any C4s. So they were just down to hero plays, and Canadian watching.
I'm sorry, I need to like.
And if you let SSG execute, you better be ready. Ashen goes deep. The flag from the Scopus is tempting. Newest finds one onto Rexon before he's traded back. Ashen is given a lot of mobility, but he can't actually find any enemies. The entire bomb site seems clear because the defense has retaken Connector, which J9O can swiftly cut down. It's Spoit up against the world, and he's now targeted by Benja. And Ashen will quickly peek him from the top of main stairs. Excellent patience from Space Station, and they make a second round look even easier than the first. What did he say?
Come on, you're shitting your pants. Something like that.
Classic Ashen.
It's a Troy quote from back in 2018 SI, if you've seen the documentary, where Troy goes, they are shitting their, effing pants right now. You cut to Penta. Fabian's like, I don't want to lose. Do you want to lose? Let's go out there and show them what we're made of. So a little bit of a
How
little...
did that one end again?
Well,
Reverse
the
sweep.
person saying they're shitting their pants lost in the comeback, But maybe Ashen is that guy. He's going to say it and then win afterwards, not falter to Shopify Rebellion. I think for SR right now, though, I think they gotta change their approach strategically. They've tried to play it slower, stall for time, play the layers, which SSG are so familiar with, and they're actually letting SSG get to bombs and execute in a 5v5 or a 5v4. I think trying to play that disruption game early, extend on the roam, play some trap operators, might need to be attempted in the next couple of rounds. Because when you play strategy,
Yeah,
against
that kind of
SSG,
sounds.
again, they're really good
Correct.
at picking that apart. And we've seen their executes. They've been lethal.
Super said it himself in the interview before the game. Typically, SSG has had Rebellion's number. They've played
I'm
each
kind of
other
wondering
time
where
and
the
time
support
again.
is in general,
7
because they have
times in
Canadian
the last
dying
12 months.
in server,
Almost all
and
of
there
those
was
games
no one
happening
there.
at a domestic level, only one of them being on the international stage. That was at the Esports World Cup. In the quarterfinals, SSG 2-0'd Rebellion pretty comfortably, as has been the story for most of their matchups. The last time Rebellion actually got
There is
out
like a
off of
lot
SSG,
of
even just a map.
So
It was all the way back in
it's
stage
crazy
1,
how good it is.
205 days ago, in July last year. Even though Rebellion have looked like a really solid team at this SI, especially earlier today against NIP, I think they might have met their match here against SSG.
Well, adaptation and adaptation. So it's going to be a long battle here. But if you can figure out your opponent and make the correct changes to your game plan, that can make all the difference. Now it's Folt on the glass. No longer that Munty. Passive operator is in the battle. Nero is injured. That gas pipe through the wall. Benja also gets taken down. So possible 5v3 here for SR. Oh, hello
Look at
there.
this aggressive play from Ash, and he did the exact same thing with the Thermite last round. But the smoke will keep him at bay. Well played from Canadian. You see, Ashen just wants to take one with him before he goes to regroup with the rest of his squad. I like that Rebellion aren't over-aggressing too much. Spoit maybe gave him a chance for a brief moment. Now Spoit's going to be feeling the pressure from Foltz out on the balcony.
I like this. They're fighting back like I was saying, right? Don't let them execute. Try and fight them on the extended room. They're playing for their lives, not for falling back. One keep in pocket of Sport. He's going to hold his ground because there's no pressure from Jacuzzi Breach. It's Ashen main stairs. It's Foltz on the windows.
I like the way Spoit's using the Azami to isolate these fights.
Team kill.
He actually team kills Canadian, but it's worth it if he takes down Ashen 4v2. Unfortunately, that does mean the smoke is gone, and Jane, I know, is just sending it. He goes deep, but his position revealed as he misses a few shots onto Rexon. He looks to try and fight, but Ambi will swing him and find a second.
Oh yeah, the bomb is in server. I
That's
forgot
nothing
it's
to do
in
but
cash.
desperately
I
run
thought
up
it was
red into
bedroom
Surf's
the
waiting
bomb was,
arms.
because everyone was in the fucking
And
bedroom.
finally, around the board for SR.
Really, really good. That's the adaptation that they need, right? Recognize, hey, their executes are so superior. We cannot play the 5v5. We need to fish for a couple of kills. And then instead of risking falling back and getting caught off, they will just stay inside a master bedroom connector and gym. So 1-2. The issue is these bomb sites, they're going to give you kind of different things if you're a defender. You know,
Asami
CCTV
and
into master bedroom is kind of strong. When you play
Permit
gym,
and
holding
Flash.
CCTV can be kind of tricky, like we saw in round number 1. With the basement, that roam game is just a very big coin flip. Right? You can lose 2 or 3 roamers. The round is over with the roam clear. So I do think that it's not going to get much easier. Perhaps just more difficult from here on out.
Am I
This is the box
tripping,
that opens
or
up again.
why are they already banning in the
What do you
third
think?
round?
I like it. Look, these guys did actually play Clubhouse only 2 months ago in the NAL finals. In their upper bracket games,
Am I
Space
missing
Station
something? Because
7-1
you usually
Shopify
don't ban in the
Rebellion,
third round
winning
the
5
third
out of
guy.
their 6 attack rounds. Rebellion surely have had a lot of time to think about what exactly went wrong back in that matchup. Canadian and Rexon both only got 1 kill each on that map back then. It was Ashen who was stealing the show, 11 kills and 3 deaths.
I mean, good news here. Canadian Rexon, they can only match or do better. They've both gotten that 1 kill. We got many more rounds to go.
Well, Canadian got TK'd, so we'll give him
We'll
a
give
bit
him
of benefit of the doubt.
Okay, so the kill that Ambi got last round goes to Troy, actually.
That's right. That's
okay.
right.
So Ambi's on 1.
And we can get rid of 1 death from Nadine as well.
Oh, that's very generous of you. He's going to be happy with that.
Was the only player to die last round, and it was because his teammate shot him.
So unfair. Thermite banned away. Now, I'm a big fan of this personally. I do think with the buffs to Heartbreachers, Thermite getting a 3rd Heartbreach in charge, and of course he has a secondary shotgun, flashes, and smokes. He is such a flexible operator, and for these exterior walls, is the word? Exterior walls, he just pop all 3, right? Jacuzzi, connector, and CCTV as a sole Heartbreacher. So now it's going to slow down the rotations of Space Station Gaming, give them a little less utility, albeit a better gun on the ace, perhaps. They responded back with a Clash Bang, something that Canadian's been playing quite a bit of this event so far. He's been a big Clash kind of guy. Doing pretty good on it. But it's again, they're leaving up the roam game pretty early on to hold down that bunkered basement bomb site like they did the first time.
Yeah. It was just mostly the Mozzie pests on the top floor.
This must be a church attack.
Is this aggro here from Benja? I'm not sure if he's aware. Ambi is just around the corner. Benja now gets out the DMR and wins the fight onto Ambi, retreating. Benja, a few shots sent his way by Canadian, but not enough damage to net a kill.
The triple wall had feet holes, so they couldn't contest in triple wall actually at all.
That was a good read there from Benja to realize he wasn't exposed to triple.
What's the strat here, though? Again, like, what's the win condition for SR? They have a single C4 and some toxic babes. They can pop the church walls with a range feature. It feels very cooked. I mean, there's no flank happening, right? They have almost no plant denial because a single C4 they can get a kill. They can't play in church. They can't play beneath kitchen hatch.
Yeah, they're just not fighting SSG, are they?
It's very limited, that's for sure.
And now without the Azami for late rounds, they can't make as many plays. They can't plug up these holes in the church wall. SSG just have so many options. I mean, yeah, they don't have any
a split attack. It's going to be blue church most likely here. They're flipping it, and without the shield operator, they can't go for a plant match. So they gotta go for kills and bomb site control first, plant later.
Still a call in pocket. Wow, a lot of damage to Foltz. Thanks to the Thorn Trap. The Deimos track onto Rex and the smoke. Now they know exactly where he might be able to toss those smoke babes. And it's time to start moving down blue stairs for J9O. He times it well with Ashen. The two of them take control of blue. Look to continue fighting, but in there is still Spoit. Canadian on the bomb site has found a double, and Spoit is doing just what he needs to do, holding on to blue for Rebellion. SSG cannot find their way into it as Spoit shuts down Ashen as well. New is in his
Nicely
1 versus
done.
4, and Canadian playing on the bomb makes it a 3K.
Oh, he's feeling young again. Finding all the kills, logging it down, not even dying. And that was us going. It looks so cooked from Shopify Rebellion. There was 2 saving graces there, though. SSG did not do the vert in the kitchen area, so they could play back B portion and have more crossfires. And secondly, I think SSG were expecting a pretty intensive roam game because they were playing Sophia, Dokkaby, Sledge. Again, no execute bombs at operators. No way to go for plants, and they even found the opening pick. That should have been so much more difficult to hold, but Canadian, on this chassis, gets 3 big kills.
Once you open up the church wall, you should not be able to have a Mozzie just play off of the bomb and win 3 fights.
And mind you, if you're on that side of the chest that Canadian was, you can actually see that if you pro in the kitchen hatch and look down to the vert, but there was no vert and the hatch wasn't opened up.
It's funny because they had a Sledge and a Zoph, and I'm pretty sure J9O died without using any of his concussions.
Yeah, so that's one of the small things, right? I think SSG just missed one teeny tiny detail there to optimize the strategy.
10 seconds to insertion.
And that was utilized by the fact that Rebellion goes, you know what, this spot that normally we can't play in, well, they didn't get the vert. We can play here now. That changes everything.
Attackers are
I like this from SSG. Falls back in the Monty, can call the shots, take their time, and find the openings.
No clash to worry about now.
Exactly.
No hard counters to the shields here at all, in fact, from Rebellion. Be very hard to kill this Montaigne. 2 Nitro cells is really all you've got to try and do that.
2 bars interesting to me, right? We see this is the 3rd time, I believe, a 2nd time, and
Is it for Deimos?
well, last time they were just the second these breaches came out, he was just freezing them, right? Didn't care about anything else, and he died to Benjamin to walk up the red staircase. This time he's playing deeper inside a cash room itself, with Ambi playing top red warden. I think they're just trying to stall things out so that when the push wants to come, they say, no, not yet, no, not yet, and keep stalling them out.
But where do they want to stall? Because they did contest early on the CCTV breach, and I don't
in
think...
cache is the answer for them. Then.
Oh, inside of cache
Inside of
itself.
cache this time, yeah. So they got their 2 people playing the bomb site. It's going to be Rexon and Sport working bathroom and mid-master. And they have the extended roam here, a Canadian and Surf and Ambient connector, so the triple link. The big thing is the person playing connector Ambi here, if he dies, they cannot get back and forth between the sides. So it's very important that Ambi stays alive.
And Monty will make it awkward though once Fultz starts making his way forward.
Direct attack as well. I mean, once you open up bathroom, now Rexon can't play in there anymore. Spoiler's not going to play June, he's going to go back to office.
They had one ADS, which did catch the first flash, but it didn't catch a Selma as it intended to. So Janino has so much ability now, and Spoit was not in position to shoot those Selmas early enough. Now we see the Monty come into play in cash, but this crossfire with Ambi supporting Canadian might make it better.
And the wall between connector and cache is reinforced, so there's no crossfire to deny Fultz to walk in. Canadian is relying upon Ambi to save him, essentially. They have to play it perfect together, but
Surf has fallen off.
SSG is flipping the attack. They're back on the side windows instead. Go for a fast one.
And Canadian is now alone.
I think you sent it here.
Are they just going to go for broke? Spoit was on site. Rexon as well, aggressive on the windows. Does a bit of damage. Surf is also looking for a peek outside. He's going to get the down onto Newers and finally finish him off. But meanwhile, Fultz has gone into the objective. Rexon holds down the fort.
Now, what the fuck was that?
Silenced by a nice nitro as well. Leaving SSG with so many questions and no answers. Ashen cannot retake into connector. And J90 desperately makes his way up from the main stairs, from the breach. With him and Ashen getting kills together, maybe there's a way into it. It can't take out this BPC. And it gives so much info now for Rebellion.
It's just Rex on the bomb set and Jim. Surf stuck downstairs, but bottom main.
How do they play this? J90, 10 bullets in the magazine. But Rexon finished off. Surf has no choice but to get back to side now. The diffuser needs to be reclaimed. Ashen worried about pressure from below, but J90 catches Surf on the rotate. Fultz is on his feet, and SSG take the lead.
Oh, Ashen, honey, you were close to losing the round. You're not supposed to be talking that.
He was cast side, then he was master, he was cast
Well,
side,
let
he
me
was master.
just
Just
put back
rotating
my
to that
dinner,
bottom floor, the basement,
and
first floor,
I will stop
etc.
yapping
And
after
SSG
that, okay?
will call a tag timeout to figure out how they can keep up this lead. I can't hear SSG.
These fucks. Just keep it very simple. It's going to be cash right here. I'm probably just going to talk about that real quick. Let's identify what they're doing on the mesh side, post the drones a little bit deeper. If they're doing the extension off that bulker, let's look for the breach semi with that Montang pulling on the breach side itself. Benja, you have an option. You either take the Thatcher to get rid of the Malusi they're going to have inside a site set, or you can just take hard utility for that. But I want to prioritize a semi-breach on this, and then just fucking crank it down on those guys.
We can want Monty on the breach?
No, I want Montang
I could do the BB. Are we freak pushing master first or no?
Yeah, apply pressure on the Scoozy wall and flip it over.
Should I bring the BB?
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Alright.
Make sure you're pulling though.
Yeah, and then who
So calm as always.
Yeah. There's 2 words that I feel like it's used quite a lot there. It's crank it, the first one. The other one is flip it. Because my point I was about to make is how well Surf was rotating between helping the master bedroom people and the people over in cash on the extended roam. Because he was literally spinning back and forth between them. SSG were flipping the attacks. They started cash. Then they were applying pressure in master bedroom, right? Getting the bathroom breach, the windows, the office hatch. Then they went back to cash with the Monty, saying, hey, we're over here. They jumped straight out the windows and straight into the bomb side. They were flipping the attack multiple times because they know Shopify Rebellion are going to adapt whenever they feel that pressure. And Surf got stuck on the main stairs the entire time. You saw it from Rexon there.
Yeah, I don't think that was what he said.
Well, that's what I can say, okay? But it was tough, I mean...
You can imagine how frustrated Rexon would have been there because he's on side. Surf went for a huge flank to get one of those players on the balcony. As soon as they got that pick, SSG said, well, once offside, we crank. And they go into site, leaving Rexon all alone.
Yeah, the thing is, right?
He hide behind the keeper barriers, but he wasn't his army. Spoit was dead already. He couldn't fortify himself anymore.
And by process of elimination, SSG knew he had to be in the side and hadn't dropped down that hatch because otherwise it would be free. And SR doesn't make it free for you, right? So they knew he was somewhere, knew he wasn't Bath, knew he wasn't Master. He had to be in a corner in gym. They just swooped the room. There he is.
Slicing that pie.
Yeah, that's it.
And Surf couldn't get back either. He was being covered. SSG played it well. Rebellion starting to feel a little bit of frustration. Oh, wow. That's a lot of damage. I will say, compared to a month and a half ago when they played each other, oh, it was actually 2.5 months ago now, when they played each other in NAL finals, Rebellion have won 2 defenses already compared to the one they got in the whole half.
Yeah, I do expect this to be a heavily attacker favored clubhouse here between these two teams, so any defensive round is a win.
Canadian is so low. It's so risky going to CCTV. This bomb site is so exposed. Once the breach is open, it becomes difficult. Inside of the site is Fultz. He's looking for a plant inside of the smoke. But Purple Denier desperately. Benja jumps in straight to the smoke. He will fall after he trades back one. Action knows he needs to go for broke. And he finds that player on the rafters. Can't get a second though as Ambi's DMR strikes true from the top of red stairs, leaving poor Newers for SSG. The last piece of the puzzle. A 1v3 required and no diffuser to speak of.
With Stock watching downstairs in case of a C4, any verticality, and it ends up not being the case at all. There are no C4s from this defensive lineup. Has to go for a big one. Couple of swings, couple of pre-fires. Canadian, 1 HP and 1 Toxic Babe. Technically winnable, but very difficult.
It was such a risky play for SSG to put Newers in this position. 1 nade to work with as he has to go and reclaim that diffuser. They'll let him have it.
Yeah.
They know that they can play this for retake. Spoit has 3 Keybers left. They can wait for the plant to go down or just hold their lines.
Canadian.
Old man still got it. 3-3 at the end of the half. A glow up for Shopify Rebellion compared to their last clubhouse encounter.
Serve saying Thorn Tech in the chat. What do you think about it? It's pretty good. Pretty good bit of value.
What was the tech? I didn't see it.
I think just 2 of them went off. Both Benja on the CC window jump in. I think it was the Thorn trap plus the smoke canister took him out, if I recall correctly, but I'm not sure.
Right, and then they just wombo comboed it because it was Barb as well.
And then default plan, when Glass walked in deep, I think it was in the floor by default plan spot and also hit him. Didn't kill him, but it did damage and he couldn't sprint.
What's the
other thing
betting
about Thorn is
capital?
even if it doesn't kill
Then
you
I'm
or damage you
guessing
at all,
maybe
it
a
just forces you to move.
glass.
Yeah.
When you're in CCTV, there's not many safe
Monty,
places to
okay, I
sit where
forgot.
you're not exposed
I always
to top
forget
red
Monty.
or
You can
cash
like
or
Monty.
rafters.
You can ban Monty.
I like the bans right here.
I
Get
always
rid
forget
of
it.
the Monty. That's going to be a very comfortable role for Troy to IGL. Capital, great for executing, picking things apart. Makes perfect sense.
I mean, Capital, how do you play rafters with Capital in? Especially with the recent
Benja
buff.
died to the barbed wire, smoke gate, babe, and this one trap.
Tick damage combo.
Yeah. And then on the other side, getting rid of the bandit and the mirror. Again, it just makes step 1 easier.
I'm so happy to be
Get direct
home.
attacks. Oh, the screech. One more time? No more time. Okay. It's not time to deal with
have
the
some
bandit trickery
chocolates.
sometimes. Even here in basement, you could reinforce the triple wall.
Think I deserve that.
He struggled so hard to
Trying to get this little hole. Yeah, because they canceled the door. My guy's like, dude, really? You couldn't wait for me? I'm telling you, that impact grenade button felt really, really...
He was tempting. He was tempted.
10 seconds remaining.
It's one of those.
Newers has so much set up to do, so I don't
Yeah, he
blame
has
him.
no time to wait for anybody. That's the thing about the castle. Like, back in the day, right? When you each had 2 reinforcements and you couldn't do more than that.
Oh.
And you played like Jaeger or Castle or Smoke.
Even Mute.
Yeah, Mute especially. Dude, it sucked. You were doing reinforcements like 30, 40 seconds into live action phase at times.
Yeah. I've died way too many times reinforcing in the action
Yeah,
phase.
I mean, what we would do in Pro League to problem solve that is, let's say I play Smoke and I don't have time. The last thing I do at the end of my round is the triple wall, for example, because then I can do that in the beginning of the action phase, because that's the bomb side. They're gonna have to take map control first. That's how you kind of worked around that. Now, thankfully, you share a pool of 10 reinforcements, and life is just better.
Much better. So your teammates expect you to do all 10.
I was gonna say until you play solo queue ranked, yeah. Then it's kind of rough here. Oh, I was gonna say.
The nades are very good clearing those Vulcans.
It's worth it. So essentially, they're spending those grenades right now, so when they get back to dirt late round, they can then go in for free. Also note this, instead of Canadian or Sport spending both grenades, they both spent 1. This means they're gonna have grenades in 2 separate locations for different use cases, and or if, let's say, Canadian spent both grenades and then Sport died, now they have no nades. So they're spreading out the util usage very consciously, which is a great small detail.
Smart.
More teams should do it if possible, but how often do you bring 4 nades these days, right? You can't cook them anymore.
One downside for SSG of making feet holes is it means the drones have so much more visibility. If this was head holes, it'd be very different. But
Yeah, but if you set your toes in there, you have no toes anymore.
right. They've turned blue into a complete kill box. There's also a bulletproof camera at AKs as well.
It's low-key bait to go blue. It feels like a gap, and you get so many lines of sight, like you mentioned. but there's a lot of lines working towards you as well.
If you have an Ash or a Buck, it's not so bad, but you want to really open up these walls.
But you see how they're playing it, right? They're roaming top floor around bar, master bedroom, etc. Denying like kitchen hatch and the bar hatch, and then they're giving them blue, saying, come on, take the blue, there's no roamers here, but they're holding it from deep within the bomb site. So again, it's a big bait, and they might take it. 2 people blue stairs.
Yeah, well, it's a dangerous game here for Rebellion. They're playing right into SSG's hands. They've now cleared that bulletproof camera, I do believe. Those won't be able to get info off of that. The nades being very, very useful. And the castle barricade follows as well. Canadian, though, shot in the feet by Newers. The UMP buff packing a punch, taking down the Blackbeard. And now Rebellion have no rock, no mountain, no shield to hide behind.
It's a bait, I'm telling you. Blue box like this, they want you to go there. That's the setup. You're playing right into it. It's super risky. It's going to have to be a crazy interplay here from Ambi, Surf, Rexen, and Sport to make this round work.
Rexen's got the long angle. Oh, but he's shot by Newers again. A second kill with the UMP. He's holding on from this doorway. He's vulnerable to so many angles right now, but none of which Rebellion are able to tangle with. Ambi's the last one left, and Newers makes it a 3K. What a killer way to kick things off for SSG in the second half.
That's disgusting. The UMP against the shield, so there's 2 things that came into action there. One, they reverted the limb damage change, right? So before, you would take 25% less damage in your toes, etc., your limbs. That got reverted. Now you take full damage, plus they buff the UMP, plus you play extended barrel. 47 damage a shot. It's like a TMR just shooting you in your toes. Canadian died faster than he could react. Big round for Newers.
Would have been a very different story if that had been a Montaigne, of course. SSG Bandit are happy to go and play more aggressively against these more vulnerable shields like the Blackbeard. It's crazy. You never see strats like that from SSG because it relies on having control of the entire kitchen hallway. Newers could have been shot from directly above his head.
He could. And that's the thing, right? They had bar hatch open, 2 or 3 people roaming there when the round started. And again, what SSG do? It's very obvious when we have the top-down perspective at all the positions. They made blue and CCTV side just look like you couldn't not take it. They had to take it. But it was a bait.
It's funny because if they had Monty, I don't think you can defend that. Like because they could have
defend the Monty.
Yeah, but like imagine Monty was in.
Yeah.
Monty
doesn't work.
Monty walks up a dirt tunnel and someone just plants right behind him.
Castle, classic
no
castle strat underneath.
As soon as you ban Monty, different story.
Yeah, and that's why you tailor your strats and play specific strats very much based on the operator Ben selection. Like I said, I think you can play that round 100 times. I don't think SSG go for it if Monty is open and they know the enemy is good at playing it. It's smart. It's good stuff from the prep team of SSG. And like Super and Callout was saying in interviews with X beforehand, they have played each other a ton of times, especially on Clubhouse. And
Super said it's all about the adaptations. It won't just be about what you've come in predicting your opponent to do. It's having pocket strats and being able to read your opponents at the drop of a hat. SSG did, like you said, phenomenal prep work coming into it. If they have strats like that, Rebellion need to quickly be able to adapt to whatever they're thrown. More castle play out of Fultz this round. SSG have a lot of ideas.
Yeah. It's different every single time. Same thing for Shopify Rebellion. They're applying pressure on the CCTV breach, a little bit downstairs in lounge and main door. But the open and kill department, we're feeling a lack of entering in the map and taking those early gunfights. Again, SSG, they want that late round 5v5. And SR, I'm more often not giving it to them.
Watch out for the vert, my friend.
He's careful. It's kind of.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's not. Okay, he's not. Well, Cobium, not careful.
Keep puffing that Cobium.
There's an old school vert angle from way back in the day.
This is a very deep one, all the way into garage. With the Capital banned, Rebellion have very little that they can do against a setup like this on rafters. You've got to contend with vertical angles, got to contend with Newers, who is playing down below inside a lounge. You've got to contend with the player on the rafters himself. Ambi and Surf in a 2 versus 4, and Surf thankfully can find J90 and maybe take control of rafters. In a 2v4 though, Ambi's gonna have to find a massive opening, and well, it's shut down.
Both walls reinforced, by the way. Even if they got Calog off control, it was all for nothing. They don't have the hard destruction for it. They spent all of the hard destruction early in the round, so even if they had gotten it, they don't gain a single damn thing from it. As you see, again, one step ahead strategically.
2 rounds in a row, a perfect strat prepared and played. perfectly. Played beautifully. Ashen holding onto the red stairs after he already found
I'm
his kill on
scared
the
for
vert.
Shopify.
Yeah,
I
attack.
did think of
They
putting
are
as a
strides
stream
ahead.
The attack.
to win the match,
time,
but
that
I felt
is.
like Shopify
Rebellion are
been
2
playing
rounds behind,
really
but I'm not
well.
seeing the tactical timeout called.
well.
Oh, there it is.
Here it is.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I think the biggest thing right now is we just got to get in the game. We're sitting around doing just fucking fuck all for like 2 minutes of the rounds, guys. We have a plan. We know what we need to do. It should be like fucking clockwork, and we're acting like we don't know what the fuck is going on, right? If we need to burn something, fucking burn it, clear it, and let's go. Those basement rounds, guys, if we can't fucking push, let's go. We're fucking sleepwalking, right? We're having good openings this round. We're getting good info, and we're doing fucking nothing with it. We have a plan. Do what we do. Stop fucking around. Okay? Play our game. Count shit down. Be together. Play together. We do not win individually. We win as a fucking team. Pay attention to the time and get it moving.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Wow. Coach Super, and again, I think he's spot on, right? They're getting to those late round 5v5s. They're kind of getting stuck in the early to mid stage of the round, then it all falls apart off one bad gunfight. Canadian in garage very early, dies alone. Then Rexton somewhere else on the map dies alone. They don't ever get to utilize any of their operators or any of their teamwork or coordination.
And that's what sets Shopify Rebellion apart from other teams. Their coordination, their creativity, and their strats. Very rarely. Yeah, we haven't. In fact, SSG have been running rings around them when it comes to the strategic game, which is funny because, yes, SSG, like, they have good strats, but of all the North American teams, which tend to be more structured than regions like Brazil, even Europe to some degree, I would have thought SSG was the most loose and aggressive.
Most loose and aggressive.
I would have thought so.
I think back in Forest days, maybe, but that's changed, yeah.
Fox is nodding when I say that, and Gabe is doing...
Yeah, I'm also a bit like, I don't know, man.
It's all mental, is what Laxing is saying.
Oh, okay, I thought you were calling me crazy.
I thought he was calling me crazy too.
No, I mean, it's true. Like, the battle of attrition is a battle often won by SSG, right? When you go pound for pound, round for round.
And we said Rebellion need to get it done in 2 because Cafe is going to be a hard one.
That's my prediction, yeah. It's a 2-0 or it's a 1-2 for Shopify Rebellion. That's generally just how I see that map V2 play out every single time. So there's a bit of pressure.
How well they fought earlier today against NIP for the individual performances.
Hey, mind you, NIP only beat Fear because sets a false narrative. NIP on paper is a much weaker opponent than SSG.
Sure.
But they did play well.
NIP did play well against Rebellion, though. We can't deny that.
And Rebellion played well in response, yes.
True. Let's not forget, NIP also got maps off of M80 and
where are they? Yeah, right. Spoilers, guys. They're eliminated. So how much? What's that gonna do for you? Right? Come on. SSG is a different beast. This is a big test for Shopify Rebellion. If they're gonna run that gauntlet, they gotta start right here today. First NIP, then SSG, and every single day they will hone their craft until the very end, where they're in the main stage in the grand finals.
Seems like a tall order with how they've been playing in this map of Clubhouse. Good drone though from Spoit. This is where Rebellion, as Super said, get all the information. They just have to make a call and go for it. Don't hesitate.
Grimm's, Candela's information. If they spot a couple of players, they gotta act on it.
Oh, but it's Warden. Can't flash the Warden. And Surf's gone down. I didn't see where that went. The Warden gets tracked, but it's a moment too late. And Spoit loses his head for it. Up goes Canadian. He's smoked off one angle, but this Warden is going to be impossible to deal with.
That's not going to...
And he cannot find the angle. A nade goes through loosely, but he's not going to get an angle on through the vertical because JNO is sitting inside of the shower at the moment. Solid floor.
This.
And yeah, it feels like Rebellion blew it a little bit too early. They missed their shot.
Yeah, they said to push, but they forgot the 3-2-1 countdown to work together. They had 2 people stuck below, one on the roof. It was a single-man push with Surf watching him just die. Now it's time for the second push.
But he's going to walk straight into the crossfire. Newers open the equation. Now he's found a second. Him and J90 together make it a full house and a flawless round for SSG.
What are they doing?
Ashen's typing question marks in the chat right now. And Shopify Rebellion have blundered their tactical timeout.
I don't blame him. I mean, the question marks, Ashen saying hello in the in-game chat, it is very much the reality that we're in. Because what is that push? After tag time and after Coach Super goes, guys, these are the problems. Work together, get information, have a plan, and do it as a team.
Yeah.
You didn't see the team aspect. There was a plan, information, and they did have an actionable course. But that action was not timed together. Troy was literally candela in hand, not ready whatsoever. Ambi was downstairs in bar, trying to shoot a guy through floor. That's not wall bangable. It's a brutal way to lose your attack amounts of Clubhouse, that it is about all the fundamentals, the teamwork, the communication. Ying's been banned away, Kite's been banned away, so Shopify building, they can keep breaching things as they have been doing. The power-ups and defense are still alive, and SSG very much in the driver's seat. Also, we're gonna have to say something here in a second, okay? We're gonna wait for the stream to see it as well, because incredible things are happening right now. And SSG based on game. Now there is no Mossy mute, but the mute has made an appearance, and that's half of the equation. But the SSG roam that goes way back to when Troy got the hammer with this squad. Come on now.
Troy is going to load into this round.
He's gonna, guys,
wait,
I know what they're doing.
I think they have a mute. Oh, they're roaming. Oh, it's basement. Guys.
Now, of course,
it's an SSG roam.
There's been some modernizations here, right? The Goya Vulcan canisters can both be put on the bomb side or the intra-airs, install a rush for 20 seconds. You have the Scobos, who can deep roam and always TP back and always overstay their welcome. And then you have Solids, which can see where those drones and people are droning from, giving you an idea of where the push, what direction it's facing. So it's very much a modernized version. Shopify Rebellion, there's an impact grenade. Rexon takes a bit of damage, but they're in the building. He's at a bar, the heart of the map. They take down the first player of J9O.
Big kill from Ambi. We need the young gun to fire up now for Rebellion. So he's taking a lot of damage. The rest of the roam is still active here. Faults in script. Newers in kitchen.
Oh, they're
he can
coming
create
for
a
him.
real fortress. Faults wants to try and take the fight, but a great shot from Rexon. Makes it a little bit harder for SSG, but Newers has lashed out again. He can always drop down the hatch back to sight, as he does. He's now the only one on the objective. Benja has GN'd after he found his. Remember, Ashen's on the top floor. Benja has now TP'd back to sight. So it's a 2 on site, 1 roamer remaining for SSG.
And of course, you're gonna go hunt the solo player. That's close serve. Barely takes any damage though. There's the melee bash. Knocked down on the ground and confirmed by Canadians. So they isolate. They have man advantage. They got Blackbeard and a Dokkaebi phone call, and all the hard destruction still alive on Ace. They have all the correct tools to get this round over the line.
Yeah, but Newers has so many Kiba barriers to make the bomb side a fortress, and Benja has gone off on his roam again. They know about it. He can TP back if he wants, or he could even drop down the hatch.
Or you can stick around. It's about min-maxing. If he falls back, they lose the roam game. That shell gets destroyed. So the second he falls back, there is no retreating. But there's a Dokkaebi call as well. If that gets wrong, he'll be heard. So they pop the bar hacks. That's 2 of the 3 Selmas, mind you.
They're overextending, and it does give Benja another flank opportunity. They're looking to push dirt. Spoyd is still upstairs, all the way on the 2nd floor. He's not making a move. Rebellion need to make sure they time this together.
So they got third tunnel. They got away, but it's early. Benji goes to flank.
His final impact grenade, though, used to try and enable that angle. He's still upstairs as he TPs back onto site. The Dokkaebi calls out. Spoyd drops down the hatch, but he will
My
fall.
God.
Benja and Newers have hit 10 kills
Shopify,
apiece.
what the?
Surf looks to try and clutch up in the 1v2. Rebellion are on the ropes, and SSG are making Clubhouse their own. Plan. But can Benja deny it? It's fate for a brief moment. Newers is exposed, but Surf is traded back.
How do Shopify lose that shit? Seriously, how do they lose that shit?
For Space Station Gaming.
That is so incredibly stupid by Shopify. Like, I don't know what they were thinking.
On at the right foot, otherwise it is a slippery slope towards defeat. On the last fight you said that, by the way, slippery slope, and I was like, is he referencing chalet here because it's in the snow?
I
thought we were about to go into a whole bunch of references about skiing and snowboarding.
I wasn't.
It was. You've been skiing or snowboarding before?
I have never.
Do you have any interest in doing it?
I can't say as I ever have. I think it's one of those things. I've always had pretty good balance and stuff, so I think I could probably pick it up. I wouldn't like. It's not that I think I'd be rubbish at it or anything. I think I'd probably pick it up just fine. I don't know. I like snow. I like cold weather. It's just never really appealed to me, to be honest. I've never thought about it.
Yeah, I'll get you on the slopes at some point, Tim.
Yeah.
It'll be good fun.
I'll have a go.
I was thinking about golf actually for
Yeah,
our
slopes
next
is
major
something.
at some point. Quite nice to go and play around somewhere.
We'll certainly have a little
Find
round.
out where that location is soon. Looking forward to that. For this
I mean,
round,
it's
though, almost be
starting
much the
way
same thing coming
tomorrow.
out from Bullet with the barbed wire going down outside the same window that we saw Ape doing in the first half. Of course, you're not exposed to a spawn peek. Well, I say spawn peek, it's kind of a reverse spawn peek. It's from the spawn onto you rather than you peeking into spawn. The peek spawn, I'm going to get caught up by that either way. And it will give the indication when someone steps onto that balcony and either looks to destroy the barbed wire or walks up to destroy it or nades it or anything, that there are players on that side of the map. It's more about the information than it is trying to slow players down.
Turd knows that there's somebody inside waiting. He's got the ping in front of him. He's just wanting to step in and challenge. Out goes the nade. That's going to get them moving. Is he in a position to make the challenge? Not really. Oh, no, he does. Nias manages to get Hoven, though, but as he backs away, he had no choice. He couldn't get away from the explosive, so that's a direct trade. That leaves us 4 versus 4, and it's the smoke that's gone. You've got to say, is it a bigger loss? Because they've also lost the hard breach on the other side, so tough one to take for both teams.
And they've only got the 1C4 available to them, so smokes would have been really, really helpful in this round. Instead, they'll throw Pokeballs at them later in the round just to try and finish off a couple of players. That's really turned towards Levy and Mitty on what they can do on the Solus and the Malusi, respectively. Now, Reaps has got eyes on in towards site here. I don't think they know that he's managed to get himself in so easily. Can almost hit the deck and just wait for someone to swing on. Sure enough, someone's showing a little bit of something. It's Falls on the Warden here, who's dancing around in his line of sight, but neither wanting to give each other away just yet.
Yeah, I think he's got at least a good idea that somebody is in that position. There's going to be a little bit of movement off to his left as well. It's too easy, and he gets himself out of dodge. Beautiful from Reaps.
Yeah.
Manages to take down the Solus.
That was a little bit of a kiss
Another
hello.
big loss for D plus Kia in terms of that late round denial. But with only 50 seconds left to go, Weibo are not really in a position to be getting on into sight yet.
Not a
Pulled off
good
an absolute heist there to get away with that freebie. Does now start to open things up for his team, though. Tim, same as I was worried about for D plus Kia. There's still a bit of map to cover and only 35 seconds left. 3v3.
This might actually hurt
no one's
Weibo
up on the
because,
Archives window if that is
like
their game plan. They've either got to go deep here, Tim, and really try and hit them where it hurts and plant on the south side of site itself, or going to have to get someone on that window. And by the looks of it, there's going to be no one on that window. Instead, working themselves way down and out here. They're going towards, I thought sandwich window was the plan for a second then. This is the window I was on about, by the way. Reach has to be here now to cover off for a plant. Where's Ape going for? He's going to go in through the window itself, maybe trying to go in a little bit deeper. Instead, going to tuck in the back corner. Let's see if they can stop it, Tim.
That's actually a pretty good spot there.
Oh, this is really smart. Look. They think he's on default and he's not. They get him at the last second though, Tim. He'll try again for this one. Has he got the cover to come out? He needs it for sure from Turd. Who finds one? But Mitty's going to find his man.
Yeah.
Gets the close out, and the first round goes D plus Kia's way. A very critical round to win, as we were saying earlier on.
I believe Mitty had rotated underneath on the Malusi there and was able to get that angle up from below to close that out. Really important round 7 for D plus Kia. Coming in, I said how vital it was that they got that win because it sends the message to Weibo that they're not going to have all their own way. But problem is, of course, that's your primary site choice. So Weibo now move on to attacking those sites that are maybe a little bit more difficult to hold on to. It was really well played from D plus Kia on the defense. They weren't panicked, they weren't rattled, they just played the game, got the nitro through into the position that they needed. If they didn't have a nitro, then I think Weibo maybe win that round.
Yeah, like I said, they had those 4 Pokeballs available to just go yeeting around towards the late round. And they had the right idea. If that was a default plant, they'd get away with it. But I think that's why it was a good read from Weibo to instead get an alternate, admittedly more risky plant on the go. You have to be absolutely certain no one is inside a fountain or no one is sat inside of the site itself, or they will just swing onto you and you lose your life because you can't be covered from that window. So it was a risk they took. It turned out to be the right one for the most part. But D plus Kia were there just in the nick of time to deny the plant going down. We're heading underneath that site now, Tim, going in towards Vents and Workshop. Might thought we go towards Bathroom and Tellers. That is normally the secondary site that most teams step into, but here that has been foregone. We're going to go straight down to Vents and Workshop.
Yeah, so last time around when Weibo were defending this, we saw them with 4 up above. This time D plus Kia are going to have 3 above, and they've got Levitt and Nias playing underneath. Nias playing in the same position he was last time out by East Stayers. Just wanting to prevent any foothold being gained inside of waiting, but I would imagine that we're going to see very much a top floor side of push.
Wow, that was way too early for the smoke actually. Damn.
East Stairs, but instead looks like the Blackbeard might just try to circumvent that.
Yeah,
they could actually use this nade spot that I showed you guys yesterday.
Here. Of course, no
if someone was holding on East door and you just naded,
They should last the majority of the round.
You could swing
Certainly
at
do
that
business
moment.
For the side of Duplas Kia. That C4, of course, in the back pocket of Levy is even more deadly when you've got that information to guide you. Bullet you might look at and say, well, why isn't he playing downstairs on the Solus here? Is to keep those drones at bay more than anything else. It stops them being droned out on the top floor. It slows them down. Saying that, the Oryx Tim taken down that we were looking at as maybe that go-to shield responder, but no, won't get a chance to do it in the round.
Speakeasy is actually absorbing a lot of pressure at the minute. There was 3 focusing on him, and whilst that has been happening, Weibo have been able to find 2 kills around the map. The smoke is gone as well. They already used the Toxic Babe canisters, so not the end of the world in terms of utility, but the Valkyrie now being the next targeted out. Ape manages to find Levy, all with that information, all with that team play going on, that communication that Weibo are using. 4 versus 2, full super low health. Weibo looking good right now to take a 5th round.
They've got so much time here, and they've still got like 3 drones alive as well, so if they really wanted to go hunting Tim, they could go and find out where these players are, but probably feel they've got the information they need. They've seen which players were downstairs. They know who's upstairs. They've got the Deimos track coming out as well. Looking really good here.
Bullet's taken the choice just then to drop down underneath. He is on the Solus course, so could deny the plant from above, but as Foles drops, he does get taken out. Bullet, however, down there for the trade. 1 versus 3, and he's maybe made it a little bit more difficult for them to get into a safe spot to put this diffuser down, because now they know that he's down there. It's like playing with a wasp in the room, but the Deimos track is going to make things a little bit more difficult. I'm not sure you're going to get him at that range with that weapon, Bullet. It's going to be a 5th round for Weibo. 2 more, and they move on through the lower bracket.
I know when Deimos first came out, most teams looked at him and were like, oh, it's really good on the entry. You can hunt down roamers. But you're seeing there a really good use case that we've seen build up over the last, however long Deimos has been out for now, the last year or so. It's been coming down to those closing round situations, having a Deimos on side. You essentially guarantee one player is going to be out of that 2 versus 1 because you know where they are. Sure, they can see you. They don't know where your teammate is the problem. So if you can form a 2 versus 1 onto that isolated player and clear him out, you leave yourself in a 2v1 versus the last. If you've still got tracks, you get the track on him. The round is then yours for the taking, easy as pie. Really effective use there of it in the 3 versus 1 to see the round over the line. Weibo, a crucial round we're stepping into though, Tim. We speak about round 9 all the time. Weibo take this one. They've got a 3-round gap that D plus Kia next to need to close. And fair to say on a map like this, we're not expecting them to do so. If D plus Kia win this one, they're within 1 round touching distance of Weibo, and it doesn't feel so far away that they could claw their way back into this, at the very least take us to overtime.
10 seconds left.
Someone actually popped up earlier and said, you guys haven't said the line the last couple of days.
We haven't had much overtime the last couple of days.
We haven't had much overall, I'd say, throughout the group stage. In other
2
series, yes, but not a lot for us.
Yeah, I think we've maybe had 2 overtimes. It's, like I say, you know, a lot of our games have been great on paper, and then we've had good games, but they've been kind of 2-0 and a little bit one-sided at times. We've seen some big plays, but yeah, we've not been blessed with the 35-40 round games this time.
That we're renowned for, yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm sure it'll make its way back to us, though.
Oh, yeah. Once we get towards playoffs, everything can change, for sure. Now, Mitzi is across onto the Vigil, an operator that many would often describe as selfish. Plays for itself, is out there with the boss G, often trying to get cheeky kills. He's running around the K1 in this round. But it's more the fact that when you know there's a lot of drones coming on through, and of course his ability to evade a number of gadgets that would otherwise track him down and hunt him out, it does mean that Mitzi can be quite slippery around the map, and when paired up with Bullet on the Solus, the 2 of them are an intel nightmare for Weibo to work through. So on a map like Border that normally is quite heads up and quite pacey, I think actually it's a really cool way to try and slow things down without leaning into wars like a Mute and a Mozzie.
Lucy now being targeted out by the Deimos. Levy is currently behind half wall in Armory. There's not going to be any opportunity to challenge onto him on the back of that track, but 2 kills come in elsewhere. Speakeasy and Reaps managing to get Mitty and Bullet. So 5 versus 3, and they know very well where Levy is positioned, and that's where the next point of pressure comes.
Oh dear.
Turd moves in and gets that kill, and that's another fascinating use of the Deimos there. They use the track, not always using the information immediately, just keeping it in the bank and making it the next on the list. It worked well. This time they will know that Falls has had to drop down the hatch to back out. Reaps manages to take him down as he works his way back upstairs. It's Nears. He's got to make a move. He's 1 versus 5. It'd have to be an ace clutch. He's got a freebie on at least 1, but now they know where he is, Des, and there's very little chance that he gets this done. Speakeasy manages to find his man, and that's going to be Weibo moving on to map and match point.
quite a little bit of target blindness there. I think literally
already?
because the Speakeasy was also
Wait,
there on the
is it
Blackbeard. If he got
done?
the Blackbeard, I suddenly start thinking that might be winnable.
next
but up
game is
against
supposed
a
to
Shield
start
and a
at
4 versus 1. Ugh.
What?
Good luck. It's certainly going to be a fight. And as you say,
Four-
they've won that round. They've
We
got
are
a
4
3-round lead now,
hours
Tim.
earlier.
Feels like Weibo, as we said back at the start of the series, are going to
Because
be
when
Apac's
this game is
last
done,
hope, the torchbearers.
then G2
carrying
versus
the team
Secret is
forward, carrying
supposed to
the
be
region
playing.
forward into the rest of
Isn't
6
that
Invitational.
way
They won't have made main stage
early?
just yet. They need to go on tomorrow and beat, I
Damn.
believe it's the winner of G2 versus Secret, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
What happened to bringing the Alder, Des? I know what happened to bringing the Alder, and I know the reasons that, you know, Maestro's pick rate.
Okay.
He was overpowered at a point, and he kind of got brought back in line, and now he's still super powerful in the right circumstances, which is kind of what you want from Siege operators. So I think Maestro's actually in a really good spot. But I miss the Alder, because I just look at that situation, and it's just made me think, I feel like a lot of the time when defenders are in clutches now, they often have the SMGs. They're like in there with the SMGs, and you think you've got maybe 18 bullet mags or thereabouts, and you've got, you know, really wild recoil, and it makes it really difficult for them. And you were actually talking interestingly earlier, saying that Mirror's stats are really good for clutches at this tournament, and I think that's part of the thing, because Mirror's got a really good gun, the Vector, and so
the fire rate.
When that is in a clutch, you get kills. But I just look at that situation. I think he saw 3 of them in Fountain. Imagine the Alder there. It'd have just been like, you just chewed through the entire wall. You'd have got a few of them.
I was going to say, why have we come onto the Alder exactly? Because I don't see
Because
a
of
Maestro.
that, it would have just been a great opportunity, wouldn't it? You see 3 of them like that through a softball. You'd have just held mouse 1 and just gone through the lot of them.
Cheeky
but
drone.
As it is, he has to, you know,
Come
he's got
on.
to pick his target. He's got the SMG. It's,
Wait,
you know,
is
he's going to get
is
massive
that a
spray
little
on it.
bit
He's got
loud?
to control the recoil. He's got limited bullets to be able to take all those fights. There's going to need to be a reload at some point. And it just made me think that I think a lot of the
Turret is
defensive
going to
clutch
be
misses that we
opening
see,
up
they often
down
have,
below
like, the
to
SMGs
some
and things like that, 'cause it's
pressure.
maybe the secondary to the shotgun, or you know, what have you.
Well, are you saying bring on the Maestro and don't place down the Evil Eyes? Because they often get hacked away, and teams don't have enough utility later in the round to clear them out, and they're an absolute terror, Tim. That's
Ooh,
Turtis.
nice cheeky
Certainly
kill.
is. Manages to get the opener onto Mitte. 5 versus 4. And it's going to leave D plus Kia seriously on the back foot now. They are facing elimination, let's not forget.
That's
if they
not
lose
a
this
good
round, or
start
one
for
more, any other
Kia
on
there.
border will do the job, and they will be going home. And it will be Weibo moving on. Reeks picks up Levy, and it looks like it's very possibly heading in that direction.
It looks like it's only going one way to meet him unless we see something magic out of Bullet. We spoke about him earlier on. What a brilliant map that he had in the earlier series. We haven't seen him deliver at the same level in this one just yet. It could be Niers, one of the newbies who hasn't seen the big stage before, or Falls, who's got a bit of experience and knows what it takes to keep yourself fighting. But Weibo might just be a little bit too much for him to overcome. I say that as Turd is picked off by Falls. He steps on forwards, gets rid of the one, but needs to find
Turd was a good
to give
pick.
his team a fighting chance.
I like this aggression. They're not going to expect him to be approaching the breach like that. And sometimes you've just got to make a move, which Bullet does, managing to pick up Ape. 1 minute 10 left to go. Weibo don't need to rush this, but they do spot an opportunity to put the diffuser down. They're going to be successful. There's no way that they can get back at them here. It's all about the post plant. They try to go out of the window. Falls is taken
did even
down.
hear the plant
with
going
the
down.
2K.
That's
How many
so
times have we
annoying.
said it? He makes it a 3, and he makes it a win for Weibo. They continue in the lower bracket.
G2, of course.
A good result earlier today. Got them here, but this was a step 2.
I got every single game right except for one today. Hell yeah. So it's G2 won against M80. So right now Shopify is in trouble because SSG won. I did pick Shopify to win, but
for now.
that ain't gonna happen.
All the way down under.
By the looks of it, it's not gonna happen.
All the way, but
Is this control room, is it not?
yeah, I mean, all the way is kind of like based on where you're standing, right?
You are trying to save yourself.
They're playing down under, but not all the way under.
Look, they're not down under until they're down in Melbourne and Sydney.
Like
you know it. You know all about that. Been there.
All the way down in control. Playing on the floor above with the extended realm.
And classically, we have plenty of C4s. The late round plant denial. Deny from above.
Yeah, like I said, M8 has been playing bad since day 1, and they haven't gotten any better.
Rebellion
So
has
that's
much
why I
work to do to
did
clear
think
this
G2
map
would
and
win
not a lot of
against
progress as of yet.
M80 because they won
Everyone
against
outside the
FaZe, which
building.
shows that they are
I mean,
performing
that's the nature
better
of having
than
a Twitch, right? It takes a little bit
M80.
extra time.
Woo!
Verticality from the roof down towards the bomb site. Sees the water Janano, does a bit of damage.
You almost
but he
got
peels
him.
away. It's actually an angle all the way to the basement. It can be all the way downstairs. What's the angle here for Shopify Rebellion? Is it nomading off the IT room, holding the retake and trying to go for plant beneath? Because they're missing those kind of plant operators, right? There's no shield for quick entry. No way to shroud yourself going into the bomb site besides a smoke grenade. They're gonna look, they're gonna get the kill as well.
Nice.
Big opening for Surf, but good trade from J9. Thankfully,
yeah.
Canadian is there to reply from inside a garage. And Benja, as he tries to rotate back, is going to feel a world of pain.
Back
Out
away!
goes the Nitro cell.
Oh.
But Ambi manages to run away just in time, and Canadian to regroup with his team and bring Rebellion back into the advantage.
Faults rather either has a pre-played C4 or he popped it immediately on the post. Not entirely certain. Might have popped it in the chaos of the round. But either way, he's back to that primary floor. Shopify Rebellion, despite having numbers advantage, they've reset everything, giving enough time for Foes to fall back and help Newers by that storage bomb site. And be looking for a flank. This tells us that SR, they have very limited information if they're worried about the flank this late in the round.
Speaking of late, look at that timer. 20 seconds remain, and with Newers finishing off Troy, it doesn't leave Rebellion with a lot of options. Faults still has that shotgun, and he's just flanked back upstairs again. Rexon needs to find a safe haven to plant, but he's in the middle of two players, and Newers has
what the
swapped his
fuck
head
are they
off.
doing,
Andy the
literally?
Young Gun, with no diffuser to speak of, and no time to find these final two players, will desperately sit down. And SSG steal the
I
first
did
round on
put
laps.
G2 to win against
I think
Secret,
I know
but
what
I
happened there.
might
I'm pretty
regret
sure
that
they knew
because
the Pulse
like
was still
Secret
alive and
is
thought we cannot plant inside a stockroom because
Secret's
the
been
Pulse
playing
downstairs will
really
destroy us.
well.
So they have to plant
And
in
G2
control,
is
either
such
on the
a
desk, on
certain
the concrete
card.
floor, right by the
Like,
door, where
when
the
you have
nomad
played
died.
one
The
match
thing
before,
is,
you tend to be
Pulse
very
left the
tired.
basement a good
Secret
while
hasn't
ago.
played
It's lack
any
of
game today,
information
so
from
they're
the
more
Rebellion
fresh
that is costing them the ability to go from that right here.
to
They
play
walk in the
versus
store, they walk to the
G2.
left, and if anybody was to be downstairs, they can't deny the plant. But SSG one step ahead again. Oh, they think we're gonna play post downstairs. Therefore, we go upstairs and play the bomb side 2v2. It just feels like even the round goes well for Shopify Rebellion, it still goes sideways.
And how is it that whenever we end up in these 3v3s in the mid to late round, SSG are always finding someone disjointed from the rest of the team? Was it, what, 3v3 or 2v3 for SSG?
I think it was 3v2 and then Troy died to a 2v2.
Fell.
I think so, at least. Somebody died early.
Newers snaked his way back into it.
10 seconds left.
Now, the last time these teams played Labs, like I said, it was an 8-7. Shopify started on the
seconds to
attack.
go.
So, crazily enough, it feels like an immediate repeat of what we
Attackers must
have
locate
seen
and
just 2
defuse
months
the bomb.
ago. Shopify Rebellion managed 3 rounds of attack in their half. Both teams did the same before we went into overtime, and SSG won by winning both an attack and a defense. Tells you how split evenly these teams are on this map on both attack and defense.
Planting toxins.
Benja had a good bit of value here on both club, especially
I
on clubhouse
wanna
rather.
play,
On
I
the
wanna
active role,
play, I
fighting
wanna
for map
play.
control and
I saw something
when you think
new
of, like, prime Benja
on
maps,
this
there's
map
kind of two things
that we
about
could
that
actually
One
use
was,
as
cooking
well
the
upon
grenades
more
beneath,
stuff.
just like nuking people
I
up,
found
right?
way
Hitting
more
those.
stuff.
Yep.
I'm gonna make a
What we
video
built
of
on the
that.
death bombs, some of
Hopefully
that
I will not
upgrades,
forget
there were
that
different
again.
kind of terminologies for it.
Nade from below.
Nade from below. And then you had Benjamin just being completely loosened on the roam game, right? When he has that 4+1 vibe where 4 people working together and Benjamin do whatever he wants, just flow around. He's so good at playing just the round at hand, understanding where people can be, where they should be, where he should be to
cheeky.
counter it. Right there, a jump out. Draws a bit of attention, jumps back in, and will try to fall back, but then recognizes, hey, that breach has been opened up.
And Rebellion been very slow. A lot of things to deal with, and Legions afforded so much mobility because of J9O on the Iz army.
Back and forth.
It's a long way away from the side, but J9O is caught off guard by Spoit. Very quick one from him.
Swapping mags!
Hi,
Rebellion
Flap,
now
how you
further
doing?
the numbers advantage with Benja being caught on his retreat as well.
Left,
with
left.
the phone's ringing, Ambi's caught
Oh
in
my
a funny spot
God.
between 2 players, but Fultz able to push deep into him.
The side is right here, so the map control is running out here for Space Station.
It's cheeky.
Gonna be stuck in a hard place. They have a C4 to work with and a vertical angle here for Newers, but no one's challenging it. Nobody's peeking. Shepard Rebellion just cannot give another freebie. They was here last time, right? 3v2 into a 2v2. Now they're 4v3. They have to maintain the 4v3 and make it a 4v2.
That's a problem for Rebellion that has been present in a lot of these mid-rounds. Trading back kills. Form up their attack behind one player, behind Canadian on the blitz.
I'm gonna build a plant here, right? They can smoke fire Capital. Blitz can go deep but be the planter. Work the vert at the same time. The only response here is
They're way late in making vert. Like, what the hell?
Action is caught out. Peeks too aggressively into the Capital's fire.
Like, they,
Surf will finish him off.
not to be like that, I think Rebellion's going to lose.
But he finds the second.
Yeah, nicely. That one on gunfight.
Took a gamble going to kitchen, and Rebellion made them look
I
like
was about
fools
to
for
say
doing
that
so.
the Shopify
And a
would
great rotation
lose
there.
around
Every
if
single
they
player
don't
finding
make a
some value.
push.
Even if they didn't find the kills
Because
there at the end, Blitz Canadian
they were
just about
very
adopt the
late
kitchen,
in
had to
making
go
like
for
the
a backstab,
vertical
clear out the
play
kitchen
and
portion,
clearing
so the
out
half
top
wall.
floor. They were
So
way
really
late.
just covering every area of the bomb side, and great usage of the Capital Fire to shut off 90 peak. The timing there, the keeper.
Couldn't believe that.
Hold on a second.
Yeah. Benja was baited into peeking a little bit too aggressively into Rexon as well. Not a lot went right for SSG that round. And they exit with just one kill.
SSG were overpeaking. That's basically
Rebellion
why
got some
they
blood
lost
here
the
on
round.
that.
Like,
I wanna be a bit more
they didn't lose
optimistic
the
on
round
the second
based
map than
on
we were
the
on
strat.
Clubhouse.
They lost because of
Gonna have to be.
like
If you want a good
peeking
series,
everything.
a long series at that.
I genuinely would love
a third.
a long series. What is it that if we get to Cafe really convinces you for SSG?
SSG's playstyle, the history on it, and how good they are just playing the layers game, like playing layer by layer by layer, falling back, peeling back, and they just saw, you know, SR play on it. So I feel like they also have some recent VOD watching.
I know it's a very different story playing against much weaker opponents, but Shopify Rebellion 7-2 to NIP, 7-3 Black Dragon.
They were looking good on it.
It did look pretty comfortable on
But
it.
then look at Clubhouse and tell me if that same SR plays on Cafe, what happens then?
Yeah.
They get 2-7. They need to just figure things out right here in labs, win that map, go into Cafe with that newfound knowledge.
Oh,
They have to level up.
we won't be on Cafe for quite some time, even if we do get there. Rebellion have got to lock in here on Labs. A lot of castle picks from SSG all day long.
That's classic, right?
They're loving the castle. They're loving anything that can be a pocket strat that Rebellion might not have seen before.
And Canadian goes, revolt the barricade, get a good bit of information. This is how you clear things. Cast the barricade. Okay, we can't go that way. Hey, Rexon, get over here. Work that sledgehammer. The only issue is they're both gonna join first. That's where the C4s come into action. They got very small Excalibur breaches by the basement for a late round peak. That already kind of shows us what the attack's going to be, right?
Yeah.
You leave one guy outside the breach, you walk down the exo stairs, go for a default take. That's what this shows SSG. They want to be a destruction game, keep the roam alive.
Hi. There's two players here, in for a bit of a crossfire. Be careful.
Wow, are you
Their
kidding
teammate
me?
In the back of the head, Canadian needs to make sure not to jiggle straight into Rexon's bullets. He might be able to support. No, actually, he's not able to cover off Rexon.
But you got to see 4 off the board, so that's a good
Yeah,
thing.
you're right. It was a bit of a strange move for Ashen there. Thankfully for SSG, they do tie it back. Fultz is still roaming though in cafeteria.
The roam is very much alive in kitchen side, but Monty went to Aqua instead. In a perfect world, you send Rexon or Sport in the soft piece of Sledge and Bog upstairs kitchen, break the floor and force the roamers back, but instead, again, SSG playing those layers, peeling back,
No,
holding
the
map control,
hard
and
reacher's
now
got,
taking out
that's
Ambi as
not
well.
good.
SR is so widespread across the map, they can't quite help each other. Instead of pushing from one side, they're kind of in 4 different locations. And Serve finally in the building to help his team.
I don't understand what happened there for Ambi.
This is great, but it's a minute too late.
Yes. And it's fighting from a player down that really shouldn't have died. Like, did Ambi assume that Kitchen was clear? Was he face checking it? Was he not aligned with the rest of the team that we were focusing up on Garage?
All I know is Canadian and Sport have to work some magic. Canadian with the information, Sport with self-destruction. Following downstairs, so no verticality being used right now. Perhaps Serve peeking for those angles.
Fultz is going for a flank upstairs, which means Rebellion need to have a light on the bomb site, but they spot 2 players. Spoit supporting Canadian from behind. The Kiva barrier is going to make it difficult. And Fultz, he will go down after he gets the injure. It's not safe, though, for Spoit to get revived because New is in a position to quickly threaten the trade. Surf now looks for what he can, but one kill is not going to be enough. He's going to need to find 2 more as he picks up that diffuser. 2 flashes to work with. Good fire. He's going to get shot from around the side. Benja has a deeper angle, and SSG have a deeper labs.
It feels like as
They should have won that Shopify. They should have
again,
won.
on paper, it's not a bad idea, but SSG are playing very advanced,
Yay,
high level, doing so
five
many things at
stream,
once
watch
in a
freak,
single
let's
round.
go,
You
Flap.
need to match them at that advanced level. Do the take where you're applying the pressure, the phantom pressure, the real pressure, and making it difficult for SSG to read what you're going to do before you do it. Because Shopify Rebellion, I mean, it's very obvious where the push is coming from, right? Where the Monty is, that's where the presence is. And they keep fighting back. There's no pressure anywhere else. Like I said, no verticality, no one pushing kitchen. Ambi dies alone. Rexon died alone. So right here, I mean, Rexon's 1 point of health. This kill here, this pick, excellent. Then they keep over-challenging, where one stray bullet will injure or kill Rexon. And then Monty's alone. And they got ROG to bottom Garrison. Do that whole thing that we saw earlier, just to end up walking 3 people in a single door, not using the verticality, not using Garage Hatch, not using the main breach they got as the very first step.
But as we've seen, the operator bans roll on through. Pengu, these guys have had a chance to speak with their coaches. Of course, Call Out and Super, some of the most well-respected coaches, not just in North America, but in the world. And Super has called, or the team has called, to ban out that warden. Now, I like
it's so
SSG's
fucking cold in
counter
here,
ban.
I'm not
That's
even
really
joking.
powerful. It enables
It's
the
so
clash
annoying
for one.
that
It
it's
enables
so
a lot
cold
of counter
here.
positions. But there are a lot of other power-ups on the attack that are now extra enabled, extra deadly because of that warden ban. Both of them are being.
By the way,
bought in
I
this
don't
first
know why
round.
the
The
stream for
King
tomorrow
and
is
the clash
very
together.
weird.
Blitz
So
is still in as
they're
well.
doing 2 split streams again tomorrow, even though there's only 4
So direct
games.
attacks right now, a rush could be very feasible. Roam clear is still going to be a little bit tricky.
I really don't understand
Because
that.
if you have operators like the Glass and Ying, who you want to have for late stage round executes, who's going to do the entering? The
Hey!
Forest, the Heartbreacher of Ibana, Rexon and Nomad? But then again, this is that tertiary bomb site where a rush and direct attack is very approachable. You get this upstairs wall, checklist, that's done. Okay, we drone the site, we drone the basement for those C4s, and then you could just Glass Ying and go absolutely crazy in the server. It's very high risk, it's very high reward. And I think Shopify Rebellion won't know what to do just yet, but they need more information first. There are 3 people by Kellogg window.
I'm sorry for yawning,
silhouette,
but I
you see to the
literally
right,
been in the
on the roof,
hospital
running
today
back
for
and
6
forth.
hours,
They
just
seem a
doing
bit unsure in the take here.
nothing.
Aggressive play from the Clash, trying to get some info outside the top
Just
blue,
getting a lot of
but he's forced
information
back
and it's
for a
been like
brief moment.
really
How's Canadian gone down so early?
Wait, did he just not realize there's a mirror window here and just run into
Oh
it?
my god, Canadian. That's a critical mistake. And now Benja is able to reinforce up the wall.
Why are you...
Window, oh, it's a vert. Okay, it's a window below. So he's below on the vertical angles and shot up the window.
Oh, that's an angle.
Okay, that's better than running into a mirror window though. That's much better.
That's a very good angle. All the way upstairs, the diffuser has also been caught.
But
no
you see the layers.
information,
Ben is
just
playing
about my
C4
health.
mirror and basement because that's the wing conditions. They can't rush the bomb site.
I've been
vertically, right?
with my
They're
mom
heavily
to
top floor with the flash, locking
meet
it down.
with all
They
the
get pick,
personnel
now
that
they
is
fall back into
holding
the
her
top floor
surgery.
control. They still have basement under their control.
So
even
she's
if
going to
someone
be there
goes
for like
to the bomb site, this
5
C4
days.
is a huge problem.
And after that, she's going to need
Such a hard bomb site to plant on because of that.
my
The vertical
God.
above and below. And Newers
So
has
she's
found
going to
such a
need,
gnarly angle as well between
like,
both of those 2 bomb sites.
injection
all the way
every
from
day
lounge.
for a month.
That cuts down Spoit.
To
Rebellion
prevent her
really
to get
don't have a lot of
blood
choices
clot.
here. They don't have a lot of options.
Dude, Newers is a UMP merchant. I never thought I would say it, but it's like that gun is good now.
The UMP is absolutely deadly. What an angle.
Oh.
How does Newers survive that though? Surf's got his DMR and he still can't
Do
deal
you mean
enough
the
damage.
doctors are there now? Yeah, they are.
Smoke, jump in, and pray. That's the strategy right now. Big is right below.
Pure desperation. Benja watching on the vert.
Yeah. Oh,
He's got an angle through the smoke as well. That's
Oh,
an easy
God.
double for the Dane. As Surf is left with it all to do in a 1v5.
Why?
Oh, no.
We expected so much more out of Rebellion in this game. We thought it would be a challenge.
Here comes the clash.
But no, Surf is now left in just about the worst position you could possibly ask for. SSG are playing with their food. But it's only a matter of time before Rebellion get eliminated from this tournament unless they step it up. Surf, nice little C4, but Faults will peek on the back of it. A flawless round. The best we've seen so far from SSG.
It's pretty cheeky, right? Either you shoot the C4 and die to clash or vice versa. And this will also mean it is time for a tactical timeout, if I'm not wrong.
But yeah, so...
Yep.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll
if
see
they go
how
back
the
to
server
content, the
goes.
comps
Her
league,
health
obviously,
is
they're
still
playing it
really
more
bad, so I
horizontally,
don't
people
know
90, so we
how
can just make vert, and then rotate the lobby. I think
going.
we played that fine. For the basement guys, remember, if we take
Yeah,
storage,
something
or
like
we even
that.
take the
She's getting her
tellers area, we can make vert and just start working the
intestines
site. 'Cause if they're
cut
running
out,
around and
so
they're reinforced
like the
off, we
thicker
just need
side.
to hold for the
So
flanks.
she's going to they're going to
Like,
take
we can't
away
stop the
this
plant if
portion,
we take
this
archive or
much
teller,
of a
or we
portion
have,
of her
like storage,
intestines,
like we can just start looking at the
and
wall
then
and plant
sew it back,
and getting the bomb down. We don't
the
need to be
healthy
fighting
pieces,
them all the way through.
and like take out the
Okay.
bad one.
Obviously, keep looking for gaps because they're gonna run around and fight us. But
So
just
they're
think
going to
about
do
like
that.
play our game. Don't try to get too crazy. Play our game, guys.
He seems so defeated.
He does, and also a lot of things discussed there is about what happens when they get to the late stage of a round, right? If we control archives and tellers and do the vert, they can't do anything. That's great to know, but you're not getting map control out losing 2 players. You don't have the manpower to do the vert, hold the flanks, and go for a plant. So you're limited. It does feel a lot here from the side of Shopify Bell, and they feel mentally locked out of this one.
Yeah.
Or as Laxton said, it's all the mental game, right?
It is
SSG never clocked out.
The mental game, SSG, the way that they play, the way they conduct themselves, they are bullish. They are
I'm
just so
yawning.
executed, they're so present.
I'm not
They have
technically
such an
tired, it's my
overbearing
body that's tired,
presence.
so
And
my
one of
illness
the
is like
reasons why
kicking
they
in.
seem
So
to
if you
always
wonder
have
why
the
I'm
number of,
yawning and
hey,
everything, that's my
Wildcard just
illness.
proved that a little bit
It's not
yesterday,
me
sending
technically
SSG to the
being
lower
tired.
bracket.
Yeah.
But here down when it comes
Sounds
to
weird, but
elimination, it's
still.
one of these two teams that look
But
to
yeah,
try
so
and
she's going to
carry
have
the
that.
candle.
Then we found out that
And Rebellion at the
her
moment just cannot
kidneys
touch
had an
SSG.
issue.
They cannot reach their level on labs.
So she's getting a
You know, when
X-ray
Numerous
on
first came to tier 1
Thursday.
level siege with OXG
That
back
will
in the
be a
day,
surgery
he
if
was known
that
as a
happens, and
finger
that will be
one-trick,
done
more or
at the
less.
same time.
And then became
Then
an
her
arena
like
player. I was gonna say, he's playing UMPs every goddamn round, and now C4 spawn peek and serve on the A's after a tag timeout. But that is emotional and mental damage.
He had to count the seconds. That was 23 seconds into the round.
Yeah, you hear the little footy steppies, you play the timing, you do that right enough, and you get it down to a perfect millisecond.
That almost landed on
But again, that was a
It
hard
couldn't have
breach
been
as
much
well. They
better.
have
That's
nothing
for
to
damn
open up
sure.
the wall
Rebellion
except
now
for
have 3 secondary
the
hard
small
breach gadgets
ones.
to try and deal with this round after losing
Ooh.
their ace, but honestly,
It's not even about the hard breach.
it's just about the mental game.
It's about the mental game, the fact that it's like, let's
Yeah.
play our game, let's do our executes. Great, you're playing
and she has
4v5 off the
something
rip.
on
SSG
her.
just said,
We
"Okay,
call it
mate, just
bikiness
stand
or something.
right there. Yep,
The ones
right
that
there. You wanna move
the
it closer? Yep,
work
okay,
spread
good.
adrenaline
then
and stuff
slap
like that.
them in
So
the
we have that.
They line them up and they take
There
it
was
down.
some
There's
something
also
going on
the
with that
viewers
as
to be a
well.
bit
So
more
we are going to
risk-taking
release some
with the
blood
post
tests
he
on
desires to, because
Wednesday,
that C1
Thursday.
pocket has already gained them a kill and gotten a good bit of value. The
So
worst thing to do here is
her
to have
health
things
is
in your
not
pocket,
looking
spend
good
them
at all
before making those risky moves. But when you
at
get that
this moment.
5v4,
So
that's when SSG can start playing a bit more passive actually, utilize the clash, use maybe one of those last 2 reinforcements, and just start keeping playing those crossfires and forcing Shopify Rebellion into that really awkward area by the bomb site. Could close this, but
Trying to smack that mirror, but the clash comes in, and Canadian's now going to get guard broken. He needs his teammates to come and support. It's up to Rexon to make sure that Canadian doesn't die to the clash here. And the player outside the breach.
Yeah.
That's Ambi. He needs to make sure that Faults cannot have too much mobility. Janino actually missed that. Spoit has now crossed. Brings out the Deagle. That's going to pack a real punch, even if it lands on one of the feet.
that's all on Faults here. If you play around the clash, it gives you the information of where they're attacking from.
Good flash. Ambi, though, action will fall. Ambi's found his double with the shotgun, but the Nitro Cell has silenced Canadian on the Monty, and this smoke bang battle continues. Rebellion have taken control of one of the objectives, though, and with that air jab going off, the flank is on for Benja.
Nice,
Walks in,
finally.
takes them both down. Shopify Rebellion finally
yeah,
comes
like
out
I'm
the second
surprised that
round.
C4
If it can't be the
throw
teamwork
is
and
so
execute, let it be a
normal.
hero
I'm
play
like
from a
surprised
player.
that
right there is
he
Ambi, the
died to
shotgun double
that.
to open things up, Sport locking down the flank, and a
I
kill
never
by the
go
bomb
that-
site.
I
Force walking
never go
into
that
an air
route.
jab. It saves
Because
the round.
you get the
for Shopify
C4 from
Rebellion.
that.
Still got some fight in them. Mentally, they needed this round. This is how it started. Sivo spawn peak 18 seconds in. All right, GG go next, right? No, they fight, they try, and Ambi, he was a difference maker.
I mean, credit to Ambi, the young gun, on his birthday, but let's not forget, Rexon was the one that placed the air jab that knocked Faults back and enabled them to kill that clash. That's also true. Spoit peeked onto the site, found a pick, and then turned around to make sure that they didn't get caught by Benja on the flank. It's been a very well team effort here from Rebellion. I feel a bit bad for Surf. He's played so well today.
Yes.
Really
Yeah,
impressed.
like my mom,
against
to be
that
honest,
Heat, I know it wasn't like
she hasn't had a
MVP
very
but
nice
I think
upbringing
from all the
because
heroics
of
that he
her
was pulling
father
off,
and
he was
mother
MVP. That's
kicked
the
her
thing. A
out
lot
when
of
she was
impact players.
16
One more round here
because
for
she got
Rebellion,
pregnant
and they tie
young.
up the half.
So
Which
she
is
lived
exactly
with a
the same
guy
scoreline that
who
we
she
saw
got
last
pregnant
time they met on Labs, and that
with,
ended up in
and it was an
OT.
accidental pregnancy. So
while
like
it
she
feels
was
like
using
SSG's
like
had control
protection and
throughout
everything.
this
It's
entire
just it
series,
didn't
there
work.
is a way back into it for Rebellion.
So she got kicked out, lived with the guy, and the guy got to be an
I really do
alcoholic
still
and
believe that the
abuser.
first minute 30 seconds
She
is
left,
gonna decide so much in this final
got
attacking
to
round
move
for
back
SR.
home after a couple
Again,
of
with
years.
its map
Then she
control,
lived
that's the intra kill, that's
by
getting enough
herself.
of your
Then she
checkboxes
met
ticked
my
off and say, okay, yeah,
then she
we
met
got that
my
check,
dad.
we got that check.
We came and
SSG,
everything,
they
and then
keep
he
playing
left.
this disrupting and they're roaming.
Or both left
They're
in
not giving
general.
them any easy ways in, but look at this bomb set pressure. Ace opened the walls because
And
Kite
then
banded
she
it to remove
married
from action way earlier in the map in the upper
a
the
new
bandit
guy she
control.
met,
When
which
you
is
got
my
the Monty,
stepdad,
you
the
can
current
constantly
stepdad,
pressure the
who
possibility
is
of a side
also
rush.
alcoholic,
This means
who
the roamers
abused
can't
her.
be too far off.
Thatcher as well with
But
Soul
she
in the
sticked
field.
around.
Be tempted.
So,
don't refract that.
and now
Faults.
she
Be
has
careful. This is your smoke, by the way.
All or
If
nothing.
Ambi wins this
Double
fight,
down.
this is surely the round. If Ambi beats Faults here, spots him for a brief moment, but on the weapon swap, and then Faults has to swap himself. Ambi takes him down with the AK.
So,
News needs to lash out and
yeah,
finish him
now
off the
she
bucket.
has
Spoil- I believe that was on for a flank.
cancer.
He's
She
in
has
round
some
hallway.
change into
He's looking to try and
kidney.
push
She has
against
GHR
Rebellion.
by
And Jane, I know, is
kidney.
tempted to do the
She
same.
has
Rebellion
cold.
just have to
She
freeze
had
up
a stroke.
and prevent this
She has
retake. But Newers has
a
taken
heart
matters
attack.
into his own hands. 2 kills on for
So,
the rerun
yeah.
here for SSG.
You have a Monty, you have a Deimos tracker. You
It's
don't
been
just
rough.
walk in and take those 50-50 gunfights. You got a huge advantage off the back of
And he gets
Ambi's.
back to sight.
Exactly. So not only do they let the Roma get back, that's one thing, but they lose 2 players in the process, lost maybe their plant potential. And once again, they're back outside the building, all by the main breach. Is this going to be 3 people walking in breach, hoping for the best? Because they can retake the vert. They can stop the plant. They might even have Goyo Fire left available. Yep, they retook the vert.
Benja's up above. Are they going to
Are
watch
you
for
kidding
it? Will they be able
me?
to plant in the smokes? Canadian starts
They are
planting.
praying for this to work.
There's no nitro cell, but he might be able to get the angle. He doesn't quite see him. The plant's going to be confirmed. But
What?
not before the rest of Canadian's team will
to get
fall.
out.
It's a 1v2. How does he take this? He
Yeah,
needs
she
to
is
fight
strong.
Lewis right now before Benja gets back. He will not win if it's a 1v2.
He can extend.
But into the
Come on,
1v1.
Troy. Do me
The
proud.
young Dane must try and take down the shield of Canadian. How does he win this as Benja commits to the guard break? Back
Keep
after
walking.
back. Low HP for Canadian. Benja barely needs to land any shots. Just one blast from the shotgun and he will clutch up. And
Like,
he keeps
even if
committing.
they
But
got
Canadian
shield-
is gonna get held on for just long enough. And there is no time for Benja to clutch up the round. Troy Canadian and his Tactics Invitational is toying with SSG.
Damn. Holy
A
shit.
1v2 for the ages. Troy on Monty in a post plant, arguably the worst
I
operator
don't
in
like
the
the
worst spot.
so-called
You know
shield
exactly
guard. You
where he
hit the
was
Monty
entire
twice and the
time.
shield is going to be
He
opening up
isolated
more.
the 1v1,
That's totally
sought out
bullshit
the
when it
first
comes to
gunfight and played
Monty.
that
That's totally
extended
bullshit.
gameplay
It
to
doesn't
perfection.
work.
Not caught by the
In my
Gurmans,
opinion.
not caught by the Goyo Fire.
It's
He
not
held
opening
on strong
wide
and
enough
gets
for you
the
to
round
do
victory
anything
himself.
where you kind of forced to be moving.
And that quells some of our doubts around whether Rebellion can hang here with SSG. 3-3 is the score at the end of the half, and it leaves the door ajar. Just barely ajar.
Yeah,
The Shopify Rebellion to push us the distance to map 3.
they're on the outside looking in.
But a moment like that,
But yeah, so
right after they
that's
had
why
a
I'm taking care of her a
heartbreaking
lot
round
on
where
the
Surf
primary
was
care.
spawn killed by a C4.
Not by law, but
and they
in general.
struggled to find much footing after the flanks.
I have like all
After
the
the way that
papers and
Newers
everything, yeah,
retook
medical
for a
papers and
2K,
stuff like that. So
Rebellion needed a hero moment, and who better to do it than their leader, Canadian?
It's gonna inspire some motivation. That's for them. Certain. Now, 3-3 even half.
Let's see what the
No, some people are gonna sit there and
other...
go, "Oh my God, how could you lose that if your Benja Master just made it?" It's really hard.
It's really hard.
Unless the Monty generally makes a huge error in the 1v1 extended play, you should never lose that as the Monty post plant.
It's a little bit easier to fight the Monty than it used to be because of the guard break.
But you see how Troy played it. So whenever you get meleeed from the Monty POV, your shield will go out on your left-hand arm away from your body. So what you do, you counter strafe right when you get meleeed. That way you're minimizing the area that you're exposed in. And that's all he did. And then obviously you're trying to get as much distance between you and the diffuser, so that if you do go down, you have to sprint more seconds towards the case for a defuse. That takes 7 seconds. He couldn't find the door here. He was kind of getting stuck in the wall. But look, it's so unplayable for Benja. He's spamming left click and nothing is happening.
He didn't have the ammo in the shotgun to waste his shots as well. Realistically, maybe he needed to switch to the primary and just try and hip fire.
Let's go.
And the fact that Troy was just toying with him. It's a sweet moment.
I love the Monty post plants, dude. They can be so disgusting. And it feels so unfair when you're against it, that you can't help but smile if you're the one playing the Monty.
It's also really nerve-wracking. For Canadian,
It is.
1v2,
Yeah.
like, he had to kill Newers. If he didn't, he's a dead man. It's so easy. Newers goes to his right, Benja goes to his left, and he's a dead
It's
man.
completely over in the 2v1. They have to isolate. But you saw how locked in he was. He was literally just not even leaning. He just ADS and just walked like a turret. He just bam, 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 bam. He had to get it.
And it's funny, Newers knew that that was the win condition as well, which is why he tucked in the corner, trying to bide his time for Benja.
So what now? Side swap, of course. Electro Bros remove from action again. Kaid Bandit will not see any play today, it feels like. And then Thermite Ace in response. And this does leave, as we keep saying, a lot of power operators on the attacking side. We see some of them right here. The Grim, the Capital, and the Deimos all coming out in round number 1. And this will mean the same thing as when we saw SSG defend. If you let the attackers 5v5 execute here, it's going to be so hard as a defender to do anything about it. So ideally for Rebellion here, an early pick or stalling a lot of time would be nice. Almost swings it down. I think they saw each other most likely.
Pretty sure Rexon spotted him. He's just waiting for someone to walk past his line of sight. Sees a foot for a second. I do feel like the operator bans here kind of cancel themselves out. It's like two hard breaches and 2 anti-hard breaches.
But I do feel like when you do this trade-off, I personally believe it benefits the attackers more.
I would
have
agree.
stronger operators to pick. But that's what they needed. Open and kill. That's the Grim. It's one of those big 3. The Vert here is going to get a bit awkward though later on.
I feel like we need Newers and Benja together down below to be
Track and then do hunting.
Yeah, we need the track and we need the buff.
The issue with opening the floor with block is that it works both ways. They can shoot back. When you're tracking with the Deimos, they're going to be running while they're just permanently marked, right?
Yeah.
So Benji is going to be more and more exposed the more time goes by. But now we actually see Newers down inside our lounge, trying to assist. I think they need a red ping first.
I don't know if he has many traps.
I think yes.
Many people
yes, them all.
All 5. All right.
So let's use them.
He can do whatever he wants, but no, he's not committing to it. Now Surf has fallen on the side. SSG finally bring things back. The Canadian is still watching. He's going to get targeted by the Deimos. Now, this is the priority for Newers. Canadian has to look for a safe place. This is very aggressive. What is he doing? The C4 ripped as well. Fultz feels the pressure.
Damn, holy shit.
From Rexon, and SSG just decides to abandon it. Rebellion are re-aggressing into the attackers.
Troy just rallied the troops. He's like, guys, it's time to push forward. They reach the ground, then they give it up. Back towards the bomb site. Newers, not enough time to stay back downstairs. Has to start getting up the staircase and help his teammates. Still fire, still smoke, still frag grenades. Plenty of util for SSG.
Everybody's lit, but Newers, as he clears the dread mine from
one nade could end him.
This one, I think it's good. Canadian, 1 HP on Nadian as a guard break comes through, but action is on the floor. Canadian just has to tuck in the corner and force SSG to hunt him. Allows Spoit to find the kills, but it comes down to the 1v1. Fultz looks for Spoit. Confirms it.
Damn.
Ice cold, and another clutch today for Spoit.
That's gotta be the 1v1 Tony's paying off right there. When you have to play an out of nowhere 1v1 with everything to be lost or gained, it's a drop shot, it's a hip fire, it's a kill confirmed for Shopify Rebellion, a round victory with that.
That's crazy.
Spoit wasn't even like he wasn't even conceived yet when drop shotting was the meta. When you could ADS and drop shot at the same
That's
time.
before his time.
And yet he's still committing to it. I've seen him drop shot a few times.
It's happened
now.
a couple times now. But I mean, honestly, I think the sole reason why he won that might be because of the drop shot. If you look at Force where he's aiming at, you know, he's aiming like chest, head level. And when you hit the deck like this, you'll see, look, the aim is off.
Yeah.
He jukes the bullet. It's a big moment.
A desk slam from Fultz. GG go next. Rebellion have finally, for the first time on this map, taken the lead.
So, I'm not sure. I wish we had player comms, right? I would love to know what Troy was saying. He got Deimos tracked and he was gonna die. So he vaults the rotate into enemy territory, and within a split second, 2 people are fighting Electric Door against the Capital because that Capital turns around, Troy gets shot in the back.
As a crank call out.
I'm like, guys, we're about to crank it.
It's time to zerg them, guys.
And they all jumped out the building. Like, it was ridiculous. It was like the one play that might win the round, but it's not a play I've ever seen before.
Yeah, wow. Well, Rebellion are finally looking lively. They've got the guts to go for a play like that. And with it, they take the lead. I want to see more of that. I want to see synchronized aggression.
Yeah.
The rounds where Rebellion tend to struggle is when players are dying in isolated positions.
Yeah, the 1v1s.
I will say, I feel like Rebellion, of any team we've watched, they lose more 5v3s than I've ever seen. But they always end up in 3v3s after they get a numbers advantage. How does it happen?
That's been their story today. It's happened one too many times. But can they keep it up? Can they keep building that early lead and just get a little bit better at maintaining it? That's the question. Here comes Ashen, big on the blitz.
He's right in for it. Beautiful shot for the first one. He's going to double
No.
down. Oh, the blitz and the Blackbeard together are a devilish combo, but SSG, they're happy to make a deal with the devil if it gets them the win.
Yeah, of course. If they want to win an
Action's
8, they
low.
need to go to
They have control up
shields,
above.
of course.
Yeah, what do you do now? You have no shield counterplay. I mean, sure, Guma and Thorn Trap, but they're in pre-placed positions that can be dealt with. Don't
look
have
at
that
this.
magic C4
There's
on
a
the
rat
ground.
on the
He's
floor.
waiting. It's Newers. Oh, he wants it.
Slippery little snake looks to try and bite Surf on the ankles, but Surf will fall back. Bomb site is taken though by SSG.
Nah.
And now Surf is left all alone. 2 shields to battle. And Newers is hungry for it. Bit of damage, but he's covered from
That's
J9
so
up
stupid.
above. And a flawless reply as SSG tie the score.
From losing a 1v1 to flawlessly taking a round W right after. I mean, again, what a comeback. Even scoreline, like you said, 4-4. It might keep bouncing.
And
it just might.
And part of that was Ashen on the blitz. Few do it on the blitz quite like Ashen.
He's just in. I mean, look at this, right? One tap, boop, you're dead. Over, blind, you're dead. Literally nothing they can do. And the only reason why that happened, Shopify Rebellion gave them 1 room for free. Aqua Door. They jump in, they take the hole, they take the whole goddamn round.
Even an Azami can't hold rafters when you're getting picked by a Blackbeard and a blitz is destroying your teammates set up behind you. Rebellion look for a safer bomb site to hold. Remember, command center servers is still locked. That's on the top floor. They can't go to control unless they want to, well, face whatever the hell just happened right in that round just passed. They'll go down to the basement.
10 seconds to insertion.
This bomb site is so much about the roam game, especially with the Bandit and Kayi.
Yeah.
Banned out by SSG. Breaching is going to be free, even though you don't have the Ace or the Thermite to do it with. You've got plenty of tin can openers on your power operators. This is the story we often tell. Pengu, whenever you get Ace and Thermite banned, you bring these insanely meta power operators that just have tin can openers.
Yeah.
Grim and Capital and Monty.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Thermite's great and all, but Capital can be a mini Thermite and have the fire and smoke. It's like, come on, dude. Value is incredible. Now, I'm a little bit worried for Shopify Rebellion this one. We don't have a lot to stop the bomb site from, you know, a plant, a rush, a push. And
Flash can get info, but how do they actually kill them?
Yeah, what do they do? I mean, the roam game looks pretty good here, but I'm looking, okay, they're in kitchen, they got venting control, got a bit of vert. It's almost like Shopify Rebellion has cut a line in the map. They say, we have, you know, one half, you'll take the other. The issue is the other part that they're giving them is the EXO default plant with a Monty open and Capital Grim.
But they
can walk in default here to start planting literally in 10 seconds now.
Surf is above them.
Yeah, that's no problem.
I think that Rebellion might have accounted for this. Surf is up above. He's watching. The plant is not in default. He's watching where is it happening. As he starts to hear the plant, it gets faked. The Monty's trying to find a safe haven, but he accidentally destroys one, and the clash is coming through. Now the plant will begin, but the smoke has subsided. Fault is completely exposed. You have to go again. There's the Vert. Void is here to try and help Surf. As SSG try and distract. Another default plant opportunity. But Surf doesn't know where it's going down.
They have no idea.
And the clash is nowhere near it either. Finally, the plan is confirmed. But only after that does Surf realize where it's happened. Ashen's fire has locked Canadian out of it. And the Monty will go down, but in the retake, SSG have the numbers advantage.
Such a hard round to problem solve. Almost impossible, right? Surf stuck in a hot spot. Canadian solo by the bomb site.
Oh. Yeah, this was stupid.
He needs to finish off Benja. He is just toying with them. SSG go from a flawless round to another one. They don't care about feeding him. Because they're hungry
that
for
was
the win,
so
and
stupid by Shopify. How did I miss that?
Out of SI.
So much was happening in a very short time span, right? Monty in, smoke, try and get the bomb planted. First, they feel like, okay, there's a Solus, gotta plant somewhere else. Then the Clash Shield comes in and stops the Monty from planting, and the smoke disappears. It's a complete chaos in the server, but the Capital use of the fire and the smoke bought them enough time to restabilize, and then Surf, unfortunately, didn't figure out where the plant was going down because that could have maybe saved it, right? Had he made one vertical hole, impacted the floor, and then shot the Monty, it's a whole different story. But look, he was looking the wrong way, wasn't sure what was going on. So much chaos. You're relying the whole round to be won or lost off the Solus information. It's one operator covering so much. It's so much pressure. One small misplay. That can happen.
And even if you have info on where the boost spot plant is, as Solus, it's actually very hard to kill that planter when he's got a shield on his back. We saw that when Rebellion were attacking with the Monty, and Canadian planted in that spot as well. SSG are on the verge. They can taste it. Rebellion, though, on the other hand, they have to push this deep. They have to go all the way on Lads and then take us to Cafe, where we don't even really favor them. And it's been a long day for Rebellion. You know, they had to have a 3-mapper against NIP this morning. It's now just past 6 p.m. local time in Paris. And Rebellion's first match was at 11 a.m. And they've been playing 7 hours ago.
I feel like that last round, the attack from SSG, it's one of those things that you wouldn't do that defensive setup unless Monty was banned. It kind of goes back to Clubhouse, right? The kill box in blue.
Very true.
I feel like that attack only works with a high chance of actually working out if you have the Monty. Shopify Rebellion didn't ban the Monty, yet they still ran that setup, giving up extra control for free.
They had a chance to ban the Monty just this round passed, but
it's true.
Instead, they decided to go for the Capital.
Not a bad choice, but there's the issue with the Ace and Thermite ban. You have like 5 different attackers that are all screaming, ban me, ban me, ban me, I'm a problem, I'm a big problem. And you gotta only choose one. That leaves 4 other really powerful attackers left alive. And the only solution that you really have here is probably spamming some Clash. That might just be the one saving grace, especially with the Capital ban, because SSG, they banned the Mirror in response.
But I haven't been that impressed with Canadians' Clash so far.
It's been alright. I'm not gonna complain about it. I feel like the round falls apart around Canadian, not at where he is playing. And that's exactly what Clash gives you. It gives you a safe area where you control the pacing. C4 for fallback. Expecting a person to hold it. They weren't. Too brown to stall things out. Remember, no kite available. Banned out by SSG. The wall will get open in 30 seconds from now.
It'll take a little while, though, and Rebellion can do their best. Make good on that time. Now JNNO has locked out and prevented a bit of re-aggression here. He's in a cheeky spot, though. He's waiting, using this bulletproof camp for info. And Ashen, he's going to get to work on the glass now.
They're not going to know this until the glass starts shooting, but this freeze should stop the gadget from working. Yeah, he started flickering away. You see that? Not a good look.
Ambi eventually does find his pick outside
yeah, kind of was spoiled on the main stage as well, but like he's not bling.
Now Ashen can fall back if he wants to.
Like
it's a glass on the other side, and I think Rexon knows about it. He's trying not to expose himself, and the gas is going to make this so awkward. The Clash stands, and Ashen is completely ineffective for the rest of this round. I mean, there's no more smokes.
Yeah. And we've not seen Benji being utilized, right? The 3 Deimos trackers could go below. Isn't in Garrett's window, finds one, and default cam. Out he goes. Can't be exposed in a 1v4 on that Raptors position. Has to find a different avenue. SSG, what they're missing is a way inside the building that's safe.
It shouldn't be winnable for SSG. And yet we've seen them pull things out of nowhere before.
The clash surely just stops this push, right?
Ashen's given a lot of space. He can make his way into YT. He can
Oh
take the
my
1v1
God.
versus Andy. No response from Rebellion. Finally, Surf finds one and doubles down on the backstab. A 3K for the smoke player, leaving Fultz up against his former
Thank God,
teammate.
Shopify. Just
And
win this
2
fucking
other
thing. Come
very
on.
solid anchors. Rexon holding firm with the DMR as Surf has gassed up. Fultz's only path forward. Canadian shuts Fultz out of it and reties the scoreline for Shopify Rebellion.
And it keeps bouncing, you know? 4-3, 4-4, 4-5. Back and forth in terms of round
all
score.
tied
Back
up.
to
But
even Steven 5
here's the thing.
to 5.
SSG has already won one map, so it's going to be a third map.
This is
They're
the
going
time
to be playing
for
on,
Shopify
and
Rebellion.
that
They gotta
is
go back to
Cafe,
back
and
rounds. There was
SSG
every round to do it.
unfortunately are better
This is the
at
one.
Cafe than Shopify. And
Even
Shopify
when
played this
Rebellion have
yesterday, so there's
numbers
going to be a
advantage,
lot of
I don't know how
information
SSG
for
keep finding
SSG
these
to
picks. Rebellion
define.
really struggle with those refrags.
I think SSG could do more. It's actually one of the rare times where I feel like SSG did not utilize their operators to its fullest potential. That Deimos downstairs with the verticality, it is just ridiculously strong. And when you go back in time to the first time they attacked that upstairs bomb site, they had the box below breaking the floor apart and Deimos only tracking a singular time.
Yeah.
I feel like the Deimos being left open has just not been utilized enough by SSG, at least that one bomb site attack. But now it's locked. So, time to find a different win condition for Troy and the boys.
We've seen a lot of Siege from Rebellion today, and now I feel like we've really gotten used to SSG's playstyle. And one thing I'm noticing is a difference between them is in a moment where SSG look desperate, they just miraculously find openings and find kills. When Rebellion look desperate, they have no idea what to do.
The double jump in stock window, dive to bench and basement, like that kind of desperate? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
no, I'm with you. I'm with you.
But in that round, I mean, yes, SSG were behind. Ben just still jumps in rafters and finds a pick.
Yeah. Glass looks in Garrett's door, finds
a
another.
pick as well.
Exactly.
SSG always make it close, even when they're losing. And that's what makes this team so terrifying.
Now we got Nearest on the Blackbeard instead. Gonna work the floor and go down, perhaps. Step on, of course, get IT breach every single round with no exception. You see Ashen getting connector across the map with a shotgun as well. So yeah, they're gonna fight for top 4 map control. No more direct attacks, trying to go for a cheeky plant. No, let's fight outside and inside the map. The Thorn Trap went out. Nearest almost did to the C4. This Blackbeard is gonna be having a hard time making that entry play now.
Especially against Canadian.
One shot, dude, he's injured.
I think he might even get
Yeah,
re-aggressive onto him. Puff destroys him. That shot is
Troy.
automatic. You get so many pellets out in such a short space of time. Canadian on his signature pulse. He loves this shotgun. He wants to go for it, but he's worried. There's 2 players on the other side of it. Spoit is supporting him. When do they fall back?
Oh, well,
now.
Sport gets into the Shadow Realm cave right after. He drops down the hatch, though. Rexon gets a kill. But do you go for this? If you're reviving and you both die, you're playing 2v3. Yep, crawl out to the hallway, make the safe play first. Wait the entire time. There it is. He's back on his feet.
Oh, the timing is perfect.
Oh, nobody goes back in?
Canadian hadn't had time to move out of the hallway, or he chose not to for whatever reason.
If you wait just one more second and crawl all the way out and don't go back in that room, you stay alive. But the important thing here is the person reviving him, Rexon, has full health and did not meet that same fate. Even numbers, but like you said, SSG, whenever they're behind, they tend to just find these frags out of seemingly nowhere.
And they're going to need to, because you've got a player below in Ambi. You've got ability for
Sport is playing a little bit too
these
aggressive.
plant denial opportunities.
That's the last bit of
No nitro cell. I think they have info. Surf's going to try and hold on as long as he can. He does move into garage.
They have a spare Razor Bloom on Thorn. This could be plant denial, or you just tossed it on out. Okay, maybe not.
Put it?
Maybe just for a jump in somewhere else, maybe above the window.
In he goes!
Oh.
Fall! Falls now in default
Such a
plant
good
position. There's no
kill.
one down below to look for the plant denial opportunity, and falls. He swings it! He sacrifices his life, but it's worth it because Rexon brings it down to the 1v1! Ashen can't best him!
Oh my God! The sacrifice is real!
Map points!
One by one, they buy enough time. Ambi sprinted in the building by the bomb site knowing I am going to die. But before that, I'm going to take down the planter and give enough team for the other people.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying this entire game, fellas. Ben just said it, Boz saying it, like, we're spazzing out, we're trying to do crazy shit right now. Just push the fucking drones, call a simple attack, keep it simple. We're acting like we can't beat these guys just playing normally. We see an opportunity to go fast, then go fast. If we need to go slower, then go slower. We need to fucking milk, then milk. Push the drones, keep it simple, and just play the goddamn game. That goes to the rest of this one, fellas. It's that simple. Don't worry about fucking crazy shit.
Alright, where's it gonna be? Can't be back, command. Gonna be basement. Or kitchen. Or kitchen, yeah.
We just fucking, I think we just clear them out, like, shield on front, bring Deimos, and then we'll go Gen half or Exo half.
I'm gonna set topic the breach
If they're
pressure.
4-man roaming, we gotta, like, isolate one guy quick before they overflow.
Yeah. Like, I'll bring the shield
apply
water.
pressure too early, Jay, it'll keep him in place.
Yeah, well.
They're expecting a kitchen when basement is open?
Desperate times. You know what they say? And they have Clash, and Clash is one of those operators that really enables that kitchen bomb site. It's definitely possible. How things started off, Canadian pushing through, getting revived, instantly dying. So Surf tossed the Razor Bloom to this window right here. It gets shot in the verticality. And the Ambi, sacrifice play.
Worth it.
Yeah, 100% worth it. And then Rexen catches the vault in animation shortly after, which buys him the 1v1 position with low time.
Potentially the most critical round of the game so far. You can see Callout immediately called the tactical and put that mic down on the back of it.
Might have
You're
said
so
that.
ready, despite being in the lead for a good while in that 3v2 rather. I think there's an issue where SR, they lost about some seconds in the attack timeout, so they're gonna get their own, I think.
Yeah, so
Super's mic wasn't working.
Yeah, so they didn't get to talk during SSG's timeout, so they get to talk now. We won't listen in. It's not their tactical timeout, so it makes sense, but we can just play the guessing game.
All right, guys, good stuff. Rexen, you keep clutching. Troy, you keep pushing. Everybody get down and dirty.
I gotta say, did you notice Ambi was on his feet after that round win?
Ah, yeah, he was up there.
After his sacrifice
I mean,
play.
he's the one that opened the door for the possibility of that clutch. I saw him on the top-down perspective. He was sprinting, like, I gotta get this done. Now, shift your mind back to when Canadian got revived in the pulse. If he doesn't die, he goes straight to basement. Planting is no longer an option.
That was the thing that they were missing. The one ingredient that SR were missing at the end of that round was vertical plantanile from below. Now they're talking about, well, what site do we go next? That's my question, because SSG predicted it would be kitchen, and I thought, well, basement is open.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen this before where you call attack timeout and you do this thing that you don't normally tend to do.
Oh, sorry.
And if there was a time to surprise your opponent, it could just be when you're up on match point.
God damn it.
Ironically, it's not going to surprise them because, spoiler alert, Rebellion have picked kitchen for this bomb site, which surprises me, but apparently it doesn't surprise SSG.
They had to read.
And that's the thing, these teams have played each other 8 times in the last 12 months.
I also say, if you are up against a team that plays a ton of Clash, they like it, they're good at it. Kitchen is a bomb site that I personally would not play very often unless Clash is up and available. Because now you can play the hallway, you can fall back from top floor. Again, I keep saying this word, it keeps giving you more win conditions. This is a bomb site that does not tend to favor the defenders very often because you don't have many ways to win it strategically. That's what Clash gives you. Shopify, Troy, they love the Clash, therefore this bomb site makes a lot of sense.
Come
He's ready
on.
for it. Let's see if they can pick it apart.
We gotta win it.
The Shopify Rebellion on the verge of sending us to map 3, but the last time they took a map off of SSG was 205 days ago, back in stage 1. SSG has had their number the last 6 times that these teams have met. Rebellion need to conjure up the courage to push us to a third map in order to stay alive at SI.
They pop the first wall. They apply that first bit of pressure. It's upstairs. It's gonna be an overclear most likely here for the roam game. It means they can play into the ram the floors, the verticality, clearing utility, peeling back those defensive layers one by one until they're by the bomb site wall and looking to get out of the diffuser. watching Fire Rebellion. They have a C4 and some Valve cams to work with. If Sport finds just any kill here,
Come on, Sport.
it's gonna be huge.
Show Valve
SSG,
some love.
they're paying respect to
Show
that. They
my
got
wifey
Dokkaebi,
some love. Come on,
shut
come on.
down the
You
cameras and go for
know,
full head
like,
lead on if
I
they get a
like you,
pick.
Sport.
Plus, they got the
You're
IQ
sweet as
because
well.
they do not
You know
want
how to show
die
some love to
any of
my
those
wifey,
C4s.
okay? Like, show me that you know.
That one C4.
Yeah,
Show
in this
me,
case, I mean, Rebellion
please.
didn't look to double down. It's based on the ops that they picked. They didn't have the mobility to switch to a C4. SSG, though, close
There
to
it
getting
is.
work on the third, but Benja will fall. Just
He
about one
showed
of the
us
best
some
operators you
love.
can take out so early.
Yeah.
No more Dokkaebi calls for the rest of this round.
Dokkaebi and or Ram before using the gadgets, the two most impactful kills you can get right now. That's that 1C4. It frees up Sport to also play more freely around the map. I have to worry about having to use it anymore. He's gotten his kill. SSG planting difficult, right?
Yeah,
no
he
shields,
showed us
no
some
smoke.
love.
Capital banned away. The execute is gonna be the most
It has to be
difficult.
another Swede to
And they only have 60
show
more
it,
seconds to
her
find
some
out how
love.
they're gonna get there. They're re-rotating back to the first floor. It might just be, guys, attack from every angle. Find the gap, find the pick, disrupt them. Planting comes later.
Fultz is in the building. I believe there was a Valkyrie
Yeah.
camera just in the corner next to him, spotted out by Newers. Doing his due diligence, making sure Rebellion won't have all the info. But they do have time on their side. Look at that, 30 seconds remain. And SSG is still starved for information.
They're left the vert. So that means now all the attackers on the first floor, they can freely run around the bomb site. And they got the clash, further stalling out SSG.
This is not a good look for SSG. After winning the first map so convincingly,
Oh
we never
no,
thought Rebellion
that's
would be able to push us
Ambi.
the distance. But Newers might be the saving grace. Rexon will trade as Fultz drops that diffuser. Newers will pick it back up, but Rexon has been a turret on the bomb site with that DMR. It's up to Zeno to cover, but Newers can do nothing. The Rebels run away with the map.
Wifey for the win!
Fight Rebellion look to push us the distance. Cafe is
Wifey
falling.
for the win!
The biggest test of all in the map veto before this game even started. Can they get it done on one of the most comfortable maps for SSG?
Yeah! I'm telling you guys, my wife, she knows everything. She knows how this game works. She knows how it works.
Players that got them to that.
But the thing is,
successful
W7M
trophy
versus
list that
Oxygen,
they
and I'm
really
playing
were
the
desperate to find
same
in
map.
Montreal. Now, of course, pushing in through that connector side of things, it was a great job breaking down some of those defenses that were being set up by Oxygen.
Oh
They had a
yeah.
bit of a late
Oh
push
yeah.
over towards Aqua Stairs as well, where we're currently focusing in on. You don't see that a whole lot. Usually, if a team is primarily pushing connector, the only other dimension they'll have to that push is somebody
Yeah,
walking in through
problem
IT,
is
and
now
that's
it's
a
going
great
to be
place
Cafe.
to try to get a backstab pinch over onto the server rack, but in the end, it was kind of that dual pressure push from Fluxo W7M that was pulling the attention of Oxygen in two different ways.
I mean, if you're a singular focused attack, then it's very easy to counter it, but having to spread out your forces can be mighty tough. Now, mind you, this is Fluxo W7M's map, so irrespective of the side, there will be more familiarity here. Oxygen are waiting for map number 2 to finally get underway, where they will have their own leg up. That'll be Border, a map that you and I actually haven't really had the privilege of casting all that much. While doing stats between these matches, the only map that you and I have yet to cast is Lair.
Yes. No, I mean, we've really been treated to most of the maps here at the 6th Invitational. I'm hoping we get a lair at some point through the rest of this event. That second map of Border, of course, the only map that Oxygen was able to beat Fluxo W7M on in the group stage. That was an 8-7 game, so even then, very much could have gone either way. Could have been a 3-0 on the series for Fluxo W7M if they'd gotten one more in their pocket. Gomez goes for a flank top floor, but he does get droned and then is forced to back off. He can't commit to that once his position does become known. Lobin lurking towards the bottom of Garage as his team starts to take up towards the top of Rafters. They want this top floor control, Parker, and I think they're going to have it without too many issues.
Set of logic bombs now go off. Still death marks in pocket for Lobin. Hard destruction happening as well. Dots completely using that breach utility. Still nades, flashes, smokes, all good things in pocket for Fluxo, as this will be a full clear and then transition to a site execute. Halfway point in the round, and really nothing has been gambled at this point in time. Every player Still alive. Well, I was wrong. Dodez gets blown up by Forest Nitro Cell. All 11 kills from Dodez now off the board.
Yeah, that's a really important pick to get, Parker. With Dodez gone, the firepower decreases drastically for Fluxo W7M. They're very aware of Gomez's position, but with those Kibas, why move from the top of CC stairs? Not where you'd usually see an Azami play, but he's made himself a home, and he has no intention of leaving here without a kill.
This does feel like the older Azami, right? When teams were starting to figure out this map, oh my goodness, you'd have him positioned up here. He's not long for the remainder of this round. Dots walks in, slaughters him. That's the very first kill for Dots.
That was a freebie, if anything. Jesus.
About as good a time as any. Not just the first kill for Dots, the first kill for Fluxo W7M this round. Final 40 seconds. Dots still holding that defuse kit. A Soulless lurks in the shadows. You need to be concerned with that.
Uh-oh. I mean, there's no way this works for Yaga. He's right on the other side of the door. Yag will be immediately killed if he tries to go for this flank, Parker, and he doesn't really have time for this.
He seems to have some idea, though, as to where his adversaries are. Now will distract them by opening up this connector wall. But while he's done this, all of his teammates have been put in the ground. He wins the duel against Lobin.
Hold on.
He might be able to stop this defuse plant as it's happening. He's got a line of sight. Can he reach it in time? Fulp shuts him down. A Herculean effort from the Yog Dog. But he's neutered by the Fluxo W7M
Oh my
forces.
god, really?
5-1 the first half.
Did he really have to say it like
they
that?
Are skating through their own map right now.
And you can understand why Yaga wanted to commit so heavily to that flank, Parker. Yes, it cost his entire team the bomb site, but if he's a little bit faster, if he can stop that plant from going down, he is in full control playing on the Soulless. Really nice attempt from the new captain of Yaga, but it's the new captain of Dots over on Fluxo W7M, who really was the star of the show. We didn't catch it on cam, but walked through the bomb site, got a triple kill, and he's finding those players inside the site. Kind of an interesting story coming into this game, actually, Parker, is that both teams swapped their IGLs coming into SI. These are the only two teams in the tournament who have brought a brand new IGL in an attempt to shrug off some of the issues that they've had over the last couple of months.
It was Volps, right?
Yes, Dots taking the IGL role away from Volps, and then Yaga taking the IGL role away from Forest.
As we ready ourselves for this second half, we do have a small update as to what's going on the A stream. They are way behind us right now as their second map just concluded, and of course, spoilers, so close your ears here. Shopify Rebellion on this very map, sending that series to map 3, SSG winning map number 1, SR winning map number 2. They will go the full distance. The loser of that series goes home. As with the M80 G2 matchup,
I got the exclusive skin, by the way, guys.
SR matchup. These are good teams.
I have 14 points, so I got the exclusive
skin. It is a shame to lose them now, but as we get deeper into this event, we will be saying goodbye to a lot of good teams. So if you're a fan of SR or SSG, pull up both and try to watch them. I actually think they're on a break right now, so there's not really that much to watch. Stick with us for the time being. They have one more game today, do they not? They do. They have Team Secret versus G2 to wrap up the day. That's another series where you don't want to say goodbye to either of those. G2's got some serious plot armor right now, Jesse. They seem to be on the ropes, and then they always bounce back.
So many regional rivals today. We got the All-American, the All-European, everything.
Yeah, but that's because you're
up against one another.
putting it like that.
Are meeting in the playoffs after mostly
for some reason, since a while back,
we have no regional
you don't want
the
same region to play against each other. That's the thing. That's why they're dividing it like that. Is so stupid.
Battle as well. We know all 4 of those teams will make main stage. We're waiting on 2 more, and we will have a clearer picture.
Otherwise,
of that
would be unfair if there's going to be 2 of the same nation playing in the finals.
Favorable side of this map with quite a lead.
Stupid.
Yeah, absolutely. Fluxo W7M on the strongest bomb site too. It's critical that Auction can find a way to break it. They've got Volps playing inside of Electrical. That seems to be the focus for them at the moment. They toss in a little bit of that information. It's a nomad. To be able to get that player forced back, but Volps just retakes the spot. I think they were hoping to use it as flank watch to jump in later. Now they burn him out with the Capitao.
I actually like the fact that he triggered that one so early. Now they'll either have to use another air jab from Adam, and they will do just that, but that means that Volps is now wasting that utility. Did they?
It got caught by a magnet.
I was going to say, now all the air jabs have been used, so only the Flames will be able to stop Volps. At this point in time, down goes Yaga to Dots. I think that was the main breach, wasn't it? Things are not going very well for this OXG assault.
No, without a shield, they're going to have a real tough time getting into the building, Parker. The Toxic Babes are filling electrical. They've got good information on IT, and with the Candelas of Forest, this is going to be their entry point.
Grixer now taking some damage as they look for an opening into this IT wall. Forest letting those Candelas go, but there's no immediate follow-up. Trying to draw one of these defenders out, but good patience so far from Fluxo W7M. Grixer gets on the board. That's all OXG can muster. They'll lose yet another. Forest taking matters into his own hands. Down goes Loban and back to equal footing as Oxygen so badly needs to pick up rounds in a hurry.
30 seconds. Grixer with the Diffuse Kit is on the roof, so they've got to group up and they've got to hit site fast.
There's a good idea of how quickly those Razor Blooms go off. You see Forest almost dying to it. The nerfed range obviously making a big difference. Gomez shreds Dots. Forest is dropped. Again, trading back and forth. Dodes and Volps, the last two remaining for Fluxo W7M. Gomez and Grixer linked up together. Time running out. Diffuse going down at the hands of Grixer. There goes Volps. Dodes will need to clinch this round. Does he have time to stop Grixer into the post plant? Grixer doesn't know he's rotating. Dodes does it again.
Damn.
What an impressive retake from W7M's player, now under that Fluxo name. Goodness gracious, nothing breaking in favor of the North Americans, and it's 6-1 for the Brazilians.
Ring around the rosy, and now I've got 14 kills. That's the game being played by Dodes.
I sing that nursery rhyme all the time.
Teach it to your children. I think Dodes will be. My God, it's just been a ridiculous game, Parker. After that round, he's currently posting a 196 EPS. Unheard of to get that close to 200. If he can maintain that level of play through one more round victory, this will be his best game that he has played since the start of the season in March of 2025. He has been a good player for Flux and W7M. It's not like this is some sleeper guy who's having a crazy pop-off game. He is known to be the best player on this team, and somehow he is still breaking his own records.
Having to go back a calendar year, Jesse, to find a better scoreline. And let me guess, it probably wasn't at the 6 Invitational.
It was against the great team known as 9Z.
I feel like we should look up the definition of the word great after this match here. I feel like you would find it does not mean what you think it means.
Stage 2 group stage matchup. They finished last.
They finished last. Okay.
Yeah, they finished last, I'm pretty sure.
So up against the last place team in Brazil versus a top 12 finisher at SI. Yeah, those are similar stakes.
Yeah. Dodes powering up exactly when he's needed, and I don't even know if there's anything you can do as OXG at this point when Dodes is playing like he is single-handedly.
So on this match, I actually put that W7M would win against Oxygen.
To many of the others.
Surprisingly enough, Oxygen is opting to play in Fortress in the next map, which W7M were playing really badly at. They played really bad on Fortress, W7M.
And this is when the
I'm
finger
hoping
pointing
that
at
they
is going to return. I hate
know
to say it, but
better
this is
now,
where
but
people
like
will turn
seriously,
around and say, see,
they were
against
not
tough
good.
competition, he shrivels. He's 1-7 right now. You
Like,
referenced EPS
base
earlier.
just
He is
ran
at the
them
bottom
over
with
on, like,
41 at
on,
this point in
Fortress.
time. And now playing on a more traditional hard breach role, so maybe he won't be the main point of the spear. Forrest is, and boy, that spear is mighty sharp. Nice patience from Dots. Nitro Cell goes out looking for a second kill. Will not find it. Oxygen still outnumbered. Grixer outdueling Dodes, and Palu dies at his hand as well. Suddenly we are on even footing with over half
Why
of the round
would you
to go.
move for
Volps
that
will need to
position?
clutch as he's lost Dots. Guzmán mine goes out. Volps has a good idea of where this player is. I don't like that shot with a Scorpion. Smoke going off. Drone for the follow-up. Volps plays that one so effectively. He's stuck. This is a tough spot to be in. His own team's barricade, his undoing. That is a frustrating place to be in. OXG needs this shot in the arm.
Take the risk. Take the fucking risk.
Did you pick up on what Adam said, by the way? I didn't hear that.
Take the risk. Always take the risk. That's the lesson being learned by OXG in the midst of this. They know that these are crazy plays they have to make. They're going for a rush in through Animus. They're aware that Fluxo could counter that, and frankly, Dots nearly shut that round down. If this smoke doesn't go out, he doesn't need to shoot this blitz. He can waste even more time, but the smoke comes through. He's forced to make that play, and then he's just a little bit antsy. He feels like he has to move because they know where his position is. Volps, for all that he did, he just couldn't quite find the shot up on the Animus hatch. It is an incredible game of keep away being played by Yaga on the Rara down inside of Animus. Just a really good round to come through in the dying seconds, in the chaos from OXG. It is not much, but it's a start.
Dodez's EPS has now fallen by just 20 from that singular round. Again, the high water mark of his career from 190-ish, you said, down to 175?
Yeah, 166 is his current best record.
So he's still above that, but those numbers are falling faster than the... What was it, Bitcoin that you were talking about with G2? And
Hold on, Al now might be listening. Hold on.
You were tracking Bitcoin's success in comparison to G2's chances. What is Bitcoin at right now, and how will it impact the G2 team secret matchup earlier today? That's the real question that we're going to ask.
It's shocking how accurate that track can be, but...
Dodez has been a real heat sink for these kills. Outside of him and Volps, everybody else underwater on Fluxo W7M. Everybody underwater on OXG, except for Gomez. Gomez 8 and 7 right now. So things far more grim. And honestly, you'd suspect that these numbers would be a lot worse. Adam is basically the heat sink for OXG, taking all of the deaths and none of the kills.
Well, last time it was the shot into the back of the blitz that nearly did it for Fluxo W7M. They are hoping to do that again with, of course, Lobin in the rat spot under the meeting desk. There is again a blitz coming through from Force on the top floor, but they don't seem to care about meeting, Parker. They've taken in through top, and they are now moving their way over towards Aqua, trying to get down to this mid-floor to convert onto an execute. Yaga holding at the top of that. What sort of flank drones have they set up, or maybe what even cameras have they set up with Grixer playing here on the zero? With all 5 players alive, there might not be anybody watching for the flank to come through, although Grixer certainly seems like he's looking for it.
Logic Bomb goes off, immediately dealt with. It'll knock Palu off of any of the yokais that he might be sitting on. 3 yokais available for Echo now after those mid-season changes went into effect. Palu had 1 in pocket up until recently. I was wondering if he would keep it maybe for the element of surprise.
Nice.
Oxygen actually was the far and away better team on opening duels in that first half. 5 of the 6 rounds were started with OXG getting kill number 1, and they converted only a single one of those rounds.
Damn,
now it's Fluxo W7M time. They are undefeated on First Bloods on this second half, and they are stretching their lead as Gomez and Forrest are gone. Mostly, the biggest issue, Jesse, no more shield for OXG. This is where things get real tough.
Yeah,
wait,
now
did
with
you not
2-man
hear it?
disadvantage. They want to clear out the basement. There are a lot of bodies. 3 players you can see on the outlines still playing inside the site, but Dodez up above. He will start to force this player down Cargo as he retakes the spot but loses the fight. Yaga, a nice shot, but his teammates continue to fall around him. It is Adam and Yog in a 2v4 to keep Oxygen alive on the first map, hoping desperately that they can get another plant down here on the bottom floor.
It's a good read by Yaga. Beautifully hard shot, but he makes it work. Adam has now found an opening with Yaga for coverage. With the way Yaga's shooting today, I would put my faith in him 10 times out of 10. Maybe not. I changed my mind. Oh my goodness. Palu and Volp shred the 2 final players of OXG.
What's happened there?
Like that. And a Nighthaven Labs that OXG will be soon to forget. Fluxo W7M not really showing that many signs of enthusiasm, but hey, a win's a win. Turn your sights towards border, and a 2-0 is very possible.
Damn, like seriously? Damn.
They've been so good at this far, at losing the early
Let's
man
continue on.
advantages.
That's right, it's been the curse of Rebellion.
Last map for SSG and Rebellion.
The SSG were very comfortable on Cafe against the Ninjas earlier today, 7-2. Look at Faults though, he's in a world of pain. The Thorn Trap goes off, he falls back, and it actually baits J90.
Oh, damn.
Baits Surf into a kill from J90. Rebellion have to be careful. Spoit.
Oh no!
But he threads the needle against the DMR, and Rebellion are back in control.
He was shooting the helmet the entire time, which isn't a part of the hitbox, but you're gonna feel cheated if you die to that. Rexon stands up, clean 1 tap. Now what's the situation gonna be here? Falls on the Monty, has to walk forward, smoke off the outside, and help his teammates into piano with him. That's the issue with the Monty. He can get in the hallway, but his teammates behind him, they're gonna get pre-fired and shot.
There's a gap in that smoke. Can they isolate? Bencher takes a lot of damage.
I'm like, Rexon, why are you still in there? Like, seriously?
SSG. Numbers even again. They march up the white hallway.
Why is it even in there? No. Don't even go for that, Ambi. Don't go for that.
Below. So Ambi's staying alive. He's just gonna give up the bomb side, play Ambi as the win condition. He has a spare impact and spot hiding on new balcony. This could be genius.
I think they know about him. A swing from Newers, good enough. Spoit's claimed one. Even if he can't deal damage to Fultz, he's been worse so much. Fultz is going to take the risk of gunfight in the 1v1. Spoit touch.
Whoa.
Andy from below teams up with Spoit. And the European helps Shopify Rebellion steal that round. Look at Rex and he sees them walking forwards.
The brain play. It is such a good read on the
That was
situation.
really
Ambi
good.
fight for his life on white stairs, helping his teammates. Instead, he goes back down. Troy drops the hatch. Mind you, no C4 on the mirror, and Sport sticks around for the rat play. Now they have two win conditions. The Soul is planted now below, and Sport hiding up above. And with the second the Sport figures out, guys, they know I'm here. The one impact that could save
Wow,
that
I'm looking
denial
like
is
shit.
on the floor to
Do I look
watch the
that
door
sick?
for Sport. So Invitational
I'm so
loses it
sorry.
Right here, he gets shot from beneath from Ambi. So they changed the win condition around entirely, going from let's deny the planter to let's save Sport. He's actually in a great spot when he found that first pick. Beautiful, instantaneous flip of the switch. Had they all stuck around top 4, I genuinely think they lose that defense.
What happened at the start of that round with the spawn pick as well? Spoit finding Ash, and according to my notes, that happened 3 seconds into the round at 2:57.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't realize till I finished my long monologue that he was there.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, it's 5v4, but I didn't see the kill feed.
It happened
instantly.
3 seconds in. I don't know exactly where that's.
It was a window, let me tell you, it was a window.
Yeah.
But pick one, right? It could be any of the windows.
That's cafe for you.
Yep.
Welcome to hell. Spawn in.
There are certain maps where if you choose a certain spawn, I know you're kind of trolling, right? If you spawn Christmas Market on this map, it's like spawn between all the piano windows, the mining window, the red window. You're just asking to get
White window jump out.
Exactly. Like there's so many
Bakery
angles.
door.
So really you want to spawn either ducks or back alley, and then you can get to the building at least and play the round.
Ashen thought he had an angle, but Spoit's just moved.
Those Stonehalls, man. One of the worst deaths to suffer in Rainbow Six Siege. Look at this. This is old school tech, right? We're playing IQ, but we're playing Thatcher. What are we looking for? What are we disabling? Let's see.
They can target.
Oh, it's a circle, James. He's disabling a circle.
He'll know once he clicks the button what it is.
He'll figure it out. Oh, it's an Uni Gate. What about this one? What's this?
Wondering. Okay, so that Aruni Gate is over in White Hallway for
Yeah.
washroom.
What about
This one. So
Kite
that's
Claw.
the Electroclaw. That's what we're targeting here. And on that mirror window, the second Kite Claw gets disabled as well. SSG, are they able to breach on the back of that? J90 has shot out his stuff. Oh, the Kite Claw is actually all the way down in reading. That's protecting the mirror window, or at least it was before it was deactivated.
It's beautiful. Like, one thing is that it gives you the information of what you're up against. It could be anything, right? But also now they break the mirror window, and that's a great adaptation. Last time, those mirror windows were not protected by anything. This time, they are by a Kite Claw, but they have the perfect counter response. And therefore, they take top floor very quickly, down the white hallway, full sweep. Now, they gotta get Newers into the action, get that hammer active, break the floor apart, get a bit of information. But then, another problem will arrive. There's 2 C4s beneath them. One on Canadian's Pulse. These C4s can be so lethal because there's so much soft floor destruction, and you can even play all the way down the very bottom floor and still C4 most of the side.
Oh,
it's
might be a
reinforcement.
gap here for Ashen. He gets very close. There's 3 players pinged out by the Lions Gap. 1 HP Ashen decides it's time to go for broke. He finds the first one, doesn't realize there are 2 other players inside of reading. With the breach behind him, the Surf is dead meat. J90 opens the hole and then shoots him through it. Down below, in the basement, Canadian lingers with his pulse scanner. Looks to try and take the fight in close range. Flashbang, but it'll actually save J90's life. He looks for a little bit more on the reload as well. SSG have taken control of the bomb site, and Fultz is starting to turn that plan. No C4s left available. Rexon under the pump, Canadian as well. And the plant denial comes through far too late. SSG 5v2 And this is an impossible task for Rebellion.
It's a tough one. Yes, they don't HP, but look at this grenade, the crossfire, flawless round victory for Space Station Gaming, shutting everything down. Quick top for control, a little bit of vert, and then very importantly, they get deep in the bomb site, they look down the hatch. So if Canadian wasn't busy fighting White Stairs, they're gonna shut him out from entering Freezer for a C4 plant denial. They had a good read, and this is the thing that I was worried about. We saw NIP not even on a standing. That Pulse has played, that Troy has played Pulse for like 10 years straight.
Yeah, NIP got destroyed by the
He was
Pulse
running
on this.
circles on him on the Pulse. When we see the first Pulse round in action, SSG, perfect counter.
Oh, yeah.
That was my fear. They're gonna have to flip the strat book a little bit for this one, I think, and play not the comfy strats, but the strats that are gonna work the best against SSG.
It's on Rebellion to adapt. Which is exactly what Super said in his pre-match interview with X-Troika. Before the game started at all, he knew the maps at that point, and he said, look, we know SSG inside out.
Yeah.
They know us inside out. I've said it so many times. It's the 8th time they've played in the last 12 months.
Yeah.
Right? It's all about who can adapt in the mid-game, and that's really where SSG's strengths lie.
Do you ban the Clash if you're SSG after this round? Because he's shown it once, and it's what you saw in that Heaven Labs, how good it could be. Do you feel like there's a better thing to get rid of? Because in my mind, I'm thinking the Clash is such a comfort pick, and the other one is going to be like the Pulse, but they showed us they can deal with the Pulse. Can they deal with the Clash? What's the thought here?
Good question. Another option is the Castle, which has been played a lot previous 2 rounds. Depends. We'll see how this one pans out for SSG. Oh, Spawn Pig. It's a freebie, surely. And he doesn't want to overcommit.
Never free.
Janino on the round would be a huge pick to find early in the round. He's the only vertical operator. Ashen's breaching charge is a secondary. Might help, but certainly not ideal, especially with a Nitro cell for Ambi. Ambi's actually going to be the player in VIP. Makes it very hard to use a shield against him when he's got that freeze ability, because you can't have those sprinting shields come up.
Also stops the Blitz gadget. I know there's not playing the Blitz, but it stops the Blitz gadget, stops the sprinting.
Does it stop Blackbeard from dashing?
No, it's not. Not as far as I know, at least. I'm not sure why it would. It's like Oryx dashing, right? It's like a...
Well, it's kind of like, if it stops him sprinting, it would make sense if it stopped him dashing.
But you can dash out sprinting. You can just stand still and press mid mouse button and you still do the animation, right? Because you slow
in terms of the game, yes, but in terms of realistically, if something stopped you from sprinting, dashing is just sprinting even more.
But the dash from Blackbeard is slower than sprinting. It's you actually slow down and take like a step forward. It's more like a step, like you know, I just visualize that more out here.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So I'm gonna go out here and say it works.
Okay.
No, it works. And
Sometimes the discussion the caster has is so hilarious.
You know better than me. I think few players would have tested that.
Yeah.
Janino, though, he's used all of his boogie drones from the round, torn up the floor above. Red Stairs, he's torn up a lot of it on side as well. It's the mining floor completely ripped apart. Now, the bomb side is just so vulnerable. Ambi knows found one, and Spoit helps out. Spoit is so good at holding on to Bakery. Is there going to be a trade, though, from Rexon? Indeed. SSG not in position to look to try and refrag back again.
Oh boy, they must not have seen the NIP game, because that's exactly what Spoit was doing with Rexon and Surf last time out. They hold the Bakery again successfully. It can be so challenging. Working great together. And now Canadian in the battle as well. Careful with the vaults there, my boy.
Expose your back, my friend.
Has all the information in the world. The other players can kind of sit back and watch, but Rexon overexposed himself to the verticality. It's all open. Let Troy do the work. Let him call his shots. You got C4 and Toxic Babe 25 seconds. A plant is impossible as long as you stay alive.
Yeah, dangerous game here, but Ambi is still on White Stairs. He could come back down Garage. At the moment, he's kind of selling his team. He's assuming that Janino is going to go down White. I don't know if he is going to retake the Vert. He could, potentially. He's gone all the way up above. You're right. He's retaking the Vert, and now Newers has to worry about him above. Surflow amidst the chaos gets active with the shotgun. For the first time in the series, Shopify Rebellion
let's
have
go
taken the
Shopify.
lead and look to try and extend it on Cafe.
The Bakery hold, it never seems to fail. And you saw the celebration between Rexon and Spoit saying, dude, look at us, we got that. Again and again and again. Arbiter bans. I was thinking crazy pick here, right? What if you ban the Hibana? Okay, just crazy thought here. And then you ban the Clash.
Windows. No, they're gonna ban Miro.
Yeah,
surely.
Clash is banned, then
Oh, they
no?
actually banned the Miro over the Clash. Okay.
Look, you're washed. I know what I'm talking about.
That was not the. It was about the Blackbeard. It was about the Arbiter bans. I was just saying crazy thought. if you don't think that, how does this work?
So if you ban Hibana, what's your thought process?
So if they think that they're gonna ban the Clash, for example, now you play around the mirror very heavily. You ban the Hibana because now you can Aruni trick Selma charges. You only have 3.
On your mirror window.
Yeah, you can do like
interesting ban.
impact denial, etc. Against Hibana, there's no saving the wall. The wall's gonna go just 2 arrows, boom, 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 right? You're out of impacts at some point. So I was just thinking, if you want a heavy play around the mirror, that could be the win con.
It was a good idea until SSG decided to ban the mirror.
Yeah, you would have looked very silly had you banned the Hibana now, but also the Hibana only works against the mirror windows. The Yin kind of works for the game period, so it is a very niche operator ban. But imagine I got that right. That would have been like a self-glaze.
It's a big look. I would have glazed
you. You miss every shot that you don't take.
I respect it. It would have been very niche, and it would have worked so well for Rebellion if SSG hadn't banned that mirror. But you're right. The Ying is much more of an all-rounder, and we haven't seen a lot of Ying yet, just in that last round. But now SSG banning out that mirror leaves the Clash in.
Yeah, the Clash, the Pulse. I mean, Solis, I'm not sure if Solis ban-worthy.
I was going to say the Castle. I think the Castle's arguably ban-worthy. Are you kidding me?
Not again.
Oh,
it's Monty!
What?
I mean, that must have been top of his head, right, when he's sprinting out of spawn?
Why are you sprinting out of spawn as Monty?
He's got places to be. He's got meetings to attend.
Yeah, at the moment, he's going to be sitting on cats for the rest of the round.
Pick up the phone, make some calls. You got 3 minutes, buddy.
He's got to make some calls. He's certainly not getting any kills.
All right. So, not ideal. The thing is,
weird.
last time SSG attacked this top 4 bomb site, it was Monty and Piano making sure that everyone else had a safe position, right? Smoking it off, making information calls. That's now gone.
They also had a Thatcher and a Hibana back then.
I know. But this time at least there's no... Yeah, exactly. He's going to spawn to the window, bang, dead.
Are you kidding me?
Right above the shield.
Could have had his shield up.
That's a thorn trap. It's on the roof, I think, actually. So you can do these thorn traps from the skyline where it lands on the edge of the roof. When you rappel up, you instantly pop them. Are they gonna full send YOLO this because they have no win front?
This is so YOLO. Where is he gonna plant? Oh, it's right. Because the castle barricades. But I think his backside might be exposed. Action, though, through the smoke finds one. Surely not. Surely they can't just go for a plant. Benja falls, but he gets the diffuser down first. In a 3v3, there's no doubt who is in favor now. It's SSG. They can play up above on the skylight. There's no Azami as it's been banned for them to try and lock it up.
No long arm. Like, this is going to be such a difficult reach. They got to get kills. Look at this. He's prone on the floor.
Jenna is surely going to survive this. Ashton finds another one. Surf will refrag, but you're right. J9O and Newers up above the skylight. The only universe where they win this is if Ambi hits every single shot. Newers, a flashbang comes out. J9O finds one, but J9O just needs to take out Surf now, and there's no time to get on that diffuser. The final kill, ineffective.
No way.
SSG pull around out of nowhere.
The tiniest gap known to man can still be found under a microscope. They looked deep for that one. A single cancel barricade.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Cast off guard.
I'm gonna talk about
SSG
kitchen for a
timeout.
second right here. So, well, we're gonna do our clear, like our standard one. What I want to prowl though, Benj, is I want you to take the Nomad, and then we're gonna pull this guy early bolt. I want you to take the Flores, pull bake side. That Nomad's gonna, or that fucking Clash is gonna head over to that based off our previous pressure. Benj, when you get above, I want you to air jab high above the kitchen double and high above the whiskey double, and we go for our backside on cops who can't fall and then reflow. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
So he's using power Nomad instead of the fucking sense for that. But if sites, fucking any one of the mid sites are not gonna go back to cocktail, I don't think. They're recognizing right now their one condition is off like the cheese shit for the most part. Like they're trying to get picks early. Just be aware of it. Don't make it a one condition. If it is reading or mining, we identify they're backing up. That means they're playing for the layer. Let's look for the clear across. Just be aware of the C4 is below. If they're playing to contest off of it, you guys call whatever you want to call based on our fucking matrix. We can do anything off that. If they're playing
the C4, do what?
They're playing to contest. We can do anything we want.
If I had someone talk me out of a bad situation in 50 seconds, I'm choosing that guy. Call out's my choice, okay?
Look, can we get Maria to translate that?
That is the most efficient use of very valuable seconds I've heard in a long time.
He talked through every single bomb site.
He literally would like venture this specifically to individual people. Do you understand? Does this make sense? It's like, yes, okay.
I like that he asked that. Yeah, I also noticed that Super in his tactical timeouts, the first thing he says is, "Can you hear me?"
Yeah.
Just to make sure. I really like that. It shows the experience of both Callout and Super as his coaches.
You don't waste any seconds.
Callout is so locked in on these tactical timeouts.
I'm pretty sure he's in the mirror practicing that. He looks so good doing it. Dude, just pops it up.
All right. Who has the most aura out of every coach in Rainbow Six right now? Because Callout is in the conversation.
Callout is in the convo for sure. And I gotta say, I respect Super dressing up. I really do. I think there's something about that, not the jersey stuff, you know?
I don't know, Callouts just got aura, man. It's the,
I like
the
Twister as
nonchalant.
well. I think Twister always has good things to say.
Yeah.
And been around for a while too.
Oh, Norris. He's one of the ones in there.
Norris
has aura.
Maybe being a coach is where it's at. Maybe that's the cool job. Maybe it's not the playing or the casting.
Don't even think about it, mate. You're chained to the desk with me. Good old ball and chain.
You're worried about your job, aren't you?
I am.
It takes a duo to cast, so you're kind of codependent.
So for SSG, they win a round, they take their tactical timeout, call out, talks them through every single bomb site. One really thing that just stuck in my mind was the way that he's identifying way Rebellion are playing. So they're going to peel back. If they're going to play layers strats, that's fine.
We do the cheese stuff, the one-off strats.
They're going to do a lot of cheese. They're going to do a lot of peeling back. Watch for vertical C4s. We have 2 picked at the moment. We know Canadian loves them. Even though he's not playing the pulse, he's still going to do it. He's going to do it with Ambi supporting on the Solus.
And don't die early, right? The spawn peaks. Ambi finally gets shot down. Benjamin's on the rappel. And then they get the Thatcher Hibana combo to break the walls upstairs and just like slowly work the map. Benjamin's now downstairs in the first floor. They're splitting the attack now because they got that meta advantage. The Ambi, the loose gun, has been removed, giving Benji a much better chance at lurking himself. Second line scan going out.
Oh wow, good grenade and the Claymore as well from Ashen. Very few operators can do that. In fact, it's just the striker.
Yeah, so he naded in from the new balcony window, and then Rexon jumped out cocktail window to trade, and then they both died, actually.
Yeah, Ashton's finally realized what's happened. Chuck the lol in the chat. Benja finishes off Canadian Surf 1v4. This is going to be an SSG round through and through.
They joined him as well. They know exactly where he is, but no more scans. Can't lock down his exact position, but they got the caught right here.
Good bit of damage, both directions. Benja's definitely got the superior weapon. He's still holding the line, 2 bullets, but he's just holding this angle. As the Vert contests him, he's getting absolutely
He's dancing! He's breaking their angles!
There's 3 people watching him.
Bots?
You guys are actual bots. Bots. And then he said bots in the old chat as well.
Just in case he couldn't hear.
3-2 in favor of SSG on the attack of Cafe.
They flip it back.
Rebellion need another defense round before we switch the half, and they only have 1 more chance.
Just for the confidence, right? Just like you go into it feeling, okay, we got this. It's not a big issue.
Excuse me, Callout. You have your tactical timeouts to talk to your players. I don't think you should be talking to them right now.
You know, I feel like there was an event in the past where there's a lot of like, oh, coach's secret hand signals when he's stabbing his shoulder or fist bombing, it means different things. And they were like, oh, coaches do not even look at your players. And then this event has been like Ganado, boom, and all things. It's been, they've been getting so much more. I like it when the coaches
I don't mind a celebration. I don't think you should be able to say much more than good job.
No. Of course, I do feel like...
There was one event where a lot of teams complained that some coaches were... And there were some formal warnings dished out.
Yeah. I mean, if you're coaching, you go, all right, good round, calm down. That's too far. The calm down part,
calm down, that's advice.
That's an inner voice.
Good job is not advice. Calm down, that's advice.
Yeah. Remember, even back in my day, Shaz, my coach, he actually got told off once because he was just hand signaling to Junes. Calm down, just like this. Calm down, Ambi.
Yeah.
We tried that so many times.
He's literally done the exact same spawn pick before.
Oh my god.
Benji with the spray. Blind through the wall. And it takes out Ambi. No util going to be used from the Tuberau for the rest of the rounds.
That's 2 rounds in a row where Ambi goes down in the first 60 seconds. And the big thing is, right, we talk about the value of a death. Losing Tuberau is the only C4 gone, the gadget gone, and a great DMR.
And it's Ambi.
Secondly, if that was Troy playing, I don't know, let's just say the Tuberau, Canadian is the IGL. He'll still get a lot of valuable callouts. Not saying Ambi does not speak English. I'm sure he does. I wouldn't know, I haven't played with him before. But I bet you right now, there are better players that could have died with more experience to make better callouts. But Rexon, fantastic shot onto Ashen, evening back the score. And that just changes everything. Hibana is dead. Broad can openers on Newers. They got a spare for the hatch upstairs. Very important to note. Had there been no hot destruction and Hibana dies, that literally makes this round that much more difficult. Instead, they still have a fighting chance.
Yeah.
The callout said,
Hibana's
don't
down.
give them those early kills. Do not make it easy for them. Ashen didn't need to peek that. That's ego challenge. It's one of those cases where, sorry to cut you off. One of those cases where, I'm gonna keep going. Where risk versus reward, right? If Ashen takes down Rexen, that's good. But Ashen dying is really bad.
Yeah.
Not worth it.
Thankfully, there is redundancy. They can still get hatch open. But yes, there's still a lot of work to be done here for SSG. They need to push for these vertical picks. Ooh, I love that air jab. That actually forces Canadian out.
Shouldn't you just tank it though? You get knocked up against the reinforced wall, you're completely fine.
In theory, but it was just worried about being vulnerable to the
You don't want to die, right? When you're trolling, so I get it. But now you can't go back in towards the side. You're completely locked out due to these air jabs. That means the retake is on beneath the verticality. That's what the Clash is the weakest. They're planting. And the smoke mist, they have no idea it's going to go down. No C4.
Smoke is actually going to lock Canadian out of it as well as they look for the retake. It's far too late. Canadian can put down the shield and look for the kill. He needs to duel it. If he's got two players fighting him, finds the first. J9 knows for the second.
Very badly by Shopify.
And SSG find a 4-2 split on their attacking half. They might have stumbled on Labs, but they are back in control on Cafe.
That bomb site is so hard for defenders. Again, what win conditions do we have? A single C4, well, he died in the first 30 seconds. A Clash beneath verticality, can't play there. The second they give up the area because of the air jab, SSG recognized there is a gap for about 10 to 15 seconds. Let's take it, let's push it, let's get down that diffuser. And the one toxic babe was either aimed for the chassis position, which is the incorrect one that we know now, or it simply missed. I'm not entirely certain. But what I do know is that it did not deny the plant. There's a one shot they had at stopping it. SSG very successful on their final attack in the first half.
Where does that leave Rebellion now? 2 rounds trailing behind, moving on to the harder side. And Ambi's confidence is surely a bit rocked after that.
He hasn't played the game for 6 full minutes.
I mean, 2 rounds in a row, he's been the opening death. The 2 rounds before that, he got the opening kill.
Nice! Yo, Ambi, stolen sauce again!
What do you say? Your Ambi stolen. What?
I heard stole some sauce, but I'm not
That's
sure
what I heard as well.
I'm not sure what.
Stolen
Bomb
sauce?
located by attacker.
It's gotta be some.
I don't know. I don't speak Zuma.
I'm sure he did. I don't know.
Ambi and Ashen, the 2 young gunners on each team, 20 years old.
10 seconds left.
The first day of Ambi's life, he's not been a teenager since he was 12 years old. And look, he's played 6 maps of Rainbow Six today. A full 3-mapper against D+, and then an even tougher game against
12?
SSG.
It's 13. It's 12.
Yeah,
What?
so it's the first day he's been not a teenager since he was 12.
Oh, sorry. I thought. Okay, sorry.
I was going to say the first day he hasn't been a teenager in his life, but then I was like, oh, well, technically before he was a teenager. And I was like, someone's going to pull me up on that.
Well, yeah. Sorry, I'm just silly.
No, that's all good.
I would say since he was
13, no, but he was a teenager.
Yeah, I guess the day that I don't know. That's a you know.
Look, it's the first time in a very long time he hasn't been a teenager. It's his birthday today. That's woo! He's 20. Yay! Let's not get knocked out from 6 Invitational on your birthday.
Yeah, that would suck, wouldn't it? At least you're with the boys, with the family on the road. But of course, why not celebrate with a dub rather than going out of the entire tournament? Now, how would Canadian feel about playing Clash almost every defensive round, only to be met with Fools playing the exact same operator when it's side switch?
2 sides of the 2020 SSG coin, isn't it?
Fools played Pulse as well on Night Haven Labs a multitude of rounds, so it feels kind of ironic. Fools, the younger Canadian, in a way, if you will, learning from him many years ago. What do you do here?
I think Rexen's trying to bait the Clash into peeking so they can go for the kill.
Well, let's be honest here. What's gonna happen? Oh, the Magnet catches the first one.
Want to air jab in.
Then we're gonna.
He's suspicious. He's figured it out.
There's gonna be 1,000 magnets. It's not gonna work. They're wasting so much time. There's 2 people looking at the Clash, looking at them.
Burn the magnets with your flashes. Chuck the air jab on the doorway. There we go. Okay. Now he can't.
Come on, Rebellion. Come on.
As long as you stick around with a gun, of course. Now, there is prep door. They only air checked off the rotate. They could walk into prep door in theory. Just saying.
He could, and then he could shoot the air jab off if he wants to.
Yep. So,
not a lot of map control taken from Rebellion. It feels like they've been very slow this round, tunnel visioning on that Clash.
Yeah.
What's the rest of the team achieved?
Smoke and Selma charge perhaps? Or they're pushing in actually.
In deep from Spoit. But he's going to go straight into that Clash. He spots him and just cleared out Ambi. A 3rd round in a row. No impact from Rebellion's young gun. Spoit, a flashbang sent over the top. Camera taken out. Rexen, he's The fire operator. He's got Capital, the air jab.
It's right there.
If he backs up into it, Fultz is dead meat.
Fire
tries to fire him out, but somehow Fultz dodges between the fire and the air jab and survives. They need to corner him. He is trapped.
Yeah, Clash is definitely going to get banned off later on.
No fight left. 50-50 gunfight.
Oh, in the fight, Ruxin needed it and he gets it, but immediately Ashen will trade it back. The 20-year-old now needs to clutch big. 1v2 with Bedra on the floor. And the plant will not go down before Spoit will fall. Canadian needs to reposition. He doesn't know if it's a 1v1 or a 1v2. And Ashen has info. Ben just given him the audio call. And Ashen can clutch up big. The Space Station Gaming. He stands on his feet and he stands tall for his team.
Don't edge them too much, you know?
Rebellion need to do some soul searching now, or the game is done and their campaign in Paris will be over.
Fultz did so much work single-handedly, right? Flashbangs, air jabs, Capital Fire, stalled for so much time. I was thinking of the 2v1 here, so I think you're right. I don't think they knew it was a 2v1. I think they thought it was a 2v2, and they had no clue where Benja was. That's what it looked like, at least. In my mind, if you knew it was a 2v1, you can take that case, you can snuck behind the Clash shield. It blocks the angle in towards the code where the final defender was playing at Ashen. A little bit overexposed over Celis. They swing wide, they lose the gunfight, and with that, the round. SSG, ever since they got that first round lead 3-2, they've been in full control.
10 seconds left.
Now, Showfire Rebellion, when their attack on that hit lapsed, it was tricky for many of those rounds. On defense, when you're playing closer together in nature, they have much more success. They are on the attacking side, and they're going to stay there until they lose the game or go into overtime. They need to figure it out. There's no more do-overs, no more second attempts. And you need to figure out this round right here, otherwise it's 2-6, it's match point.
And Rebellion have struggled so much when it comes to playing those chaotic executes.
Yeah.
SSG, they pulled off a daylight robbery plan on this bomb site thanks to the Glaz. Rebellion, that's not their forte, that's not their strong suit. I don't think they'll be able to do the same.
Up against the mirror as well, right? They banned the castle and the Asami. They haven't had the chance of that third operator ban just yet. They got a problem solved for this one before they can remove from action, if that's what they want to do. It's the mining bomb site. It plays around a lot of the map structure. You can play the bomb site itself, upstairs and piano with the mirror windows, playing cocktail, play downstairs C4s. It's a lot of map to clear and a lot of map to control. Shopify Building, they're showing us right now, it could be a limited attack. If they take Cigar, a little bit of piano, walk down the red stairs, maybe a direct plan is possible. But then again, there are 2 C4s. Oh my god, Spoit, you're alive? Double thorn trap, you shoot one, the other one explodes.
Just barely alive.
Point of health. If he wasn't gridlock, he'd be dead.
So
No,
close.
any other operator would be dead right then. But Ami, for the first time in what feels like forever, has found the opening kill. He's got Ashen's number and he's put him down for now.
Yeah.
He's about to get swung. The close angle. It's time to retreat for Rebellion. They've got
Two guys
player
are
advantage.
really low.
Notice how
Benji
Andy
is
was
going to get a kill here.
The second they get another kill, he falls back, but then re-attempts to swing right after. Thinking Bentimasta left the area, he did not leave. He was just slowly walking towards you.
The timing could not have been worse. Ambi was holding that angle. The second he un-ADS's is when Benja peeks him.
He thought the coast was clear.
How many times have we seen Rebellion fumble 5v3s? They can't afford another one.
Spoit, again, still not 1 point of health. No more smokes for the glass. The win conditions are dwindling. We need individual players to
Are you
up.
kidding
Respect is stepping
me?
up first. Another kill C4. Traded back by Surf onto Neurus, though.
Oh, and Surf spots another one on the rotate. He should be able to call it to his team.
Careful.
Rebellion need to regroup. The refrags have been few and far between. And J90 reveals his position.
What the
Somehow
fuck?
kills Surf regardless.
Stuck in the corner.
J90 is caught
Thank
and taken
God.
down.
They're making it way harder than necessary to win the rounds. Like, why are they making it so
Wipe
hard?
the sweat off their brow and be ready to run it back over and over again.
2 more rounds to tie it. It's funny how SSG, they refuse to let SR go for execute, right? Ever since that 3v3 or 3v4, technically speaking, they are looking for kills. They are looking to hunt down each member. They start off right here. Bentimasta goes forward, takes down Ambi. They go into reading. They get cut off by Surf, and then they thought, that's personal. Let's send 2 more people to hunt down Surf. The last player stuck in the
Personal? What do you
corner.
mean
J9
personal?
had no
Everything
real
is
way of winning
personal.
that one in 2v1. That's a try. Woo! Moment right there.
It's been a while since we've seen those. For a guy who got a reputation for being the most animated player, he's been a lot quieter in his older age.
He mentioned in an interview a few days ago that pretty much what he said, you know, people that watch me, they know me as like this like loud guy, this big character person, and honestly, I've just, you know, I've gotten older, I've grown up, I've matured as a player and as a teammate, and my role has changed. I'm no longer the guy who needs to bring the energy. You got Ambi, you got Rex, and you got everybody else for that.
He needs to bring the calm head to the squad is what he needs.
He is that leadership figure role.
We've seen plenty of energy out of players like Rexon to carry that for Rebellion. What I'm going to be watching near the start of this round is Ambi. He always seems to find himself in these opening engagements, and yet you look at what operator he's playing, and he can't afford to.
Now, that's the thing. That is going to change the pace and momentum here for SR, because if MB is finding that map control when he is successful, unless someone else replaces him, you're going to be slower in the round. And Sports Faster, he can't do it. There's a Blackbeard. He's kind of slow to the punch. You got Rexon, a Nomad. So no one can afford to die right now. That's kind of the issue. Bentia Master. You want to go 1 for 1? Do you want to jump out the window? No.
I mean, it's dangerous because obviously you're going to be hit.
They got a drone. They got him completely stuck.
Know where he is, but they're not going to be able to find a kill as of yet. Rexon
Flash drop.
flashes him again.
Yep.
Benja spotted out by Spoit. That's a deep angle all the way from the hatch.
Great
Yeah,
use
that
of
is
both the droning,
crazy.
the flashbangs, and the crossfires. Don't even give him a chance to fight back, really.
Good player to shut down too. Benja has been hot on Cafe.
Also had one of those C4s that they got so many more in pocket. Here we see the IQ Thatcher just looking. He was really just looking if there's anything to deactivate. There's not.
Not much at all.
No pre-play C4s, nothing of that kind.
There'll be magnets somewhere and some banshees.
Yeah.
And he's still got 6 charges, 6 EMPs left. If you don't want to use them now for an extra, use them in the late rounds.
I've detected an enemy device.
It's funny how simply playing the Thatcher, not even using the active use of the gadget, is still so valuable.
Very much so. Ambi still needs to get to work with his boogie drones. He hasn't done so as of yet. They've got to worry about 2 of these mirror windows and no counter to either Ash, Ibana. A Blackbeard needs to close
I'm
the
like,
distance
wondering,
and
why
hopefully
aren't
smack
you
one of
using
them.
like Ibana
Now
for
he knows
the mirror
his position
windows?
at Pellets is clear, but there's 2 players. I believe one's just dropped down into Laundry. Ambi finds his shot onto Ashen.
Pop the mirror as well. Big value, top floor control. It's been surrendered by his team at 45 seconds and a ram on the board. Easy Vert. Does it so quickly. This could be a default pillar plant. You don't have to get too creative here. I think default is good, safe is good.
Another one falls for SSG.
Nice shot.
A respect from Newers. It finds, again, we just keep seeing them always ending up in these
for a
5v2s,
default plant. This is good.
5v3s. J9O almost in position, but he's cut down by Surf. False. The 1v5. Finally, energy
Nicely done.
flooding through their veins. Shopify Rebellion continue running it back round by round. Only one trailing behind their opponents.
Really want to applaud Troy. They were playing it super smart and super safe.
Yeah,
Instead of dropping over the railing into pillar, not knowing if it's clear, getting caught in that mid-air animation as a shield, he actually went
I'm not
outside the
joking,
building
having a
from white
fever
window,
right now
which is
as well.
super safe, and sprinted outside the building into pillar door, where we saw him have a gunfight, right? The shield blocked the bullets, and then walk into default. They literally took the way that there's 0 chance they throw the round, because they know they've been losing those 5v3s, 5v2s. They're playing it safe, they're playing it smart, but Blackbeard's been target banned away now, as has the Warden.
And that Warden ban gives you a clue, doesn't it?
You mentioned how SR, they've not been the greatest at playing that chaotic playstyle, the Ying, the Glass. They've been playing the operators individually, but we haven't seen them full commit, full send it. Unlike SSG, they did try that a couple times. But when you ban the ward, like you said, you're kind of showing your hand. They're going to need to play into the craziness of the Ying or Glass, or not get the most amount of value out of that operator ban. So
It's
you're
weird
playing
that
to a weaker
Abby is a
playstyle on
teenager.
paper.
Nah, it's the same. Canadian is not young.
I mean, that's adaptation,
Yeah,
but it's risky.
It's a
and more
question
eater.
mark for
He had
me.
like he
What
had
do you
more
do
hair
about this
on his
class?
head.
We
In
are going to see
general.
the Ying played here by Canadian.
Same with
I mean, that
Pengu
doesn't clear
as
the
well.
clash, and
Like
they've
he fixed
abandoned
his
Rexon's
teeth,
Nomad.
Pengu, because
Yeah.
his
It's the
teeth was
Capita
different.
now.
Yeah.
Especially if we go for a bakery take here. How do Rebellion get inside?
I was gonna say, I think you don't go for a bakery take, but there's also no verticality on the attacking side, so they're very spread out. Like Twitch is good for like the Goyo, the Denari, the cameras, the information. Striker is your
I'm
utility.
surprised that
Wing and
Canadian's not
Capital is good
buried
for
yet,
execute,
though.
but I'm not sure how they're gonna play this one through. Just looking at the operators, they gotta show us now. Very much so in the blind. The roam clears, the roam rather is active. They got Ashen on Oryx. Looking to just be everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
I believe I
Right now it's on the
got
first
the fever
floor.
right
Not even
now.
really roaming right
So
now.
annoying.
Curious.
Okay, what's the plan?
Yeah.
How come the smokes and it...
Say you take Bakery direct attack, right? How do you ever plan? Against the vert, against the smoke, against the angles? There's so many deep angles on code.
You're gonna need to lurk it. You
Like,
need to
why
have some
haven't
kind
I
of
picked
pressure
Ram
upstairs.
for the vert
It looks like
play?
they're setting up for a low-key Russian bakery.
How are you gonna achieve that?
Candela, smoke, and... Candela again. But how do they get in?
Into small bake. The
No,
glass
they can't.
starts to fall back.
And there's a shield that they...
Bakery is completely locked up. What's the plan?
I'm not sure.
They're
but
trying to bait something?
They've spent half their util. I'm looking at other players. They're all outside the building. They have to go for this, but there's double lace on the door as well.
Oh, Surf has been patient. He's found Ashen on the Oryx. I don't know where that was. Perhaps just a deep angle into sight. A player over peeking.
With that on low peak, I think.
Wow, all the way from VIP.
Is this just a bait strat? Like they're just doing it, hey, look at me, look at me. But actually the strike is happening elsewhere. Now they flip the attack with no smokes, with 2 Candelas. Was it piano window?
It was a main door run out apparently from
okay,
Ashen.
fair enough.
Looks like Rebellion keep
has to
toying
work.
with SSG. They keep playing
Matt
everything,
Stella.
but now they commit to it. It has to be a VIP take. The Canadian, the shotgun, shotgun, but he finds J90, and a second kill comes through thanks to Ambi, supporting his team captain. Fultz has to have a big impact on the clash here. SMG comes out.
Damn, they were
Ambi has
patient,
shut down his
like-
final teammates. Fultz now.
Like, they were
must hold
so
on for
patient,
SSG.
Rebellion. That was
Rebellion
crazy
have been
good,
running it
though.
hard in this second half. A first round, a second, now chasing a third, and Fultz has been shut out of it. Ambi brought back to life. And
Damn, that could
Shopify
have gone
Rebellion
really bad,
close
though.
the distance.
To confuse thy enemy, you must first confuse thyself. I do not understand.
Don't speak
what
Bible.
the train of thought was for the attack, and I'm not entirely sure that SR had that figured out either. But they got their round dog. They'll take it.
One thought I had is smoking up the bakery door. Why would you ever do that if you have a glass peek?
I was thinking, like, there's no glass.
There's no glass, but they did ban the water, so they are kind of pretending they have a glass.
Kind of.
But what does that fake achieve? Does it actually move anyone?
Well,
from SSG?
Ashen
Does it
ran out the main
rotate?
door, so
Maybe
He was getting
made
desperate.
SSG desperate and impatient.
then they flip it because SSG over-rotated towards Bakery, expecting the push and the pressure, and then the literal last Candela blinds the VIP player, and Troy with 1 HP left after the shotgun shield trade gets the kill. It's literally all these tiny things that are adding up into round victory. It was almost flawless, but for the first minute and 30 seconds, there's no realistic thinking that, oh my god, they're doing it. They're gonna win this way, they're gonna win that way. They won out of nowhere.
They're keeping
Like,
SSG
okay.
guessing. The team that has had their number for the last year.
That's a bad backup.
Rebellion
What's that gonna
maybe
achieve?
realized, okay, maybe we need to change a lot more than we thought. Maybe we need to be a little bit crazy. We need to lean into the chaos that we
Well,
typically don't.
I kind of know where
flourish
it's
in.
going to achieve that
I mean, we
backhand,
said when
but
they banned the
still.
Warden, already that it plays into a pace style they're not super
Not
known
the
for,
backhand
that everybody's
iron
super
was
proficient at, and it's
without,
working so
to be
far.
honest.
Now Canadian on the Blitz.
Yeah, they're getting even more crazy. Got Blitz and Ying. A line scan ripped right at the start of the round as well, keeping that pressure on SSG.
So like you can smoke, Ying spam, Dream for information, Canadian can go deeper for a plant. You know, for the tiniest of seconds, I thought they were gonna drop down that skylight and just full send it with everything they had to offer, but they're not gonna go for that, thankfully. Oh, that'll be very fun to watch, but there's mirror windows. That's not
Yeah, it's
gonna work.
Monday today.
How do they clear those mirrors? That's a question.
Well, they
Have to
didn't
look
clear them
into it
last
for it.
time. They just kind of walked past it, right?
They do have smokes from Ambi that they could use to try and smoke up the line of sight and then push deep. Maybe knife the mirror windows.
There's the magnets, right? This time they're protecting the mirror windows. Canadian's gonna rush the bombs up beneath his dead.
Oh, he's going straight deep into it. Does he watch around the corner?
no.
Fultz finds him and a double kill for Fultz on the side. The rush
No
has been squashed
way.
for now. But Rebellion, they will commit to it. In deep is Ambi. And he looks to try and get aggressive. He wants to get to reading door and take the fight to Faults, but he needs to drone up first. It's a risky position, and the vertical from above, SSG have so much map control. There's a reason why nobody ever attacks like this. It's far too risky. Out goes a nade. Ampy needs to push deep and find Faults. The C4 shot from midair. And finally, Faults is put to rest. Into the 3v3 though. Rebellion might have 2 players in the side, but SSG don't need to panic. New is just around this corner. Ampy finally shuts him out of it.
Smoke plant.
Time to smoke and plant for Rebellion.
Gonna hold the angles now. The cover has to be good though. Push down the hallway. Benji injured and taken out. First kid I know.
He's finally turned it up again. He was shut down 3 rounds in a row.
Oh my
but the young gun for
God.
Rebellion is about to gift them a chance at match point.
surprise.
Unless J90 can clutch them again. He's done it before, and he could well do it right here. Ambi though says not today.
Damn.
It's a massive 4K.
Yeah, Ambi's
for
doing it
Ambi.
really well.
He's been required, and he steps up. Large shoes to fill on the Rebellion lineup, but this young gun gets it done every single time.
From losing 5v3s to winning 3v5s, hero plays. The rush was great, but the blitz shut down made it super awkward right off the rip. If Nuke gets blinded by the blitz Canadian and then killed, that could be an instant round victory. Instead, it's Ambi doing primary, secondary, entry, the cover, the plant, they're doing every goddamn thing in the round. And the Lion, the perfect operator to support that attack.
He's hitting the desk, Rex.
That is a round that when you're a player yourself and the first 2 people down the initial push, you're thinking, well, that's the round. You're not gonna give up, you're not gonna stop trying, but you're literally thinking, that's not supposed to be a round victory. So that when you win it, and you get match point, mind you, it's the 3rd map in the field. I mean, this is it. This is the end of the road. That is so much relief. You feel so much euphoria in the moment. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Damn.
SSG have been in control of this series since day dot. Cast your mind all the way back to Clubhouse, even on Labs. SSG has felt like the better team for most of this.
Yeah, for most of it.
Until the last 4 rounds in a row that Shopify Rebellion have ripped right out of SSG's hands. They have been 2 rounds away from knocking Rebellion out of it for such a long time. And Benja tries to take matters into his own.
Now, does he get caught?
Does he time it? Spoit is up. Oh, he shoots it out of thin air.
Oh, Spoit. That right there changes everything once more. These small things, right? No C4 Benja. They shut down the spawn peek attempt. They are certainly locked in, expecting the unexpected. Claymores were safe, keeping here for the jump outs, enabling the piano repels rather. Shopify Rebellion, mind you, they've won the last many rounds of these out of nowhere attacks, playing aggressive, risking it all. The one thing they maybe should not do is start playing that slow roll once again, because that's when SSG, they feel a lot more comfortable. It's about maintaining that pressure. Keep them worried, keep them occupied. Cadela's going out. 3 guys in piano.
It's a quick rip. And Spoit wants to get aggressive as the mirror window is destroyed. The nade is going to surely secure this kill on J90. How does he not take any damage? Somehow J90 stays in the corner, finds a kill, and looks to teeter and tease us for a potential overtime.
I thought that was on him. I thought maybe he takes like half his health with damage, but no, not at any point of it. Rexon finds one though. Remember, it's not over until it is. Canadian, 2 Candelas, but shotgun primary, limited gunfight capabilities.
Don't type it up too much because they tend to bite back.
In the killing department. I don't think Canadian without those Candelas can find much with that shotgun.
This has been Ambi's Cafe. 14 kills. Hungry for more. But Rebellion need to do it in 3 versus 4. Wow, Ambi just taking a hell of a lot of damage with his own drone. Time is putting pressure here on Rebellion. SSG decide that it's time to lie back and wait. Ashen has a C4. He's still upstairs though. He's not going down below. It's Benja instead who's gone for the vertical. Canadian drops into the bomb site, needs to take some fights. A player in the middle of the smoke.
Oh no.
Ashen spotted for a brief moment. He finds his time. and he goes for the peek. A second one just around the corner is Newers. Rexon needs to duel him. He's got info on the call-outs from Ashen. Rexon confirms the kill, but needs to find the second as well as Ambi is low HP. Newers continues dueling and finally confirms it. SSG are about to push overtime unless Ambi does it all himself.
Told you should not overhype it.
Another 3 rounds will be needed to settle which of these North American behemoths survive.
My heart can't take it, James. My heart cannot take more Shopify Rebellion attacking rounds because they are so intense from that first Candela till the last second in the goddamn round. And the thing is, spoiler alert, SR will stay on the attacking side into OT. They have to find, ideally, one more attacking win.
Well, it's been an attacker's game, hasn't it? 4-2 splits for both teams.
But not easily.
No, not at all. And Ambi's doing everything he can.
Standing in the smoke might have just been the round-winning play for SSG.
Ashen has so much balls. Just stand in the middle of that smoke, not make a sound, and just find one kill on his exit.
Yeah. You have 3 attackers alive. Everything is possible. The plant, the cover, the post, whatever. But with 2 people, nope. It is not the same thing at all. It sounds like only one person of a difference, but it makes everything. One person planting means only one person covering. With 3 people, it's 2 people covering, 1 person planting. It changes every single position, every angle that you have to watch. That's why they went for kills in the end. Until the 1v2, and you have no other choice but to stick it and hope for the best. Now, Benjamin's... Dude. So last round, he opened the hatch with a shotgun. Now he deagled a small hole into it. He's not gonna commit to it, but...
Deploying sensor.
Get a new spawn peek, dude. Come on. Get a new one.
It's like how Ambi on every single round was peeking out fireplace window.
Ooh. Honestly, if they called it... Oh, yeah. So if he had prepped the window, he could have jumped out on the Claymore sound and get a freebie, but it wasn't prepped.
He also had the pulse of Jano, giving him information to when Rexon walked past. I gotta say, Rexon has been so good today.
Oh, yes.
Such a rock, a reliable... Old faithful for Rebellion.
I think today has been the day where every single individual player of Shopify Rebellion has had their moment to shine. Spart was a demon earlier. Canadian calling incredible shot. Every single person has committed something phenomenal. Yeah. For SSG, it's the whole team. It really has been the whole full 5-man.
Aggression from Ashen and Benja. Clutches from Jaina. I know New is so consistent, so aggressive, and fault.
But less clutch plays, right? SLR has had a lot of individual clutch moments, of big 3Ks, 4Ks. SSD, it feels like everyone is like super evenly committing. Whereas SLR has 1 person for this round, 1 person for that round.
Oh, Benja, Nitro Cell, goodbye to Spoit for the rest of this round, and the flanks will not be locked up by those
would be opposing to
Shopify
and due to winning, so...
Rexon needs to get aggressive and open up this avenue to cut out the cocktail players.
Died.
I think Surf just had a Nitro sent his way, but he shot it out of midair.
I believe so as well. That means there's only 1 left for Jaina on the post. So much vertical self-destruction though on the defensive side. We've been here before. Ambi doing the vert. Literally 2-3 minutes ago, similar position in terms of bomb side and approach to the round. But there are more people alive on both sides of attack and defense. How are they going to attack this? Where are they going to plant? They have limited information, right? Almost no drones alive in the entire server. They gotta go fishing, face peek these corners and clear those angles.
They still haven't cleared the actual bomb sites themselves.
Oh,
they don't know where SSG have hidden back behind, and it's literally just on the bomb site.
No smokes, no ying, no shield, nothing.
Dropping here feels like a death wish for Surf, but if he does it with Util, perhaps it's possible. Rexon's now dropped below. If he finds his critical kill, it could be everything. Coming up the white stairs, Fault whiffs! He can't afford to be doing that, not in overtime, not when elimination is on the line. And now Surf has to get aggressive. He has to push deep into sight when his teammates are falling around him. He is the last man standing, and a spray headshot will not be enough. SSG, for the first time, have a match point of their own.
It falls apart before it even begins. Shopify, they will call their tactical timeout off that round loss. They gotta lock it and get this defensive round upcoming.
If they don't find it right here, it is all over. Shopify Rebellion have one last chance to lock in.
Okay. I just want to give us a second to reset. I just want to ask you guys, what do you feel most confident in site-wise? Because I think Bakery has been going well, but last time when they saw the clash rotate off, they immediately hit. And
I was
use the
jabbed off
nomad
anyways. I think that's rough.
Yeah.
I don't think the bar is bad, to be honest.
I like our
We could have
bars.
denied it last time. Yeah. I think we could do the we could do the bar aggro too. Like I could mute again. We could play in there with Thorn. We have the castle too.
Yeah. Again, I think it's bar. I think bar aggro is fine. We can fight early.
Yeah, we banned Ying. We could just spam Thorns if they smoke.
Yeah.
I think we do that.
Put the Thorn on. Bring Thorn and put it on the red hatch.
Can we still run?
I will.
Do we want to run a Rooney in castle or Jaeger in castle?
Kidding me.
I'm Rooney for the gun. Okay, so we'll run the. Can you do the castle one, Dave?
Are we doing? What are we doing, Troy?
It's the freaking balls in my bow, but
what
not
happens on
dispersing.
the attack? Well, that's where you rely on Troy Canadian to just call the shots as he sees it. But I mean, honestly, you don't want to look too far ahead of yourself. The only thing that matters if you're down a round is to catch back up to 7-7.
I like the way that Super said, what do you guys feel comfortable on? Because he suggested kitchen, and immediately the team was like, I actually like our bar.
Felt bad. And that's the big thing, right? When you're a player in the server, you're experiencing it differently than when you're even the coach with the player comms, listening to the match and seeing it for yourself. That's something where you gotta get your players' input. And I think it's very important that the players, they will lead that call saying, we believe in this strat where we feel the best and we know what to do to get it done. Full trust from Super. Remind you, if you lose this round, whatever decision you took, there's no right or wrong. The result is the result, but it will be the end of your tournament if you're SR. Well, either team, if they lose this game.
And for Rebellion, they have the pressure on them. They're the ones staring down defeat. SSG finally have a chance to lock it in, to finish it off. It's been a long journey today. And let's not forget, SSG played 2 games in the upper bracket yesterday. 2 tough games.
Some long days. Now they said they're going to play aggro early with the castle, Thorn by red, and new hatch. If they smoke, we can spam the Thorns as a counter response.
Of course, they're worried about the way SSG rushed it with the smokes in the glass last time.
What about the Monty? Wasn't really addressed fully, right? Like, if Monty drops the hatch, burns the Thorns, and dances with Surf and Cigar with a Thorn shotgun, I'm not sure how that's going to end for Shopify Rebellion. If, like, Surf, mind you, is on an island, solo in Cigar, he has utility. Mute Jammer, Castle Barricade, a Rooney Gate, Thorn Traps, but he's a sole person. Now half of that is gone with that grenade.
Wow.
He replaces it with the Thorn Trap.
Once his Castle Barricade's gone, he's dead meat as well.
Now,
and a good drone from Fault on Ambi down below.
And if they have a person on the scanner, they can cut off the rotation, leaving Surf completely stuck. Right now, they're not watching it. He could fall back. But again, they don't necessarily know this, so he feels like he has to stick around at least for as long as I has a barricade, but a pixel onto Spoit. On 7-6 scoreline to open up the round, the opening kill for SSG.
And this could change everything for Rebellion. As now, Surf feels so much pressure and is finished off before he can escape.
Yep.
Ashen's found him all the way from the new balcony rappel. So far away. And now Rebellion, they feel further than ever from pushing this the distance to a 15.
I'm getting this wrong.
You get 5v1, everyone looking at taking you down first and then figure out what the next step's gonna be. And the thing is, Fultz is on this Monty, right? He cannot be taken away. There is no C4. He's in a safe spot deep in piano, calling the shots saying, guys, watch these angles, go over here, get ready. Once they push the hallways, once they push upstairs, they can threaten either a plant or just threaten the man advantage and go for kills.
Fault is getting aggressive down white. J90 has made his way forward as well. They need to target these players on cocktail.
Oh, he bunks it.
And one by one. Brexit falls below. Oh, but immediately dies to the nade. 6 years ago, Fultz and Canadian raised the hammer together, but today, one will send the other home. Brawling in the pits of the
I
lower
kind of
bracket,
felt that SSG would win.
on the baton and let SSG
I felt
carry
like
the
yesterday
torch for
that
their shared
maybe that I should have picked the SSG to win.
Such a hard-fought victory
But
for SSG.
nah,
A well
and I was
thought
like,
attempt at a
nah,
comeback for
Shopify played
Shopify
well,
Rebellion.
but nah, fuck. Okay, I have why
Side, and
I
do
did
really
not
appreciate
get that point.
Oxygen will burn their timeout as one round separates them. Let's see if we can listen in.
Discord is fuck? Who was this for? Yeah, no point. No point for me. Otherwise, I guessed every match so far. I have guessed wrong, except for 2. Kind of defeats the purpose saying guessing everything right. But so out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games, I
said it better
guessed 4.
myself. We are trying to listen in, but
4
obviously
games right.
it is very tough. It is.
I got like
striking
the
and clear that,
exclusive
what
skin.
the W7M timeout was, but
Yeah.
Kizzy and the rest of this OXG team again, they're muttering, and you don't want to potentially risk your opponents hearing what you're saying.
I mean, this is the devastating spot for Auction to be in. They were in such strong control of this map. Of course, it was a 5-1 half. They looked dominant on the defenses, and it was, what, 6-2, I think, that they had, even with their attacks, finding some success here in the third quarter, but now that we've gone deep into border, it just feels like Fluxo W7M have wrangled
14,
control. Oxygen have gone for rush strat after rush strat after cheese strat, and it just hasn't been working. Fluxo W7M are always ready for these plays. Adam has had a great game. Grixer has had a great day overall, including back when he was one of the star players in their match up against Heretics. They have done some incredible stuff today, surviving so far in this tournament, but they need to lock in and win their own map if they want to keep this
the
train
final.
going.
Yeah, they've completely lost the plot on this map, and this is the worrying sign. The jovial nature of this OXG team has evaporated. They are nowhere near as animated or as electric as they were in that first half, and for good reason. The defenders here on border are doing something that the numbers suggest really shouldn't be happening, and that's winning all of these rounds. Fluxo W7M won round 5 on attack.
Okay, we get 22
OXG
at
went
most.
on the map
Okay.
point on round 8, and since then they have languished.
happy.
A lot of these attacks have been quite unique, but unfortunately not as well structured as they want. Very linear executes that are getting read by Fluxo W7M and going nowhere. This looks like it might be a bit more of an orthodox style of execute.
And Loban's so smart, Parker. He's using this scanner to see what the passport push is actually going for. He's been able to deny that utility by using the impact to get the Selma charges off of the wall. This is the information that Fluxo W7M have had over and over again to stop the rushes, to stop the game plan, to get an idea of what Auction are doing before they do it. It is happening again. The intel advantage is with W7M. They just need to find the kills to back it up.
Forrest is a little slowed down by the debuff of Thorn's Razor Bloom. He's over by that security window. Palu firing as many shots into him as he can. And it's Yaga now to get dropped. Is there some retrieval to be had? Dodes knows that there's another over by the window. Down goes Gomez. Palu to the rescue!
Oh my
Killing half the
God.
server! OXG reduced to rubble. Grixer in the final moments of these maps has
I
been
feel like
sensational.
Spoit has
Mr.
been
12
pushed back
round
a lot.
himself, but
I
boy, oh
just
boy,
feel
does
like
he have a lot of work to do. Maybe
he can play
he's bitten off
better.
a bit more than he
It's
can
like
chew. A 1v5.
the way that he played
and it
in
sure looks
secret
like
was
he
more
might
aggressive
pause,
play.
which means he's not going to attempt to contest
think
this
that would
round.
suit
To
him more,
overtime, they
but-
will likely go unless Fluxo W7M throws their brains out of their skull. We will need extra innings here on OXG's map.
I mean, and Fluxo W7M are playing so smart on this defensive side, Parker. Grixer essentially will just extend the tack timeout that they previously had. You saw how smart it was with Loban using that scanner to spot the pressure coming in towards Passport. The second he uses those impacts, he stops it from happening. And then Palu sees there's a Monty coming his way inside of lockers. He doesn't throw his impact at the Monty. He doesn't try to run out and fight the Monty. He uses his shotgun to open angles from security so the Monty cannot walk forward without being in a crossfire. It's so smart. At every opportunity, Fluxo are making the correct decisions.
Yeah, and I mean, Loban highlighting it. He pushed them over to another area where it was very disadvantageous for them to fight. Things not good right now. Vibes bad for this OXG team. Full control at the moment for Fluxo W7M. They have a incredible amount of wind at their backs. When you take those pseudo timeouts, what do you usually do? You talk.
Yep.
Not a single player on Oxygen was speaking in the final 40 seconds. Our observers cycled through the player cams, and it was almost as if it was a photo of those stoneheads on Easter Island. All 5 of the players looked exactly the same in their player cams. Forrest wasn't talking. Yaga wasn't talking. Their coach can't talk to them. What are you using that time for? Why are you not working through these problems? OXG will now need to attack twice, which conventionally sounds great on border. But stats-wise in this map has been terrible. The defenders have dominated. Fluxo W7M did it. OXG have done it. And now it's OXG on the statistical better side, but in this game, the practical worse side. And with their faces being what they are, I really worry for this NA squad.
Map 1 was a shellacking with Fluxo W7M walking away with the victory easily 7-2 on Night Haven Labs. Map 2 looked like it was going to go the same way. 6-2 lead for Oxygen has evaporated to 6-6 overtime. Volps with a spawn peak gets punished for 50% of his HP. Is not able to control that Scorpion and so has to retreat to playing inside of East Stairs. I like the defensive lineup from Fluxo W7M, Parker. They've got Dots back on that pulse. That was the critical factor that allowed them to win Archives last time they came here in round number 10. He's able to use a little bit more of that shotgun this time around, extending in towards Office, giving his teammates over towards East a little bit more room to play with. It's going to be Paulo and Volps walking down that side of the map as we continue to have
I haven't seen the
strong
entire
south
game
pressure
here, but
happening
it
from
looks
Dodes and
pretty...
Logan.
Like, the defense looks pretty,
on the run to reposition themselves better to receive
what
this
W7M has put up in when they have played border. It kind of looks similar.
No, there's still one remaining in pocket. Loban will make his job a little bit easier, reinforcing off that fountain wall. So if the assault comes from Office side, you have a
I'm impressed that no one is playing on East hallway though.
Either more drones or more gadgets.
To be honest, they're letting Oxygen have control of that side.
To the bomb site.
Adam just entering East Stairs. This was given up by Volps almost a minute ago, Parker. This is ground that Oxygen could have had a lot earlier. I'm very worried about a stall-out potential. If they are mentally in their own heads, if they're not able to speed through this clear, that could spell disaster for their chances in OT.
I think the mental is chalked on this team at this point, Jesse. Not that I've ever competed at this level, but even as a viewer who's fans of different sports teams, my mental gets shocked watching people compete. I can only imagine what it's like to be the actual competitor in the server. A reminder that 3 of those 6 attacking rounds for OXG were those cheesiest rush strats. You can't really hinge yourself or hang your hat on them. So now we see things a bit more conventional. Not that they were any more successful. And this round is no different.
Are they
Nog is
aware
the
of him?
first one
Yes,
dug
they
out
are.
by Fluxo W7M, an advantage with 45 seconds to go for the
Volps
Brazilian
is
team.
How is
sneaking
Dots allowed to
around.
exist here? I think they know that he's in this position, but even still, you've used both your Capital bolts. Finally cleared up, but there's a flank from Volps.
And he takes down Adam as the attention was all on that one part of the map. Fluxo W7M have had a rough go up border, but it sure seems like they are about to move to series point as a scramble will occur in the final 20 seconds. Fluxo W7M with a one-man advantage over this OXG team. Grixer retrieving the diffuser means that if objectives happen, Gomez will be all by himself. He's trapped Palu in a corner, but Donis is there for the assist.
Yay!
And down
Let's
goes
go.
Grixer to Loban. A miraculous comeback for the Brazilians, and it's series point for Fluxo W7M.
In the history of Oxygen as an organization, they have never finished worse than 8th place at a 6 invitational. A loss over either of the next 2 rounds will guarantee 9th place for OXG, a new organizational low for them at SI. They have to find a way to dig deep here, Parker. They
instead
have
of
to find a
8th?
way out. That round, frankly,
I
looked
wouldn't
like
say
better than a
it's
lot
that
of their
bad, to be
attacks. Their
honest.
trades
It's
weren't
still,
too bad.
like,
Their
just
pressure
one
over towards Office was a focus
less.
push. Their util,
Like,
while
it's
not
not
perfect,
great, but
was
it's not
good in theory
that
and was dealing with the
bad.
problems presented to them from
In my
Fluxo
opinion, that's kind
W7M.
of just making it worse than it
Ultimately, though, it
seems.
just doesn't matter. Fluxo are playing so incredibly well. Dodes has woken up to the exact same form he was in map number 1. Paulo and Volps have been really lighting things up as well. And even though it's been a slow game from Loban, The one round where he got his triple kill was the start of the end for Oxygen. That was the first round that Fluxo were able to win on this map, and it feels like it's made all the difference.
Well, I mean, you've used your timeouts. Your mental is likely shot. You get a brief reprieve. The defenders have looked really good on this map, and this will be the only attempt in overtime for Oxygen to hold down the puzzlingly, but unsurprisingly in the nature of our game, better side. I have to step back and look at those 3 rounds. I have to, and I'm not going to stop looking at them. I could only imagine what the co-streamers are thinking. I can imagine Tom J. Sherlock's voice being gone at this point in time. The head shakes from the former pros and the former coaches who are watching this. I mean, OXG are a cheesy team. We know that. But with shields and with these rushes, they didn't look particularly good against Heretics, and I feel like a bit of a Nostradamus here because I said before even a single round was played, if you're making mistakes as OXG, Team Heretics will punish you, Fluxo W7M will bury you, and that's exactly what has been occurring.
Yeah.
So, a small breath for OXG as they get to defend, but can they keep their head in the game? That's the real question.
Gomez and Grix are under heavy pressure here on the southeast side of the map. Gomez
D4.
knows one's just outside his window.
Kobe.
That's Dodez, the highest rated player in this
Nope.
lobby through both
No Kobe.
maps. He's just playing on the other side of the break door. He's got teammates
Draco.
with him as well. Dots on East. The Knights are shot out with the DMR. That's not an easy shot to hit, but he flicks down and denies the utility from Gomez.
There's been so much we've been focusing on. Jesse, Dodez has got up to 14 kills out of nowhere. There's just so many things that we can't even talk about. Paulu takes care of Adam, the best statistical player on the side of
Yeah, you
OXG.
gotta admit
Now
that was
Grix
funny
will
as
need to pick up
fuck,
the
right?
pace. He's getting very close to that number. Resident still being held by Gomez, who's doing double duty, harassed by this death mark, and he gets Paulu taking some damage from this position, and Nade goes out. He's not able to deal with Loban. Fluxo W7M now snatching the lead, leaving Forrest and Yaga to keep their team in this. They go home if they fail. OXG knows what pressure is, and with just a little bit over a minute to go, they've now got the advantage right back. The current IGL, the former IGL, working together, and of course, it's all up to Dodez in this pivotal round, as if anybody else on Fluxo W7M could clutch out. Just under a minute to go, the North Americans holding their breaths for the final 45 seconds.
He's been so good today, Parker. He's been insane in every moment when he's been asked.
He hears something. Zoto canister will go, slowing down his push towards this B-bomb site. He could have had a read. Force is making an awful lot of noise. Dodez reveals himself to Yaga.
Yeah.
Oh, and you can let out that air that was filling your lungs. Deep breaths, boys.
If
We will go
Kobe didn't work, Shaiko works.
A good defensive hold. Some light in the eyes of these OXG players. We are either 3 minutes away from a conclusion or an hour plus away. Do we need the final map? It will really come down to OXG on attack. They have struggled. Do they fix it? This is their last chance.
Parker, it was a 2v3 that just got away from Fluxo. They had everything they needed to end this series and send Oxygen home. But with over a minute on the clock, they got antsy. They took 1v1s. They opened the door for Oxygen to get back in this series. One round is all that will determine where we end up. If this is the final map, if Fluxo can go to bed with smiles on their faces, or if we need a full another map of Cafe to decide who will be the champion and who is going home. Almost nobody thought Oxygen could take down the former major champions in a series like this with everything on the line, despite the strong game against Heretics to start this day. I mean, so much has been asked of this Oxygen squad with how long they've had to play today. It took 12 rounds on both maps to win that 2-0 earlier. Map 3 and the third one that they played against Fluxo, their first of the series, was a disaster. They choke out their 6-2 lead. Now it's 7-7. Is there any way that they have the mental to bring this one home?
I've seen enough. Welcome back, Dark Zero. My goodness. And OXG still have a whole other map to go. You're talking like this is map number 3. No,
It
no.
feels like it.
This is just to survive at this point. This could be a long road to walk for a team that had a tough group and immediately found themselves in the lower bracket. And yes, an improbable 2-0 victory over Heretics earlier today. But they are the more experienced team. They are a T1 squad, even if they made it through the LCQs. This OXG team is a bit of an enigma. What happens now? 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Settling in now outside of the building. Oxygen, quick. Again, going with a bit more conventional of an execute. They have shed that cheese, but my, Adam dying to a nitro cell is probably not part of the plan. Very quickly, OXG will need to retrieve that diffuser surrendered outside of the building. That's a good start for Fluxo W7M.
Doss just in customs is able to toss it over the wall, get that first pick, and that's a huge one for him. A second as Forrest is down through the window. Now they could pick him up. Dots inside the site is not able to capitalize on that full clear. They toss a toxic babe out to try to get the cure on the kill, but Forrest has crawled away far enough that he should be safe to pick this one up, but this is wasting so much time, Parker.
Gomez gets on the board. Forrest is retrieved. What could have been bad to worse has somehow managed to get a little bit better. A logic bomb will go out, so the remaining Fluxo W7M players now heard if you're close enough, but OXG struggled to get into the building. Just a little bit over a minute left. Utility will go out. Isolating these roamers upstairs will be a focal point for Oxygen as they work their way towards this AB bomb site. Forrest here with a potential backstab. He's got a good read, but he gets baited in by Paulu. Finished off, and now it's the Brazilians with another advantage.
They're all towards east. They're all grouped together for OXG, and W7M know exactly where they're coming from. The crosshairs are trained in the right position. It's just about hitting the shots.
And Gomez is doing this against his own region, a Brazilian who's played in North America for most of his career. He's making quick work of these defenders. Fluxo W7M, great patience right now. Gomez finds a third. And he is willing his team into map number 3. He has an opportunity for a fourth. Paulu wants the engagement. Dots also from far away, but he's left Paulu inside of the bomb site all by his lonesome. What can Palucifer do?
Swing!
Why the fuck would you swing? Dots now retreating through the top floor.
I just don't get it. Why are you swinging when
OXG
it's not
finding their footing
necessary?
here on attack. And we might just have a third map in front of our very eyes. They know exactly where Dots is. Now they defend the bomb
sometimes
site.
I just don't get when you're defending that you really need to swing it when it's not necessary at that point.
Cut out for him.
Like the window,
Sees
for
the
example,
defuse kit.
you don't
He
need to
doesn't
swing
see
that.
Grixer,
Swing
and we will have a third map. The relief sweeps through OXG. Inhale, exhale. What more can be said, Jesse? I couldn't have said it better myself. A third map between these two teams as OXG gets the job done in the 15th and final round.
Me too, man. Me too. What a game that they just played. Still a third map awaits us in this one. Grixer top fragging for the team, but frankly, Parker, it's Gomez who needs to put on that cape. The hero of round 15, a triple, pushing in through the east stairs, finding the bodies of W7M exactly when they needed to. Just like last time, we will head to a third map between Oxygen and W7M.
I mean, it's a team effort, but you gotta be regretting all of those attacks if you're OXG. Don't make those mistakes. Center yourself. You came back mentally for map 2. Do it again for map 3. Fluxo W7M could taste that 2-0, but they'll have to wait for map 3 up next.
Damn. Holy smoly, that was not what I wanted. Okay, I'm not allowed to have that music on, so let me get this. Now I have every skin. I can let it go in the background like this, but Okay. Okay. It got quite very fast. Well, I can't turn that on yet because it get copyright. Oxygen beat heretics. Yeah, I thought Oxygen would not be able to do that, but because truthfully, Oxygen have not played well during the tournament, and now they're just showing up. So that would make them. Now we can hear what they're saying.
Exception. That is phenomenal. I cannot wait to hear that when we get to main stage either. Gents, welcome. I feel like I've worked with you maybe once or twice.
Do you know what? You keep doing the EML games with us, Rob. We're going to start bringing you in.
It is actually kind of crazy.
We're stuck into a time loop. It's exactly like yesterday.
Yesterday, obviously, maybe a disappointing match, all things considered.
I just
we had
swallowed
such high
the
hopes
ball,
for what could have been an El Clasico of EML, but didn't really turn out that way, did it?
No, it was high intensity. I will say that. That was high intensity. There were multi-kills all the time. And it was, the top of Europe. And that's the problem. We keep eliminating European teams. And SI is in Paris, and I'm mad about it.
Are you?
I'm really mad about it. I don't know. How do these teams keep finding each other? I feel like we could be doing this job, this production in 20 years' time, Decrepit Old Men, and then we'd still see these two teams going head-to-head. They'd find a way to play each other in an international event. And of course, Secret, they played Falcons as well yesterday. So
you just can't avoid it at this point. You mentioned head-to-head. How about we actually give the viewers at home some context as to what to expect heading into this matchup?
Looking at this, you're looking at the history between G2 and Secret, and obviously we highlighted a few things. The most important one is, in the whole season of 2025, the only moment where it really mattered, where Secret beat G2, was EWC Finals. Ever since then, even since that summer in Riyadh, G2 have been dominating. They sent them in the lower bracket, in the Munich Major. They also eliminated them from the AML Finals. We're looking right now at the G2 momentum. They're the better team right now in that rivalry that exists between the two on who's going to take the throne of Falcons.
I'm hoping that G2 will win this because of them been winning a lot. But the thing is, it can turn around.
About that. But I think when it comes to the direct head-to-heads, we're seeing Secret still, getting to terms, getting on the level of G2 and Falcon, and you can see that with that head-to-head.
Yeah, coming to terms, I guess, G2, for those of you that didn't watch the group stages, by like 1 or 2 rounds, only scraped through to playoffs. And now we're talking about them potentially just being the better team in this head-to-head. But realistically, on the back of what we've seen at this tournament, Jack, do you think that's the case?
I would say so. I think G2 was night and day different in the games that didn't matter in group, but were more for placements. And then as soon as they were up against the wall, facing elimination, it's like a light bulb moment. It just switched for G2. They were lights out away against FaceTime. They were the same today against M80. They bullied M80 today, our current major champions. And therefore, it's just like G2, once they get into the lower bracket and that pressure just ramps up, something just switches on in them.
There's a specific story with G2 in that lower bracket. I'm thinking all the way back 3 years ago at SI 2023 in that legendary lower bracket run. There's something special when their back is against the wall. Everyone comes alive. Most importantly, that energy that you're getting there, we are seeing it in the games. Against the world champions of FaZe, against the major champions of M80.
I know
Today,
I'm not looking
the fire
very
was going
pretty.
up, and
I
they're
don't
still carrying
care.
that
I've
momentum
been,
going into this game.
like I said, I've been in a hospital
was on
in 5
fire,
fucking
and
days.
after the game, he actually gave us a quick little interview, a nice little snippet into what to expect. And Jack, this is
I'm so
what he
tired.
said.
Yeah, we've knocked out the reigning major champions. We've beaten the world champions. Every team should be scared of us, and I think Secret know that. That was the words that came out of Doki's mouth. That was
Well,
war.
he's not He's not
Honestly,
wrong.
I love that picture. I think it just represents who he is as a player and as a teammate. It's not only for Toki about what he brings in the game, it's about the energy he has. And if you look at that roster and that unit, I'm still seeing that. I'm still seeing the confidence that was built upon the last 2 games. Who cares about what happened in group stage? What matters is they took down 2 of the biggest titans of CG Sports to get here.
Yeah, and what is even better than talking to him after his previous match is talking to him before this one.
Hey everybody, we are here with Doki from G2. You guys have just done the map ban ahead of your game with Secret. This is fast becoming one of the biggest rivalries in Europe. Initial thoughts coming into this one?
Well, initial thoughts are they're terrible, so I don't agree with the rivalry thing. We just destroy them apart from once in EWC. So, excuse you, Oliver. But yeah, no, looking forward to it. Vito's good. Clubhouse, Bank. No, fuck. Clubhouse, Consulate, Bank. Pretty good maps for us. Comfortable on all 3 of them. So are they. So that's going to be fun. Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath again. So European bloodbath. Going to be fun.
Excellent. Couple of quick fire questions now. Is it too early to believe? Obviously,
He
G2
just
lower bracket run,
revealed
SI23,
what maps we
you
are
guys
going
have
to
been
be
here
seeing.
before. Is it too early to start believing?
I mean, I don't really believe in this, like, fairy tale Cinderella story. You just play until you need to stop playing. That's the truth. We've already beat some tough opponents. There's more tough opponents in our way. Just got to keep playing until we need to stop playing. So, yeah, anything can happen.
And last question, would you rather go up against Savage on the Shields or Primetime Doom?
Whatever.
Whatever comes your way.
I'm sure we're going to get both. So, that's Secret for you.
Doki, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck today.
Cheers.
They would make a phenomenal cartoon together. The Pebble and the Boulder, I think there's something there. But ultimately, Jack, some interesting things being said out of Doki, which we're not surprised by.
I think G2 have just hit a train of momentum, and
Sure.
I think G2
don't
are
know
usually
how
their
tall
biggest
is
problem
Doki.
to themselves. It's not usually their opponent, and when G2 are playing well, and they know that they're playing well, they just elevate each other. Doki, he's feeling it. Alamau seems to be doing so much better in those late round situations, calling them out, and Loira's just an absolute demon. He's on demon time, as Demo keeps calling it. G2 are a really scary
499.
proposition
He's
right now
actually 10
because
years.
of that momentum.
What Doki was
Younger
saying
than
in
me.
there is, it's not even a contest. Who are they versing? It's Team Secret, a roster
He has
that at
400
the
DPI,
moment
that's what
is
I
in
had,
a very interesting position, Leo, because I feel as though this is a moment to make or break even the start of your year. You have another 12 months ahead of you. This would be the best moment they could have.
Absolutely. I think it's the end result of a crazy season for these guys. Finally, a roster that made the right changes. They brought in Mugli and Noah all the way at the beginning of the season. They achieved the best that they could. They won an international title at EWC, but what they want is confirmation. They want confirmation that they're not a dark horse anymore. They want to be considered a favorite, and they were not named as a favorite when they come into
162,
this event. And the
so-
thing is, they did everything perfectly. The group stage went well. They were
He's,
first.
the
They
same
showed
height
everything
as
they
me.
wanted to show. The problem was when they reached playoff, they faced a crazy Falcons. And if we look back at what happened there, Falcons, they brought in the momentum. They brought in the fraggers. They brought in the Shaiko who was yelling and trash talking. They were bringing the shields with Ride on that Montier with the
No,
blitz.
he's
They were
the
trying
same
to be
height as me.
disruptive, and they were bringing the pace to Secret. Secret wanted a bloodbath. Yes, they wanted a TDM. But Falcons, they won at that game. And that's my worry, Jack. What is the one thing that Secret does best?
Did you
The
know that
shields,
Pengu
the
is
frag, the
about
power, the
5
frag,
centimeter
I guess,
taller
play
than me?
style, right? That we know and love from
Love
Secret.
that.
It's exactly how Falcons took down Secret yesterday.
Secret seems to be really good against the international opponents because they can drag all these teams into a bloodbath match, you know? When teams are trying to play default, maybe a little bit more structured, and they're getting run down by a blitz, they're getting all these fraggers in their faces, it's really hard for them to face. But the problem is when they face Falcons, when they face G2, it's a very similar style who know that style inside out. These teams know each other so well, so it becomes slightly less effective.
One thing though, they can take a page of the book of Fabian. What was the last tag time out he said to MAT? He said, bring traps. Bring traps to slow down the shield and the walking around. That's one thing that they can try to do against Alemao and G2.
Doki talked about the map vetoes as we were interviewing him earlier, so how about we lay it out for you? We just spread out what should be an unbelievable entree into a main.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see Team Secret. They're going to pick into Clubhouse. Now, Clubhouse longest time, G2's permanent ban. Secret absolutely love the map. It's their home comfort. They will play there up against anybody. So not surprised to see that picked into, even if G2 do keep allowing it into the vetoes.
And that's fine. They're going to go on Consulate, the one map where they beat FaZe, the world champion, where they beat MAT, the Munich major champions. It's a comfortable one for them.
And then if you was to have a game of rock, paper, scissors, that's probably the best way to determine who is the best bank team inside of Europe.
Oh my God.
So we're going to see bank from these two teams. G2 will face up anybody on it. They beat Falcons unbeaten streak.
Clubhouse,
and Secret, they've got an
Consulate,
unbeaten streak
bank.
to protect themselves.
More than 10 wins in a row for Team Secret on bank. Maybe it stops today.
It's scary. It's such a scary prospect. Because if we do get to third, everything that you've just laid up will be absolutely perfect. It will be an absolute main course. Well, I'm kind of hungry. How about we bring in our main course? Let's welcome for the first time at SI Paris 2026. We've got our tri-cast, but more importantly, we got Oscar from Heretics. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing phenomenal. How are you feeling after what was an unfortunate bow out from the tournament earlier today?
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but just happy to be here, really. Tier 2 team. What can you expect?
Yeah, you've done phenomenally well, and I'm sure you're going to kill it here. So I'll leave you in the capable and very, very lovely hands of Emmy and Demo.
Thank you.
Well, both of us demo. This time you actually got a compliment as well, Oscar. It's
have to look around them to get to you now.
We'll
It's a little bit different,
It's
Well, I'm
fine.
not that big to look around. Though,
That's right. Go either side. It's amazing to have you. Obviously, you can give an insight that no one else has been able to on this desk, which is how do you play at the event, right? How do you sort of get your head in? And obviously, an EU versus an EU showdown, you've got a couple of ideas of how this one might cook.
Yeah, it's a banger game, actually. The two titans of EU, I think. Obviously, Falcons is in the upper bracket already. And we got the next best two.
Well, let's wait no more time and start on Club.
Ah, so sweet. Like, they came far. Like,
And this could be, maybe, even with all the other amazing series that we've had so far today, one of the best if we get everything statistical. Demo.
I mean, this is right up our street, isn't it?
Oh,
G2 Secret. We've seen it. I mean, we've seen it all before.
let's
but
see,
it
they
never
got...
There's some elements towards this when you get inter-region games. You obviously get them at this point in the tournament, and there's sometimes arguments of, I hate it. Why are they doing? Why is my region the one that's not being able to be on either side of the finals?
Heretics
But
got
it means we are sending the best of the best all the way to the end.
$55,000.
Right, you're gonna
Or
hopefully
around
theoretically get
55,000
those sort of top
euros.
teams.
That is not bad
Sorry,
for a
Heretics.
T2 team.
I'm sorry about
That is actually
but hey,
really good.
Fourth best EU. What can you
Fourth
say?
best EU. Take
And
it.
they got
To be fair, actually, this is the
that
complimentary moment of
before,
the
like,
amazing run
yeah,
that the team
just
has
to
had.
put
Now
it
you
in
get to see our job.
perspective, they beat Enterprise,
which
Black Dragon,
probably
Elevate,
less
Spirax,
stressful,
and
I
Nip
think. Is that fair?
Probably more
to
stressful,
get
be honest.
55,000.
Wow.
I mean, I'm confident in my own game, but
To be fair, we'd say the
That
same if
is
we had
insane.
Yeah.
They
That's
ended
very
up
true,
on
actually. I think I would
15th place.
be the worst rated
in
player
the
that
sixth
ever touched the
invitational.
game if I had to play
That
at
is
SI. I think I'm
amazing.
also going to give
Kudos
some
to
quick
those
perspective
guys
on
that
the pair
really
of you two,
deserve
because you two
it.
have known each other for quite a while, I think. And
Sadly.
so I might just prop up play-by-play and let you
Like,
two go at
kudos
each
to
other and
them.
argue about the game itself.
Yeah. Well, me and Oscar,
I
we've had a
think
good old
Spud
chat about the
should
maps,
join
and we
a
look
EU
at
to the
Clubhouse.
fix his
Now,
play.
Oscar, we know
Like,
that
it doesn't
G2,
have to be an EU
kind of been
team in
prepping
general,
this for a
just
while, 'cause
think
it
they
was kinda
need
like
to...
their permaban for a
like, the team that
good
he's
old
in
period.
with fits him
I mean,
in
not against
general.
Secret,
It's
who I
just
think
that
are, again, a very competent club.
I think maybe Spud
Yeah, I
should
think
have a
it should be-
different
as long as Secret play that game, I
a
think it should be,
different role.
Swift.
He's playing
Well, I'm gonna
flex at the
sort of
moment,
poke at you
which
first
I
here
kind of
about these bands. Obviously, you've got the
like.
the
It
Capital,
comes
the
down to
Blackbeard,
the
and then
strats
double
more than
electrics.
him
From
playing
your
like
perspective, do you feel that this is sort of the
Flex
top end of
or,
what you would do
Fragger.
against these teams?
Yeah, against Secret, they're very good with the Util and the Shields, so they obviously don't want to play against the Shield and good with the Util.
Oh! Well, Mowgli opens up. Actually, elsewhere, Laurie was just trying to farm some clips, but in the meantime, he's already been put to bed. That is no smoke. The first loss, and the Shields are already off to the races. Laurie's able to find Adrian. They're going to charge their way up towards the top of red, and the player is just going to try and get out of there before suddenly they're entirely surrounded. The impact will get some impact. The stomping, having the cover over the shoulder, and it's turned into a little bit of a bloodbath here at the top of the stairs. Does have the utility that you mentioned. They're very good at using it, but now they've got to try and break their way against it. Held at bay. Remembering the site is down in the basement, this top floor is just a back and forth brawl. Mowgli dives in, stomping, pushes right back against them, and at this point, a 3 versus 2, but they're vacating, they're getting out of there. They've remembered where the site is, and they've got the cover to bring it back.
I was going to mention, this is the basement. You know, we're not dealing with that top floor. It's that massive extension, that roam game from G2, and it's worked out really well for them. I mean, being able to pick off, you know, Savage, who all he'd said to Doki, you want to face against Savage on the shields or prime time Doom, they've dealt with both of them immediately.
I guess it's sort of the moment with a minute 10, the 3 versus 2, and you're looking at what the attackers still have in their pockets. A couple of frag grenades, a couple of hard breaches, but without the Hibana, they're hoping that what has already been opened is what's going to remain open, because, well, they've got the choice. Get themselves Stog Hatch, get themselves potentially Bar Hatch if it's not been done as well, and then from then, what?
Well, I mean, the clash is still yet to be
Poor
revealed.
Oscar's like sitting there,
it's now been spotted
don't know
out.
what to say.
You can't really drop Kitchen Hatch. You cannot go for that kind of route into the bombs. That you're going to have to look for another alternative, because that shield is just going to nullify it, and they may try and double up and maybe go for the Moto take, just judging on where they're positioned.
Now at this point, Clash has the back line, and I guess the question starts to be, where can you dive your way through? And as the keepers get replaced, and they've got themselves a bit of a split push, it's a question I'll come back to you in a second on Oscar before this comes together. Do you double up?
Please,
Do you just try and find the isolation? There's the first cross, there's the first end, there's the first round.
Nicely
I think
done.
that round is a perfect example of the new clubhouse meta. You want to work the top floor, you want to hard hold either gym side or the cash side, and they held the cash side perfectly, got the man advantage, and then they're falling back on the Clash and there's Army, and what can I do?
I mean, Clash has been a big issue. I don't know how have you guys kind of dealt with that operator? Because I think the pick rate from her, there's not a massive amount of counters outside like Nomad. I mean, nobody's really going to bring in Cali, but I mean, how is Clash at the moment?
The only team I've seen really bring the Cali is VP in the LCQ actually. But yeah, you have to bring a Nomad or maybe even a Cappy, but obviously they ban the Cappy, so you can only bring the Nomad, and you're attacking basement and you've got Nomad, so that's even, you can't really afford to bring that.
You're stuck in. You're locked in. And I guess it's always the conversation that we've often had is there's just so much to ban nowadays.
We've had this discussion. It's a lot of good attackers. I mean, do you then go for the Grim ban? I mean, that operator as well is really good on the map like Clubhouse. You think about the different areas even on that basement. Maybe, yes, we didn't really get to see it, but still, we know how strong that operator is. Basement locked out.
Oh, by the way, guys, if you ever go into Facebook or something,
I'm not a massive fan of.
please watch my videos over Facebook because I actually get paid when people are watching my videos now over at Facebook. So, like, if you're interested in supporting me to get some income, yeah, that would help immensely. Like, I totally forgot about it, but literally, like, that would actually be amazing.
You're the ones that can put out the controversial statements people can complain about later. I'm protecting myself. I don't know anything. But what I do know is probably going to start with an approach on towards the garage. When you got that Monty, get yourself in up and you're looking towards the pressure of, well, there, CC breach. But that's not really the biggest problem, especially with the double hard electrics even banned out. And then from this point here, want to try and drive themselves up against the Azami, against Doki, but he's happy to play in this position. And obviously with those, he's probably going to have himself a little bit more safety. You can hear the air jabs being set up, all three of them in very quick succession around the bottom here, Demo.
Yeah, it looks to be flank protection perhaps here from Jum, because he's going to be lurking inside the lounge. It stopped anybody kind of swinging onto the players inside the garage as the approach is now beginning. Savage trying to gain a bit of information, but just waiting until in goes the Grims. Here we go now, in comes the nades with the Wamai discs in good positions.
No, but it doesn't quite get him. The second one will probably get the end of him. No, somehow survives. Doki gets Mowgli as well. There goes the Grim. The Monty's a little bit cornered, but you don't want to try and hit the height rope because otherwise we'll probably going to get caught from elsewhere. More flashes, more burn, but there needs to be something else to support this at this point, and they're kind of just start looking for the cross angle on CC.
What are they doing?
It feels like they're missing something, but hey, sometimes when you're hoping and praying, those get answered.
Oh, Loira, don't think you needed to stand up, but Doki, what a great pick, just swings onto the players in garage. Savage doesn't know what to do. Does he unshield? Does he play for the kill? He thinks, oh, I'm just going to keep feeding that information, but somebody needs to kill this guy. Doki just been allowed to stay up here for far too long.
Well, he unshielded for a second, and that bought another bit of space, but Adrian almost suffered the same fate in his teammates, and now 50
That is really
seconds.
good,
Would you
though,
say this
by,
is a little bit too slow, Oscar?
Yeah, especially with the smoke and the C4, this is going to be really hard. They might have to play for kills.
Another thing I've noticed, nothing to open up in towards Rafters, so they have to go through the window. And we know there's going to be a C4 waiting for that.
See, they've got all of the read on this on the BP, so as soon as they try and make this growth, it's going to happen. They're throwing out the bros just to sort of say the statement of, we're watching you. There's the impact DMP on towards that bulletproof. They know they have to try and bait out this utility, but 20 seconds. The defenders have 7 seconds to wait anyway. Here's the first play. There's more of a reveal. They're not quite able to get themselves anywhere secret. They could try and tuck in close on towards the half wall, but instead they've just got to drive because of the bulletproof. They're pushing themselves further and further. They just took the territory, refused to play the game in the bulletproof, and Alamau, can he get the stop? He's swinging his way around, he can't quite find the player, he's a second too late!
How did G2 lose that? How did they lose that?
I've hit an oh my god, but I gotta know what happened there.
GT knew they had to play for kills though, and they gave the picks.
It was the correct call. I mean, we've seen the setup, they couldn't get themselves into the kind of traditional plant. Open up in towards rafters. I mean, that rafter hold would cause Secret a lot of issues, but still able to make it happen. You know, for Loira, just could he have just proned? Did he need to maybe help Doki? It didn't look as though he was under any immediate danger. But it's that shield again from Savage. I mean, that's the danger man that we've highlighted plenty of times. I also think Jum, coming in on the backstab in from bedroom, was able to get the down, I think, onto the tub. That was also very important, and that's what Secret have. You've got Savage on those shields. You've got Jum who can make those plays.
If we want to trade it rounds, we have them. At this point, we find our way round on towards Jim. You know, there's actually been a play of bar, and I've missed it. I've heard about that this tournament. There's only one site as the start of this day that hasn't been played. Guess what it is?
I have no idea.
No idea, none at all. Can you?
Not, well, I mean, surely, has Haman been played in Fortress?
Yeah, I think Wildcard played it.
I can see that actually two analysts in the corner. What do you think it was? Haman, Fortress.
Was I right? Was it right?
No, I believe it was a site on left.
By being hoodwinked?
I think so, but now I'm doubting myself because I was told this fun fact earlier.
No, we've had a kitchen.
No, it's Lair. It's the army site.
Oh, yeah.
Haman has been played.
Oscar said Wildcard.
Wildcard. To be fair, they've played a lot of weird sites. They just went on a rotation. Anyway, there's the fun story in the.
We got there in the end. Yeah.
Listen, if the pro can't guess it as well, then I think I'm doing okay. But I failed at guessing it.
I've been trying to play the game, not watch it.
Hey, what, you're telling me you're not tuned in for the cars? I'm a bit busy.
Trying my best, but I'm prepping.
That's fine. That's fine. At this point, moment of silence and the buck hunting underneath.
Yeah, I like this. This is good from Jim. I mean, Jim in the buck is a staple operator for him. He can get himself in below. Very capable entry player, we know if he needs to be. Putting Loira under a lot of pressure, but Loira on the vigil. Going to be immune to the bees, but you can see right now, Austria have got onto it. They can see the scanner from below.
You can see they're trying to just force the play out. The glass has gone towards the top of red, and that's going to at least get rid of the shield. But can they catch the player? No, it does go down, but stopping in Loira. One apiece puts us into the 4 versus 3. Still trying to find a fight through the floorboards with the boss G, but unfortunately it seems like there's nobody that wants to try and step up to the boss. Instead,
no.
One that June can win, level things out. 3 apiece until Doki has a say and look, instantly fall away. They've done the damage, done the decimation, and have done the sort of deed and slipped away, Oscar.
Yeah, this seems like G2's game plan here is play aggressive till the 3v3-ish, and then just fall back and test to execute.
Think that's something Secret can often suffer from?
Not fully, but maybe I think with all the heavy util, you might have to.
Wow, the heavy util starts to pop. We can hear the smoke and we can see the smoke. Doki hits the door hard and, well,
and overheat.
Overheat goes, but I mean, that's Doki.
It's good info. I mean, you know, Savage is out in the windows now, so I think for the 1v2 to be played, just a trade game here for the 2 Brazilians on G2. Savage will pick up the kit and does get smoked off, and he just has to pick, does he go bedroom or does he go in towards Logi, and Logi is where he's gonna go. Shotgun close from Alamau. Good smoke, and there's the boss G. Loira nails him as he tries to make that divide. G2, the game plan's working.
Didn't I kill the guy, Con? Fuck him.
Yeah, so we've heard that from all of you across the playdays. I don't know how aware you are of that.
No, I don't swear.
To be fair, I will say you're not the biggest pop-off player. I remember we cast a big clutch of yours. Oh, we'll tell you this in a second. After the ban's through, I think we're getting a timeout. We can have a listen in towards the players, and then we'll pick this story up.
Play aggressive off that, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Guys, for this basement round, I don't have much to say, so we can just keep it up with the planning, because it's been good. Going on to cash again, I like the idea from Savage over there. Let's try to play a little bit more of timing over there, because we will take them out of surprise, you know, just go and explode it into the cash wall once we open it. Like, these two guys garage, so we make them stuck over there and we go for it. And then for this Jhin over there, you remember what I spoke with you about Consulate, about the pressure from below as well. If you need to, just put go and open some pixels, but you won't kill no one from below. I need you two on two positions to play, and I need all of you guys around as well ready, because they won't be standing still just waiting for the bug to kill them, guys. So we need to play punitive mode, either to just go and roll over into that, or get ready for this aggression into this timing. It's only about that. You guys will win the round by this, you know?
Yeah.
So, I see both of you nodding and pulling a face. What are your thoughts on a timeout like that?
Yeah, I thought that was decent. I think you also have to talk about the ban. The Azami ban is good for the game plan that has been called here. Like, they want to play more aggressive and play together and not let them, you know, just get the free picks. So, especially if they get the picks, they can't fall back.
I think I spoke to Twister, and he said, you know, I kind of asked him, you know, what is the mentality with going for the timeouts, you know, this event? And he says, for the most part, it's kind of circuit breaker if he needs to get in there and just kind of chill them out. He thinks Savage is calling really great this event. But that seemed to be a lot more specific than what we've seen prior for Twister before this game. You know, he's kind of going more into the strats that needs to be called. Like he said, for example, on that cache, open up the main breach and rush through it and leave the garage guys just by themselves. You know, that might be the game plan that Twister wants to see. Go more aggressive into G2, which again is always a risk because we know the players that G2 have and can very quickly lose to a 3K and a 4K because there's been some big multi-kills for G2 so far this tournament. But we head down to the basement, so it may be a while before we get back up to those top floor sites again.
You see G2 here bringing the clash again. I think that's the third time they played the clash here this match.
Yeah, I mean, is it something that you usually expect from them as a team? Is it?
I think I haven't watched that many games, but they like to abuse the info, and it's, you know, it's a walk in info. So if they can play together off the info, it's good.
Well, it feels, I was about to say, it feels like a slightly slower start up top, but it's Stumpin in the meantime getting Noah around billiards.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a mistro, no, for Noah just to walk straight in towards pool table and get killed. I mean, Stompin has went unchecked. There's been no trade there for Secret. So, yeah, a bit of a hit because you think about the operator that they've got. It's the Habana who, as we know, is not only great for opening up those hatches, even towards the later stage, thinking about triple wall in towards Church. A lot of util being wasted, but still, you've got ways in. You've still got the ace. You've still got the hard breach gadgets from Ying. It's not all done, but it's all about these roamers. That's what Secret need to try and find.
You can see they're trying to pinch them out, and Mowgli's about to find a fight immediately. The Candela rolls out from the hatch. The pre-throw in C4 doesn't quite get the landing, but Stompin has the gloves and the gun to back it up. Looks for the second. He's just pre-firing the angle, but think of the time, think of the players, and think of the third, because he's going to try and find a fourth instead. Keep sending it, Stompin! Absolutely pockets all of them. The king of the game seems to be the statement here from Doki, but if he can make an ace, he might be Lord Emperor sooner rather than later. He's got a second to spare, but instead, they're just going to try and drive onto the site. You assume the pressure's going to come whether he goes up or down. Hello, Clash. Hello, Stompin!
That's king.
What the fuck?
Oh, big old ace. Off the back of just himself. He was just by himself, kind of hovering towards bathroom, waiting to play a game of pool, and he finds 5. Obviously found Noah.
What
I mean,
the
kill
fuck?
for me, it was Mowgli.
What did I just
Should
see?
have had him dead right, but he got flashed by his own teammate. The Candela came in through the hatch. And then Stompin, of course, he's the warden, puts the goggles on, wins that engagement. And this is where the individuals as much as what we've talked about the players in Secret, G2, and how stacked that they are, I'm still waiting for Loira. I'm waiting for the demon time still, don't forget. It's still upon us.
He's still on demon time. It's like waiting for a bus. But a very violent one here. There's the catch, and then obviously leaning in. They just pushed a little bit staccato, a little bit separated.
They're giving him the one go once, basically. That's the issue.
This whole tournament, there's been a lot of them. And then
just one guy. I mean, for Secret, obviously off the back of the timeout, not gonna feel great. But that is the basement locked out once again for G2. We will not see them back down there unless we get into that overtime. But the way it's going, I mean, G2 racking up a lot of rounds for themselves.
To say the least.
Over towards the cache, and this is where we remember it was a very heavy util hold in towards Catwalk. We've seen a lot of Wamais, and Azami's being used. Now, Oscar, with that Azami ban, you don't have that kind of credibility now to sit up there as safely as what you could before.
Yeah, but I want to see if they do the timeout plan that they were going to do.
What, the rush through the breach?
Yeah.
Oh, they've only got one there right now, and maybe it shook their confidence. Seems like instead they've started to look over towards the stretch. They've obviously got this extension towards Logi, and I guess it's one of those things with a round like that, if you had the timeout, does it shake you? Does it make you worry about doing a fast-moving strat?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. I think they want to just slow it down, work the picks better.
Oh, they can't do any worse than smothering a flawless on an ace from the side of Stompin, so every way is up, and the first might be this, the pinch. Set up on towards construction, make sure as soon as somebody tries to leave via Logi, they can just get cut off at the pass, and now put the pressure elsewhere. But to be honest, Loira is not backing up into the problem. Malamau and Stompin, they're sat inside the bedroom side as well. There's only really 2 players around the site, though Loira has rotated back in. There's a bit of work being done by a Twitch drone as well, removing some utility.
Need to try and find a pick for Secret, because that time is slowly ticking away, and there's still smokes that they need to try and find. I've noticed as well that Jum was able to get all 5 scans on the player, so potential destruction from below. We know that Deimos pistol can go pretty crazy, but now this is where they can rotate back over towards Rafters, and without that Azami, we know that Doki is going to be a little bit more of a rougher position if he wants to try and maneuver around that.
I mean,
he doesn't care.
Oh, he doesn't care. Swings out wide, gets Savage, gets the Twitch gone, the grenades will roll through, and they do get the pick as the trade, a very important stat, but you can see the smokes stop and cover the breach itself, so if they wanted to go quick, well, they have no choice. At this point, Alamau has rotated his way back towards site, but Stompin is still on the far side, by the window, watching and waiting, just in case he gets a chance.
I think it's also to note that this time, Secret, they do have the hard breach, so they can go and open up in towards that Rafters wall. Jum has been able to find a pick. He was lurking inside a stock for a good old period, and like I said, open up the wall. They can now try and work this plan. Adrian has the diffuser in his hand. Oh, the top is going to stall him out ever so slightly. Lura going aggressive. Look at this rotate from Blams, though. Will they have any idea he's playing close to the bridge? No, they don't. Blams picks up one. No, looks away at the wrong moment. Noah able to get the trade.
They're driving themselves in towards the site, get rid of the BP and get themselves planted unknown, but underneath, that's where the danger players are. The impact is impactless as they can't quite get the angle. Instead, swung up red, but only to meet their end, and now it's double down. Secret finally find the end of a round, but it was drifting further and further away. They didn't go with plan E, as you said, Oscar, but plan B, it made its way over the line.
Yeah, there was a bit of a dodgy garage clear, I'd say, but they got the kill in the end, so.
It's one of the things, I guess, with those sort of aggressive positions there, the impact of a player like Blaz in that position, how much do you need to be ready for that against a team like G2?
Yeah, we have to be just prime reactive, because the guy's going to give the call out, he's going to scream it, and you just have to play. Sometimes the plan doesn't work, so you have to just react.
I guess that's technically what we do as well, Demo.
Sometimes. I mean, if we were talking about Blaz earlier in Fortress, then yeah, we definitely do. I mean, I still have to mention it. That Blaz clutch earlier, that has to be the most unexpected clutch that's happened so far. Because that, like, where did that come from?
Well, you could say it in less polite words, but I'm a play-by-play. I don't get into heat.
I keep using that as a stigma. Oh,
yes, I can. Listen, when we bring in a pro for a TriCast, I'm allowed to hide behind anything. That's what I was going to say before. We cast one of your big clutches, And you were so chill. Like, you were just... I would be screaming. Do you not get that energy?
That's just my personality, I think.
Yeah.
They're down in the office.
I'm one round at a time, you know?
One round.
If I win a clutch, or if we troll around, you know, I try... It's the same emotion, you know?
Do you think that's an important mentality
Same
everybody should have, or is
emotion?
that just a personal?
What?
That's just personal, I think. As a team, you definitely need the hype.
Yeah.
And the emotion.
1-1
nice,
right now
I think,
on the
to have
Oxygen game
one
in maps.
consistent member,
The
and then
third
two
one has
consistent
not
members that you
started
can
yet,
always rely on.
Alberta.
Unfortunately, not Noah. First body gone again, and yet again, it's the hard breach. They have just felt cursed throughout this game so far. Keep on being taken down, Demo.
Well, they are bringing in double hard breach, so it's not all is lost.
No.
Still ways around this, of course, but losing that opening pick on a map like Clubhouse, I know that Oscar, we've talked about it, man advantage is very, very important in this kind of map.
And it's not traded either. You can lose the entry pick, no trade. It gets harder and harder.
Well, that's 2 now.
Yeah, that's 2. That's a 5 versus 3. They've got themselves surrounded here, and G2 are posing up for a 4-2 defensive half. Now, there is still a chance at a catch, but Lawyer hasn't left yet. He said he can do demon time, and he's going to see if he can try and start to clock in for a shift. No, not quite yet. We are on Mowgli time still, and Mowgli almost gets time for a second before they fade away. The breach can continue. Secret, they're keeping up a pace here, making sure that they're still putting pressure down.
Yes, that clash again, though, that's the issue. It's this extension from G2. They want to fight, they want to waste as much time and util away from Secret, then hit them where it hurts in that late stage. I mean, Stompin posted up right now, using that shield to lock down that gym window.
Question is, they've sort of left Kit behind, yeah, but then they just throw themselves in towards the site. Adrian's suddenly gone for the recollection demo.
Lovely play, though, using the Flores drone to move him away from that mattress into the open arms of Adrian. Yeah, gets that kill back that's needed, and now they're going to try and target that Clash via the Flores, but guess what? Clash has legs and can simply walk away.
I've heard a rumor that Clash had legs. I get to see it in action, and that's crazy. They're still sending the Flores in. They have to try and time this together. I'm wondering what other... It's a utility they want to pocket or just force this player out of the bathroom. Couldn't quite get the catch, but you can see a bit of a rotate. Mowgli's in behind the kit, but he's instantly smoked out away from it, and instead, almost finds a sliver of a fight, but he just keeps driving to Blaz. Blaz picks up 1, the 3 versus 2, and now that Clash just becomes infinitely more powerful, but instead Adrian is going to try and send one way, Savage gets the other, and now another 2 versus 2, but with 10 seconds before it becomes the 1 versus 2, they're going to head down and hope for the best. They've hit the pipe, buy themselves some time on the door, so they can't quite cross that path and get the down. Savage has the perfect cover, and now Stompin puts us into another clutch or die situation, and he almost gets Savage on the way out the window, but the shield, so powerful, so movable, and look how far away that they're going. Savage, he's gone really, really distance on it. He can just sort of get caught. He can't make it in time. He's not going to be able to get the catch on it. You can see he's panicking, but at this point, Stompin is cool as ice.
Savage tried to play it safe.
He knew that was the Clash, and he still went away.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for Savage. He thinks, yeah, I'm going to play it safe, go on the repel, but no, the shield being placed up.
Damn,
I mean, that's a big round for G2 to swing that in their favor, and well, the half 4-2, good showing for G2.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask you 2 questions. The first one is from a 4-2 on that sort of side. Obviously, we talked about this map. Demo said Secret were a bit surprised that G2 wanted to bring them here. Is this sort of what these teams would be expecting, especially with a timeout used?
You're looking for at least 4, I think. I mean, I would say it's expected, but my game earlier, we only got 2 defenses. So,
right. I didn't want to mention it.
But yeah, they'll be happy with 4-2, especially because it's not their pick.
Yeah. Great point that he's made. This is one thing that we've noticed as well about G2, and I know that Jack has mentioned it quite a lot. G2 are a team where they're happy to go and pick a map that they're not great at as the first map, because if they lose it, it wasn't our map anyway. But the closer that map gets, the more you're going to worry the opposition. So I think for G2, against the map pick, getting already a 4-2 half and the opportunity still to win the map, don't forget, and even make it close, get it to OT. Secret's thinking, if that was them on our map, what are they going to be like on their map?
So, the second question I was going to ask before we talk about the bans, and I have a bit of a working theory, but I'm curious what your first instinct is. Is that, when that sort of situation happens, as you sort of said, he forgot about the clash, is that a miscomm? Or is that just a misunderstanding of how things are playing together, do you think?
10 seconds to insertion.
It could be a miscomm, but I think that's just probably tunnel vision. He's obviously gone, oh, I can win. Like, he's had a Eureka moment. He's gone, oh, I can win from far away. And he's totally forgot what operators make.
Yeah, I do that, but much lower stress situations, so I can entirely imagine. 4-2, and now we can highlight the bans. Obviously, the double hard electric removal is gone. You've not got that for the side of the defense, and potentially see it mirrored, but it depends on the extension. And then on the other side, Thermite limit that. But then also the Grim sort of feels like it's a ban affecting both sides here. Oscar, what are your sort of perspectives and takeaways on these operator removals?
The Cade. Oh.
Oh no!
Nice shot.
Okay, I'll come back to your point because I think I need to talk about this game right now. This demo's hit the floor. It's 3 players either side, and there's some still fire. That is a way of clearing out rafters. You said, well, they didn't do it the cleanest last time. It's a bit messier here on the approach. But again, think about the site. Think about how this started at the beginning of the map demo.
Yeah, I mean, overall for that trade, it's pretty good for Secret. What a hit from Jim, by the way. I mean, that was brilliant. And yeah, I think for G2, you've still got the hard breach option, which I think is very, very important. It's different if you lose both the hard breachers and then you're sat with, you know, a few nades and a few flashbangs. But we know that this basement, it's all about opening the hatches, getting the walls opened up, creating as much pressure as possible. So overall, not a bad trade. But for G2, it's decision-making. What is going to be their option? Obviously, with Clubhouse, you want to try and have that 5v5 exit. You want to try and hit as many different avenues as you can. Whenever you've only got 3, you're kind of restricted. They've actually spotted the Scopus upstairs. Noah should be fine because he can TP. There we go. No problem at all. So here we go. This is more like it. The 3v3, all players in sight. It's up to G2 for their attack.
They haven't destroyed the shell, though. They've sort of left it on towards the top as far as I could see before. So, I mean, I'm not going to say it could come back to haunt them, but it can always come back to haunt them. And it's actually Alamal's going to find his way around to it, and he's making sure that the Scopus has left. And
nice, Carl.
Just changing max.
Could have shot it. No, I'll firm it.
Listen, we all make mistakes in the heat of pace. 40 seconds, though. Still with Denari laser traps, and still with Kibas in pocket, and still with the threat. Do they have enough time?
They've got the Capital, that's important. They've got a bit of util to try and counter that clash.
At this point as well, there's no C4, just impacts to try and stop it. I'm not sure if they were hoping for a bait, but it's actually able to slip their way through behind the case and go for the plant itself. Watch. They've got the cross. They've made sure that nobody can get across this divide, but they almost let it slip. They do get the plant. They do get the planter, and now they've just got stomping. Once again, how many times will we be in this situation? But can we make it 3 for 3 on his impressive tally so far? Holding. And he's about to be held by what he worked so brilliantly before. There's that clash. She's making a quick route up towards the top. Noah is waiting as well. The clash is putting all this pressure on. Stomping, though. He gets Noah and he just gets out of there. And now what do you do? At this point, you drop down, hope you can get the defuse in time. They're going to be able to play the verticality. They're hoping he doesn't have the angle. But Stompin just seems from on top of it all, Demo.
Stompin on point to make that 1v2 happen. He was up against the Clash, who we seen was running upstairs. A good play from Secret. Used the shield to get him off the verts. But Noah went just a little bit too fast, and he gave himself away to Stompin. Once it goes into that 1v1, look how clever Stompin is. He hears the Clash running upstairs. Just run away. He's going to have to drop the hatch at some point. Wow, G2 getting that over the line. Stompin can do no wrong. 12 and 3, I believe he is. Wow.
What a series.
You might be the lucky charm. I was going to say, it's map 1, but you might be Stompin's lucky charm. That's the way. I mean...
Look at that, wow.
12 and 3 on the KD, positive on the entry, and sort of coming in towards this game as well, obviously, with how the team played earlier on with the GT series we covered. Loira was the top dog. Loira was the one that could sort of do no wrong, and Stompin, he still had a positive game. He was still 17-12. But here, how he's been able to step up.
Hello, Stalker.
Earlier today, he was the top-rated player for G2.
The thing with G2, they're all having a great tournament. I mean, all of them. We were looking at the stats earlier, and also you made a
Come
great
on,
point.
G2.
If Blaz is playing well for that team, that's great because you've got the 4 kind of younger ones. Well, I say Doki younger, well, kind of, maybe a little bit. Let's say the 4 younger ones, and then you've got Carl, who
But Stompin is having a really good game. He did not have too many good games in the group stages at all. Like overall, G2 did not have the best group stage at all, except for the phase game.
Master Avenger.
After that, they kind of seem to be working up a little bit and get their heads together.
Maybe
The question is going to be later when we go into
there's the split here.
the consulate for G2. It's their pick and they're really good at it. I would actually say I'm kind of surprised that they did not go Lair, because Lair is really good for G2 as well.
That affects the team a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Secret. If they don't win a Clubhouse, which is their pick, they're going to have some issues. Unless G2 is just going to fuck it up.
Yeah, big buffer.
Like
Loira. It's a bit of damage from somewhere, and again, these early engagements will happen, and Stompin chasing that player all the way downstairs. That's good information. They know that a player is on the roam at the moment. And again, Stompin just careful off that.
Yeah,
keep in mind this is our gym.
But also, I feel like there might be too much of the information. Like, Secret is good at Claire as well, so
you can see that shield to defend
I think Secret might be better
has got
on...
the nade, but he needs to go ahead and say that, yeah, the util is cleared away before he goes for it, and there we go, the shield is gone, and Alamau with the pickup, and another, oh my word! Mowgli, you don't hear the Blackbeard running at you?
Wow, they can't hear much more else. It's a 3 versus 3 though. They've gone for the retake, and suddenly they're in a bit of a tight spot here. There's a bit of damage being done. Savage in an aggressive position, but still a swing back up top red in a 2 versus 2. But Adrian and Savage, they did their best to save the missing man, and since then, now a 2 versus 2. Let's get out of here. But look at the health across.
We do remember that the site is in bedroom and not like cash server. Like, do you guys know that?
How do they try and formulate their close?
Like, it kind of like really confuses sometimes.
Savage still alive. You've got Alamau still alive with their 2 favorite players. You've got Adrian with Savage. You've got Loira with Alamau. I mean, this is a great 2v2.
There's the pre-fire, just sort of put the pressure on here across Logi. Hop their way back round. The Deathmark can't quite get the catch, but the pressure of a grenade almost getting his teammate probably isn't going to be the way that you want this to go again. G2 now. Onto the next angle, and I know everything is going to be a challenge, but you can see the position there aggressively. Adrian held himself on the other side of the bed and leaves Alamau in a 1 versus 2 to push this one on towards map point. He can't quite get the right angle. He's not quite sure where he's sort of supposed to be looking. Just about 2 guns.
That's the power of the fullback.
Same strategy.
I was going to say, you said it before, it's the sort of strategy that they use. Do you think this is sort of just 2 teams knowing each other very well?
Yeah, that was a messy...
Yeah, obviously they played a lot, but I think it's a pretty standard map, and you know what you're expecting really with Clubhouse.
Yeah, it comes back to what we always mention about Clubhouse. There's not much that you can do kind of new, because it has been around for quite a while. It's different if we're looking at a fortress and then really, you know, we don't know where that's going to go. But at the moment so far, very close game. I mean, great siege on display. I mean, the trade game, I think, has been very quick and very fast. But that's just because this lobby's stacked. I mean, if you look at the stats with all 10 of the players, everyone's in and around like the 100 mark for EPS. Everyone having a great tournament in this lobby. It's just a shame that one of them's going home. It really is.
Ready as well. The sort of...
Oh, I hate EU versus EU. It's just... Oh, why?
Does your heart break?
It's not fun. Especially, I love these 2 teams as well. It's a tough one for me.
I thought your favorite team was Heretic.
Well, they're gone, so we can't support them.
It's alright.
Wow.
So who's the new favorite? If you have to pick one.
Well, this is the issue. I wasn't a big fan with G2 at the start of the tournament with how they were going about things, but that last game, as always, G2, and I mean, if you're a G2 fan, everyone knows what I mean. Somehow they pull you back in. It's like the man in Paris, he's showed you and he pulled you in.
Did that happen? Did you say that like it happened to you?
To be fair, when I saw them against FaZe for elimination, I thought, oh, but, you know, and they made it further than me.
Yeah.
But G2 have a habit of that. Obviously, their run to Montreal started with FaZe.
Nice, Ducky got a freebie.
How do you deal with Prime Doom? Well, Turkey's at least found one of the answers, and it's a Blackbeard holding Oh, a cheeky down towards
whoa,
what
that's
was
not
doing
good.
there, exploring.
That's not
Couldn't
good.
tell ya.
Just Jim doing Jim things, but we'll not question it.
Is that one of the parts of the new meta, Oscar? Roaming mirror?
That's a bit questionable, but maybe you can C4 through the concrete from the basement, you know?
That's true, that's true. Do a bit of reverse fishing out of the grid and get themselves the pressure on, but ooh, are they going to try and sprint their way up red here? They've obviously got the pressure for the breach, and oh no, they no longer have
the garage.
Doki, yeah, outside.
It's either a case where he had swung onto a player. Did he get peeked out of the breach? I think he did. I'm looking at my other monitor. I think Savage has swung the breach and killed Doki outside the garage door. A very cheeky kill from Savage, but credit to him. Whenever you're in a big match like this and backs up against the wall, you need to make some plays. Here comes that util dump, but the coverage has come in. Loira is downed, and that means the fire, the flames are not going to be active.
I'm 100% sure that was that really Noah that was just able to get a cheeky little angle. The Capitao's obviously been caught out, but he might be able to get back up. It also like the spray came from
This
elsewhere.
is like kind of what I was worrying about.
They're just keeping the cover. They don't want to go for it and get caught out, but Noah's not moving as of yet. He's sort of lost his life in a couple of situations where he'd rather not. So instead, play it safe. There's a minute. They've still got to get you out of the position. You've still got threat you can apply here, and now they've got even less. They've lost a bolt on that approach, but also what else do they have? No flashes. They're limited in terms of their sort of swing potential, and now they're trying to chase out Adrian on the far side of the map with Stompin with the kit rotating under, sort of over the top, back and forth. Especially Mowgli that gets Alamau, the 4 versus 2, 1.
Wow.
Okay, it's done.
I will say that catwalk position is a good contrast of how both of their teams are playing. G2, they're going demon mode on that rafters, you know? And
demon time.
Demon time.
Thank you.
And Secret, they're holding through the verts. They're trying to come up. Juma's trying to come up at them, obviously, to help for when they were clearing the rafters. But G2, they're just running and gunning.
I'm on
the
G2.
attack, they're starting to slow down, really.
So it's going to be like Mira, maybe Blackbeard or Capitao.
I think you could afford one more loss with the 5-5.
This is one of the things that we always sort of guess at, but I'd obviously love to hear the perspective.
That's interesting.
I think it literally depends on what's being called. Like, I think if the calls are a bit questionable, or maybe the vibe's down, then you want it at 5-4. But if you're just losing because they're better, then I think 5-5 is probably better.
Yeah, I think this game is coming down to obviously some important kills. You know, you think about Rafters being able to down that Capitao, buy them a bit of time. I must say, I think the added bit of aggression there from Secret just stunned G2. G2 were not expecting the aggressive swing out of the breach.
Okay, spoiler alert on the other stream between W7M versus Oxygen on the third last map. It's 1-1 in maps.
Then yeah,
it's
that's what
currently
happens.
in rounds. They're playing Cafe, by the way. 2-1 in favor of W7M.
Obviously, Savage on the scope was because he will need to escape at some point. But I mean, this is an oldie but a goldie, Oscar.
I don't know if I like it, to be honest, but maybe it could work.
I guess it's one of the things, if you're on attack and you see something like this, it's fair to probably call it unexpected.
Yeah.
Right? Is it something where you think, oh, we need to focus on this, or will we just hold the rotate back via the sort of billiard store and the game store and be fine?
Well, I don't know, it's a 50-50. I'd prefer probably to avoid it.
Fair enough. We've sort of seen a back and forth of some teams like to apply themselves, and obviously Savage, if they're the one in the position with the Scopos, well, they've just left the shell there.
Yeah, and you look at the position that Alamau's in dirt very early on. They may try and avoid the roam game altogether and go direct into the bomb site. The only thing that's going to slow them down, of course, is going to be the Vulcan canisters. That Goyo to buy Secret a bit of time, and surely this is where they should be thinking about getting back to the bomb site.
It's a bit of a strange hold as well, obviously, because you've got Doom there over towards the door of Strip. He's actually the furthest over right now, outside of the shell itself. Savage is above, but in the meantime, Noah's holding the bar. They've got themselves very sort of over the side. There's only really 2 on the site itself, and I'm wondering if Adrian and Mowgli might be under a bit of pressure sooner rather than later, but it's an attempted run out, potentially, as it comes through, and they're just kind of making a statement here.
W7M taking care of Run's prediction.
Not really sure where they want to go.
Oh!
Savage just about a foot. He maybe missed this opportunity, but just about gets there, and there's Loira ready with the pickup. out on his own, in towards that top floor, gets that trade. Savage
That's
has
so
been dealt with.
stupid.
But still, there is that presence from Secret. Never mind, they went direct. Alamau is in, he's using that Blackbeard.
Well, that's it. As soon as they got the read, there was a bit of space. They're going to see if they can try and double down on it. They've got the two players inside the site. The site is now theirs, but Doom hits the floor, leaves just Noah alone in a 1 versus 4. Caught from the top of the hatch, almost catches the side of Loira, but
nicely
they have the cross
done.
and the watch, and that moves G2 on towards map point.
But yeah, prediction so far for me.
That's the power of the G2 split.
Let's see,
They're so
1,
split,
2,
it doesn't matter if they die.
3,
so another
4,
guy's playing.
5, 6,
And
7,
he gets the trade,
8. So I
and then
have
they roll over site.
1,
I'm really
2,
surprised that Secret didn't think maybe we need to pull guys back. I mean, if the
3,
Blackbeard is inside the dirt, popping all
4.
those canisters, that's where he's going to go. And you kind of need to support him. We know what shields are like. And one thing I will note, too, you think about Alamau's position. He's by himself. Like,
At
I can
4
assure
out
you,
of
there's plenty of
6
times where we
right
see
so
a shield
far.
in dirt by himself, and then 2 guys run at him. And there's not a whole lot that you can do. That was an opportunity for Secret that they could have went
So
for.
it's
but I think they
more
were just
than
so
50%
worried
right at least.
where else G2 were coming from. And that, again, like Oscar said, it's the power of that split theory that G2 like to implement. And again, it's that opportunity spotting, same as what we've seen during the last series for G2. They see just that little bit of a gap, and they flood everybody through. It doesn't matter the size, they'll go for it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
6 to 4 in the map, and there's still a chance here for obviously Secret to pull it back. It's only 2 rounds. It's not a million miles away, and obviously with the sites that we found ourselves at rotating round on, I think Secret have a pretty clear choice. I think they can't go on towards one of them, but otherwise happy to go elsewhere. The full sort of stretch isn't really working for them, as you both pointed out.
Savage though.
Split approach from G2, famed and often talked about for as many hours as Fresh would try to explain it to me, and I still wouldn't really understand it.
Not the Ying shotgun.
We've seen a lot of the Ying shotgun this event. Is it meta? Can I ask that?
I think I think every time I use a shotgun, it's like a pea shooter, and someone else shotguns me, it's like a sniper. So.
But they did say that about the English shotgun, is the more you believe in it, the better it works.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now I guess it's the same with the Ying shotgun. We've seen some big moments of people just driving in towards the site, and we might be about to see another bit here. Alamau gets the breach open, and to be fair, if anyone wants to try and do it, Loira waiting for his moment.
You can even see the difference just with, you know, the ace and the thermite being removed, opening up those walls. It just slows the pace down ever so slightly. You're not getting those big openings. Habana obviously has to take her time, but it just feels like that 3-2-1 is going to come in for G2. You look at where Loira is propped up over towards the Logi hatch. We know where that's going to go.
Yeah, slowly made his way over and then sprinted back. They've decided they can't quite get it in. They're struggling with the sort of catch CC wall. And yes, there was the mute behind it. Noah's just playing against that. I think at the time.
And there is actually one on red stairs that they are not aware of, which kind of scares me a little bit. That I literally don't know that.
Well, they could use the Inga.
Well, they can't anymore. You shouldn't have said that because now they're able to get a double kill here. Mowgli and June
like, are you serious?
And go for the retake.
Why didn't you guys read out red stairs? Like, why didn't you drone that shit? I just don't get it.
All that's left is got behind them, but you know where he is, and they're sort of watching and waiting and pre-firing on towards it. There's one. There's no more there.
I kind of feel like, why didn't you drone out red?
Secured.
You knew he was in red.
We go round 12, and still that timeout is there
so
for G2,
weird.
don't forget.
Okay guys, master now basement. I think if they go basement, like we can do our triggers, okay? So like we should be fine. Like and then like if they go master, like let's try to
it's not master.
CC. Let's try to force the kills on master. Remember our new setup? So like we're gonna kill everybody if they hold there, we're gonna kill everybody there. Okay? And I think like if you go for Jin again, bro, let's do this cash push fast, okay? Take the Montical because they don't have flash and go garage fast, take garage, like push like red.
Can go bottom red fast also.
So like let's like speed up this first step, okay? Let's kill them like and let's everyone play for that, okay guys? Bring EMPs also like fast for the Hibanas also, okay guys? So like open the mini hard breach outside walls and use the Hibanas and the EMPs for the inside walls, okay? Let's go guys.
I can play the EMP on the mounted and for Jim.
It's gonna be a quick one.
They love their aggression.
Something that, I mean, G2 for the longest time that we've seen them play, especially with, with Alamau on that side. I mean, the impact he had, and when we've seen the way that G2 started playing, it was that kind of Brazilian-esque style where it is just 100 miles an hour. I don't think we've seen, it wasn't the same whenever obviously Fabian was in the coaching position, SI23, it's not the same, but I think now with Alamau and obviously the players, I mean, Lawyer was the big one, I think, to really make those plays happen and let that kind of play style just flourish inside of our league. I mean, look, you've played against G2 plenty of times. Like, it just make sure you're losing no gaps. You have to cover everything.
Yes, you're not looking at something, and the guy gets a free K in your back. Like, what can you do?
Oh, here's a good question for Oscar. Loira or Stumpin?
5 seconds left.
I think Loira is probably more enjoyable to watch, but you can't doubt Stumpin's ability.
You can't doubt the king.
Yeah, you can't doubt the king.
He's already, I mean, God, I think it's the first ace that you and I have actually been able to cast this whole time.
Yeah, I think other people have got them, but we've not. And we got the best one because it's this guy.
We did. We got the clip one. 6-5. 6-5 here, and as said before, only a single round could be the decider between us getting in towards an OT. There's been a lot of sort of quicker games earlier on in the day, a lot of 2-0s, and then we had a bit of a slow on the other stream, or the game before this even, on a stream with Americans, and well, Alamau.
Really good drone.
Seeing that.
That's not a wait. It may look like a wait, but it's not. And, oh, Loira! Oh, misses his opportunity. That would have been a belter of a kill, but no.
He's sort of caught. Adrian's not a million miles away and wants to try and find the next fight, and instead going to get chased out. Obviously, he can try and just slip his way away. We heard the hatch be open. They could go for the drop. The Deimos will wait for the first ping, goes for the second. He's just going to play around a very narrow angle here, but they know about each other. Or just knows a little bit quicker here, Oscar.
I feel like he did not need to push into blue. Maybe a bit of panic there.
I think he didn't realize, you've got soft walls and you're getting tracked. That Deimos pistol is obviously going to just rip through you. But there is still this extension in towards Jim and Bedroom at the moment that they're going to try and fight against.
And see if they can push their way up.
Damn!
Right back down. There's a 4 versus 4. They've tried to lead as they continue, but at this point now they've just lost that Deimos and lost Loira and almost lost someone else, but Alamau can just make the connection. 4 versus 3, almost catching her as well, but Blaz is suffering in the same second. Mowgli went adventuring, couldn't quite get a reward, and instead just tucks his way back. But as soon as he crosses here, he's about to get caught by a drone as well. He's a very narrow position. He's going back and forth, but again, think of the site.
It's wasting time really good.
Right now for G2, they know exactly where these secret players are.
Yeah, they should be winning this round. They should be closing it out now.
For a second, because again, the information is there. Look how clinical it is from G2.
Well, a 4 versus 1, Noah, with not much more health. He's going to have to try and pull this one together. The plan is being secured, gets the first, doesn't want to get swung on by the second, and unfortunately can't prevent it. That is G2
let's go.
winning, and Oscar, that was your first time casting. How was that?
Woohoo!
It was very enjoyable. Well, it made it easy by 2 amazing people.
Thank you very, very much.
We've got praise.
We've got praise, and I'm sure G2 will be happy.
He sounds so sweet.
Down goes Forest. Things going from bad
Let's
to
go
worse.
to the last
Another flawless round incoming
map
for Fluxo
between
W7M.
W7M versus
Adam can muster anything, and no, he
4-2
cannot.
to
They flawlessly do it yet
W7M.
again
My
in the
prediction
first
is
half.
looking good.
4-2 for Fluxo.
There's the castle we were hearing about in the attack timeout, Parker, but it doesn't stop Fluxo from making that push in through the top floor, in through Piano. Dota has some beauty shots as he pushes through Piano into the bulk of the OXG defenders. Force on that bakery runout, I really like the idea, but it happens way too late. There were players on those windows for so long that he could have spotted on the runout, but in the end, by the time he's out there, everybody
I got scared
has
because I
gone
thought there
back
was
in.
scope. It
Everybody's
was like,
already
that's a
pushing
useless
through
ban.
the top floor trying
Or
to
maybe
find
a
those kills.
Clash
It's an impossible task for Adam and Rixer trying
Ying?
to stall things out with the smoke, but in the 2v5,
Ying or
there's
Green?
just not a lot that you can do from that point. They lose their defensive half 4-2. They now move
that kind of
over
makes
to
sense
the
as
attack.
well.
This is starting to get awkward, Parker. This is where we'd expect Fluxo W7M to run away with it. OXG need to upset expectations.
Cafe Dostoevsky enters as the second most played map in terms of rounds played, but technically tied for second, I suppose. And most picked, I guess technically Clubhouse has the small advantage, just eking out. I guess these are stats from before the previous series, so Either way, second, third, doesn't really matter. A very popular map across all regions and an incredibly defender-sided map. Not the most defender-sided, but it is in the top 3 for a defender win rate. Again, I don't really see any of these operator bans that I think will change that. Mira and Azami are staples on this map because of their ability to allow you to roam. Can also allow you to hold down that cocktail bomb site upstairs that a lot of teams aren't going to these days relatively well. I like Fluxo getting rid of both of the shields. We have not really seen a lot of success from the shields in the hands of OXG. Now they are limited to 2 options, Blackbeard or Fuse Shield, should they go there. And I mean, you and I cast the NA League, we could literally do a, what's the opposite of a highlight reel of Forrest trying to make a Fuse Shield work on this map. Unfortunately, he is just a poor substitute, and I like that we are not seeing a shield being forced into this OXG lineup.
We saw it earlier today, actually, in their game against Heretics, where they used a Fuse plus Sens combo to have a really cool execute down onto the bottom floor. As they dropped in through the freezer hatch, it could have done something very similar, but obviously Fluxo would have seen that game. They were watching it earlier today, and they should be aware of that as OXG are playing Cafe for the second time in 24 hours. So instead, it's pretty much just
I need
a direct take,
G2 to
Parker.
win the last
I don't think they care
one.
about the top floor control. They're just
Now it's
going
going to be consulate,
trying
their
to find
map,
a way to
so
work a
that's
pick,
going to be
even though
very
they're staring
interesting.
down Paulo in the clash.
And I do worry about too much of a linear take. I worry about the time for OXG. We saw 3 rounds on Border. I know it was a long time ago, but people with longer memories will recall how cheeky they could get and how it didn't work. Adam, the leadoff pick. Now give OXG an opening. Shield goes down as Paul.
Yeah, that's the one my as well. So there's not going to be any disc to support Class and or one stuff is flowing in
and anybody else
coming in, so to speak,
towards that wall.
Doda's creeping upstairs, but I think Forrest is ready for this. He's been playing inside a train for ages. He calls the logic bomb now and is starting to hunt for something that he might expect with this flank being played by the Goyo. Here's the top down, but Forrest is going towards red. That's not the way the Goyo went, and if he's not careful, the flank from Dodas could work out despite the Dokkaebi.
He's broken double digits in all of these maps so far. He's 1 kill away from doing it again. Doda's a real sensation here. And he's been the raid boss that OXG have been working together to slay, but there's been some issues. Now it's Forrest to hunt him down. No more logic bombs remaining, just gun in hand. 1 minute to go. The more Forrest stays trying to deal with Dodes, the more work the 2 other players of OXG will have to do, especially with the clash on the board. Forrest wins the engagement, will immediately steal intel. This is a big opening for Oxygen.
Double his kill count, gets that Dokkaebi hack. That could be an absolutely critical kill to tilt this round in the favor of OXG. They've dropped the fuse kit outside of Bakery. It will need to be recovered at some point in this round. But with Palu still holding on to that part of the map, I'm not sure if they're going to have the ability to grab it. There we go, Yaga picking it up now. In the 1v1 with Palu, neither of them have teammates very nearby to trade this.
Palu knows somebody is still there. He sees that underbarrel red dot sight on the wall. Grix are taking a bit of damage, and they are running out of time. A walk on in. Palu easily dealing with that. He will have his work cut out for him now as it's a push in from the gridlock. Grixer on a single point of HP. Palu will need to clutch. Forrest does it instead. A beautiful 1v1 and a terrific round for OXG.
That was close. Shut up! Don't like that.
The 26-year-old from Tucson, Arizona, Forrest. What a round.
Yeah,
I was so worried
like
on that Dokkaebi when he didn't spot the flank from Dodes. He somewhat allowed his teammate to go down to the top floor for Gomez. But then once he's able to get that trade back, once he has full top floor control once again, he works his way down those main stairs, finds an angle into the bomb site, and with a sliver of time left, he's able to win that clutch. Don't forget, he had hacked the cameras, Parker. So that Bakery cam was being watched by the dead players on Oxygen. They had a ping on Palu that whole time. It's why Yaga felt so confident walking in Bake all by himself. Even if he wasn't able to win that duel, the trade was so fast and so clean from Forrest. He gets a triple kill in round 7, and he gives Oxygen a little bit of life on this second half.
And they need it. They really, really do need it. Adam doing okay. None of the players right now currently positive on the side of OXG, which really is quite striking given the scoreline. You figure 1 or 2 players would be there, but everybody not named Gomez have been somewhat active dealing with these players. Volp's going for a spawn peek now, 2 rounds in a row. Oh my goodness, he's so close. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he's good to
They're both droning. One is
Stay.
Forrest, one is Adam.
Observer, listen to my words very carefully. I don't care what else is happening. I want to see what happens here. Stay here right now. Oh, and it pays off. Down goes Adam. Volp's patience rewarded.
Oh my god.
That's the king off the board. Fluxo W7M
That
with
was a good
big
pick.
opening pick.
Spent longer than 30 seconds holding that angle, Parker. I mean, most players will back off far before then.
What are you doing?
Dots caught the fuse shield on the scanner, but unfortunately the shield blocks almost all the damage from the nitro cell, so that's the one thing with Pulse, Parker. You might know who is there, or you might know someone's there. You won't know who specifically it is.
Gomez is
With the shield
picking up.
being
He's
on the other
picking
side of
up.
the window, there's not a lot you can do for it. But
Picking
hey,
up.
they've still started themselves off so strongly.
I don't know why I did that voice. I thought it
think
sounded
Oxygen
funny.
wanted to go for a rush here. They've got the fuse, they've got the shield, they were supposed to have Adam on the Ying, but without those Candelas, they kind of have to adjust their plan. And now a top floor clear looks like the idea, but it's not going to be easy without proper utility.
Don't say it. Don't say the 2 words.
Don't say what? For a shield?
It's close enough. Fuse shield.
Ah.
I go into psychosis. I completely lose my mind. You know this.
Hey, he's found some success with it already today, looking to maybe make that 2 rounds now as he clears
I'm
through this
telling
top
you guys,
floor.
Fuse is
Everybody's giving him
not
some respect,
like a
too. They've
bad
started to fall
operator.
back,
Like,
not
there's the reason
wanting to
why
connect
I
with the fuse
play him
shield that
as much
barrels
as I
down
do.
towards them.
Granted, I don't go with the shield because I suck at shield.
Loban's got a
But like,
big opening.
All right, never mind.
Jesse, it's not
Okay.
getting better.
Maybe write this round off if you're OXG. The spawn peak didn't work. Forced by himself on the fuse shield isn't able to do much.
Nothing is really going here. Another flawless round for Fluxo W7M. Say it ain't so. Incredible go of it. We've already got 2 so far on this map. Gomez will not let that happen, but
No time.
what can he really do? 30 seconds to go. The Malusi still upstairs. Dota's breaking double digits for the 3rd map. All 3 maps.
Yeah,
that is
let's
quite
go.
the tally. Gomez still, you have death marks. You have death marks.
Not sure it would have made a difference, Parker.
I think the big reason why is that he doesn't want to give his position away, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, if you think that your opponents are well coordinated, if you use the death mark, they know exactly where you are.
Yeah.
And when you're in a 1v4, that means you're getting intel on the 1, but that means that there are 4 players who know where you are, and they can very easily prep for that. So the death mark in that instance would work against you. Still could have tried it. 12 kills for Dotez here on map number 3. Again, quite the tally. Let's go all the way back to Nighthaven Labs. It was several hours ago. Dotez, 14-5, almost breaking
it's a lot of talking.
of a high of EPS. Let's go to Border. It was about an hour ago. Dotez, 14-8. Now here on Cafe, 12-3. Those are just world beater numbers up against this OXG team. What do you even do?
And Parker, at the start of this match, at the start of Cafe, I said that it was going to come down to the 2 entry fraggers, Dotez versus Adam. Both have been heroes for their respective teams, but only one of them has shown up in a massive way, and that's, of course, been Dotez. Adam 5-7, he's still top fragging his squad. It's not his fault necessarily that they're losing, but because OXG so commonly relies on Adam to be that pop-off player, to play out of his mind as he has so many games before, it really does put them at disadvantage when he can't put up those same numbers that we're used to seeing from him. A couple more rounds to get back in this game is far from over, but as Fluxo W7M load up on that bottom floor site, it will be Oxygen coming in with the same attacker lineup they used against Heretics earlier this day.
We're looking for an early pick through the window yet again. I mean, we saw Shaiko do this. We've seen many teams do this. SSG does this on this map. The one thing the devs have tried to fix when they've gone to Cafe is the ability to get to the building without getting shot. I mean, it's obviously a part of this game, and I know the community is actually quite divided as to whether this should be a thing. My personal opinion is that while I think spawn peaks are neat, I don't think they should be in the game. I think they should be working to make it so you can get to the building pretty safely.
Good map design should discourage it.
I think discouraging is the right way to put this. Dodez is spotted. They knew where he was. Kill number 13 as he fades away.
I mean, Gomez all alone, Parker. There's no hope for a trade as he's just clearing through bar all by himself.
Yeah,
but
like, I don't know why.
They were able to trade. There'd be no trade back. Dodez was all by himself.
I'm searching, by the way, in case you're wondering what the hell I'm doing.
For Oxygen.
Well, very smartly, they moved Palu to that position, so that'll negate any advantage Grixer had. Grixer, if his reflexes were a touch faster, could have potentially netted a kill onto Dodez, especially with how low Dodez's HP is. A single shot from that 417 would have almost certainly felled him.
Yeah.
Does not come to pass. There go the cluster charges. A longer life expectancy for Forest in this round, but there's not a lot of time left. 1 minute to go. A deceptively quick round, and Fluxo W7M, if they prevail here, they do have the numbers advantage, will move to series point.
Fluxo will expect a freezer drop, and that's likely what we're going to see from Auction Esports. With Yaga on this Sens, they've got a couple different options where they can put the defuse kit down. Sinks is a strong option when you've got this Sens. Of course, chucked on the bomb chassis is what we saw previously with this operator being brought on this bomb site. They're trying to force something out of Sinks. There's no player position down there, as we can see with the silhouettes. Rice as well, a spot where they might need to worry about players inside of that site. But right now, it's just about, can you close up these floorboards? Can you find a way to manage to make these players move? The drop will come through from Forest, and soon the plant will begin.
He's got coverage on white stairs, so that's good. That means it'll be a little bit tougher for Dots to get out of his position. Shield goes down. Palu waiting for the move. Nitro Cell goes out from Dots. Again, he might be paralyzed in this position. ROU projector can go up at any point in time to conceal this plant, but he's running out of time. 5 seconds left, 8 players still alive. You've got to go if you're OXG. You have completely lost control of the clock.
What?
You've lost the round now with it. Series point for W7M's former team, now playing under the brand of Fluxo. And you know, Fluxo is an organization that has been around for a while. They might have won a major under W7M, but there's a new sheriff in town, and you best know Fluxo wants something to add to their trophy case.
Things are falling off the rails and fast, Parker. These attacks have not been what Oxygen have needed. One last chance to
By the way, the G2 game just started, but we are going to be seeing this through.
It's been good for Fluxo, don't get me wrong. They've been running a lot of clashes on these defenses. I don't mind the ban at all. Played twice now by Apollo in rounds 7 and 9.
I want to see
but it's going to take a lot more than that.
Go.
Back-to-back defensive round wins to come through from Fluxo W7M. The clock, a big problem for Oxygen. And the Fuse Shield not finding any success across 2 rounds. You start to wonder, what's the next strategy? What's the next game plan? When you've already been playing not only an extremely long series here against Fluxo W7M, but also had a very long 2-map best of 3 to start the day up against Heretics. And you combine all that with the fact that you've now played Cafe twice in 1 day. You have already shown so many of your strategies. How deep is the tank? How many more strats do you have to pull out to try to catch Fluxo off guard? And if that wasn't hard enough, you've got to do it back to back to back. So for Oxygen, everything is relying on this. It seems like an impossible task, but they have to do it now.
4 matches will be played tomorrow, 2 in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket, where 2 more teams will go home. From top 8 to top 6 we will go, and those 6 teams will do battle on Friday in front of a live audience here in Paris. Once again, upper bracket semifinals. The North American team of Wildcard will go up against FaZe Clan tomorrow, and you've got Furia and Team Falcons also squaring off, as Furia team has found new life, and Falcons obviously wanting to win the hammer on quote-unquote home soil. Space Station and Weibo Gaming won their matchups earlier today, so they are awaiting the winners of the 2 remaining games. Here, obviously, on this stream, Fluxo W7M poised to go up against Space Station tomorrow. Not certain, but looking likely. And over on the A stream, Team Secret and G2 are battling. The loser of that goes home. The winner will play Weibo tomorrow. Those will be exciting matchups. You and I are off, but I will be watching them with keen interest.
My thoughts go to Newers on SSG, probably hoping he gets another shot to take down his former organization of OXG, but it's not looking likely at this point. Still 3 rounds to go in order to clutch this one into overtime, and then they've got to win there as well. Reading is the bomb site, and Oxygen were successful here in the past. Obviously, we've seen some stalls happening coming out from both teams, but particularly when W7M were attacking on this site, it looked like they were really struggling with the clock. I fear something similar could be happening. We're just starting to open up the castle barricade on the cigar door, Parker, at 90 seconds deep into this round. The Goyo will delay even more time, stalling us out through the top clear.
They're very
And the
slow,
majority of players for Fluxo, W7M, Loban, Volps, and Dodez all remain on the top floor hold.
And really the story for Oxygen will be the lack of prowess on their attacks. It sunk them, or well, almost sunk them on border. Let's correct our language here.
Yes.
And it is now the big issue on Cafe. Most of the maps in the map pool skew towards the defender, so you've got to be a little bit sharper. Gomez was the reason why we have Cafe, and now might be one of the big reasons why Fluxo W7M takes this map. He goes 3 and 10 as he swings on in. Cannon fodder effectively for Fluxo as they look to lock this one out. Time now starting to tick away. This run from OXG. They've always finished top 8, but at the hands of Volps, that just might end.
Okay.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Oxygen with 1 kill so far. Grixer with the reload. He and Forrest will need to work this together. Grixer taking some serious damage now, backing away as he's taken. Forrest with the fuse kit. Grixer managing to stay alive.
Oh.
He takes down Volps. They need to translate towards the bomb site. They've got top floor control, but they might as well be miles away, Jesse. They will have to drop a potentially dead drop as down goes Grixer, and now Forrest, the former IGL, will perish at the hands of Loban. Fluxo W7M will move up the lower bracket. Oxygen.
Now W7M went through. Now the scariest thing is
good hold from Secret. I mean,
G2
Mowgli obviously with
Secret.
the play. A quick little jump out. Take down that player towards bench window, who's obviously there to cut off the crosses. You can open up in towards that reinforced wall. So eliminating that player helped them out quite a bit in the long term. So G2, that is 2 rounds that has not went in their favor, but still plenty more to go. I will say, I wonder if Romalio uses time out of things get any worse for G2, because I mean, again, for Romalio, we know he's very specific in his timeouts, where he will use them to call strategies more of the analytical side, rather than, you know, if you compare that to Fabian per se, where it's more about the mental game.
Maybe not Fabian's earlier today.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, well, Fabian was more, well, you guys got yourself into this mess, you know, and I think that was kind of the tone, wasn't it, that we seen from M80 earlier?
Yeah, I mean, it was a sort of different approach towards things, and, well, G2 have got to prove that pushing on is something they can keep doing. Said first 2 rounds gone. Now, the decider is Bank. Entirely biased, as I always am. I want to get there. I want to see a 3rd map, and I want to see all the pressure and stress that can come with it, and that might start here. On the trade back and forth. Just been shown an update from the other stream. You don't want to know how things are going on B and who else has just been eliminated. Cover your ears. Flukezo 1, OXG are
I didn't cover my ears. I didn't want to hear that. You've ruined it for me.
Paris.
What the heck?
I'm sorry, I'm leaving. Good luck. You're by yourself.
Here we go. It's the demo show ready to take over. And speaking of a big show, that was almost a big old C4. Alamau down to half HP. But still alive, and you can see it's a very direct take coming in from that Secret side, in through the wall, and well, G2, they have got a foothold. Now for Secret, how do they want to try and combat against that? Obviously you're playing that side hoping that you would have the kind of below to above kind of C4s, but maybe they're going to have to use the C4s, you know, horizontally onto the Monte.
Well, I'm back and here just to tell you in time, Mowgli is having a great map. Gets himself the open once again and starting to really feel the fight and the fury. You can see the pings on towards the Monty position, but Noah, with the pulse, doesn't want to cross the divide, doesn't want to be caught out and still has a C4 to utilize if need be, but need be seems to be, oh no, where are we and where are they as they're drifting around? G2 desperately heads up, seeing where the sort of catch and the problem might be. Noah's now got himself tucked in, and Mowgli tucks another one out. Stumped's gone. There's two more. There's the safety and the catch from below. They're just going to try and charge the Monty here. Why not? Get him either side. You can see the surround. Someone goes down. Adrian's caught out, and so does June, but now it's just Blaz left standing. Lawyer was found out. They know exactly where he is because the default was still up, and they should be able to at least get Lawyer back to his feet at 3 versus 2.
Yeah, the issue is it's the kit. Nowhere near them. They're going to have to try and fight against the 2 players who have stacked up on said diffuser, and now Mowgli even taking the more aggressive stance, and whenever he is in the flow state, this is the confidence that he has. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's going to go for the jump out. Going to go for the kill, and he gets it. And this is where Mowgli is at his most dangerous.
Good.
We have seen this man just control a game, just control the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, as I said it before at the start of the round, got himself his opener, gets himself sort of going, and since then hasn't really decided to stop. 8 kills, I think, no deaths currently, and I think there was just the 1 assist, but we'll find out in just a second. Either way, great control of the intel game as well. G2 look a bit lost, even though we talked about their bans being the limitation. Secret have been so mobile and seemingly just on top of it all. Ooh.
My time, guys. Look, guys. I think for CO, guys, I think we just change our pace here and try to chase the kills in admin, okay? So you play for a long dash control, para push after, and have both shoots open, okay? I want if it's possible play both shoots. See if they don't have traps, we can play Monty and Blackbeard, okay, guys? So it's gonna be so strong. We're gonna take long dash, and then after the Monty can go cross and plant gate door, okay? And for the basement bomb side, guys, I want to try more split, okay? Because they are overreact a lot. So if you count, we can also go above, okay? Basement, they didn't play, but I'm talking also for piano, and also if they go Teles again, it's good if you do a backstep garage, okay? You either 3-2 or something like this.
For Teles, gonna play for the kills a bit.
For the CO, talk about what the operators gonna play, just a boost the shields if possible, okay, guys?
You want me to play the money spiral?
Again, very specific in how Alamau kind of has to listen to what he's being told by Romalio. You know, all that information, it's going to be for Alamau and how he's going to have to IGL these rounds, because we know just so much of G2, it kind of funnels through him, isn't it? He's the kind of cylinder that everything has to run through, and, you know, Romalio again, you hear the way he broke it down. Bring this, bring that, go here, go there. That's what it's about, and again, it's up for Alamau to take all that information in and call appropriately. I mean, we heard, I think he was calling for double shields, wasn't it? I think the Blackbeard and the Monty. Just the Monty.
Just the Monty?
Not the Blackbeard.
There's still 10 seconds.
There is. I mean, it sounded like an admin take anyway. That's what it felt like.
Yeah. Get yourself in, get yourself across. Remember last time they tried to go for a pinch on yellow, thing fell apart, and then they kept sacrificing people on towards the corner that didn't quite come to a success story here. Secret, solid holds. Continue themselves set up. They've used the timeout. It was a similar sort of story in the first game, but at that point, Secret had actually got around before they used their timeout, and even then, they were just one off being able to pull it together here. A 3-0 sweep, all the sites locked in by Secret. They know they can try and do it again, get themselves locked in. They need to start trying to shake things up here. Now, there isn't currently anyone holding on towards the vending machine, that long corridor, but obviously if Mowgli can get himself out of there, get the Keybus down, he can hold on towards that territory and terrain for as long as he wants. To be fair, when he's 8-1, why not keep going? Instead, why not double up? June's here to help. They've done some damage towards Blaz, on towards the window, and just waiting and sort of wasting utility on the approach here, Demo.
Minute gone. No pick as of yet, but Mowgli maybe in the hot seat, but a util comes towards them. But all quiet at the moment. Selma trying to make that entrance, but no! Surely it's got to be the Mistrom, because there's no way you'd swing into that if you thought that was clear. Wow, I mean, again for Mowgli, just everything's going his way today.
As I said, it feels like the intel game was there, and well, apart from that bit, but all right, Stumpin', we all make mistakes. At this point, whether it was a misdrain, I mean, you could see the positioning of Doom, right? Doom stepped up, drew attention with the C4, peeled back via the coffin side, and suddenly they were just beelined onto one by 5. knocked out, swings around with the pistol and hopes for the best, but, well, one shield hasn't quite worked.
Okay,
Maybe
what the
two
fuck?
later on. Mowgli finds himself one more for the round, and Doki just keep tacking onto his
Seriously?
tally. Mowgli, one of the strongest sets of 4 opening rounds I think we've seen from anybody throughout this tournament so far.
Still more to come. I think that's the scary thing. He is electric right now. G2 didn't even get an opportunity to set up. That's how quick they got picked one by one by one. It's that timeout, that call we heard for that top floor. Just gone. Dissolves. Now for G2, where do you go? And yes, we've kind of said G2, fantastic whenever it comes to Consulate, whenever it comes to defending this map. The way it's going, and momentum is also one thing we have to mention.
Yeah.
You know, that's where stats kind of go out the window if somebody's just on a heater, and that's kind of where Mowgli is right now. So even if G2 get to that defensive half, who's to say that they may only get one opportunity for a slip-up? It could be a 6-0 half the way we're going.
So,
10 seconds
the
to go.
start, as they mean to continue, Mowgli rallied. We sort of had a brief conversation about this, Dusker on the previous one, about needing vocal players in your team, and he has been that. For this roster, he's been able to find his lungs, and boy, he loves shouting about it, gets himself in. Rallies everybody around him. It's do or die at this point. Doesn't matter how well you've played, one slip-up can send you to the lower bracket, and then from then, you're fighting every single game. Every single step of the way is one that has to be well-paced and placed, and at this point, played, as they're already one map down on the back foot. They sort of didn't really expect Club, but, well, they probably didn't expect to lose it too.
And then we had the Consulate as well, and again, we've mentioned Secret. Haven't really played it all too often over the past 6 months or so. But certainly for G2, it's a map that just constantly gets banned against them. Nobody wants to take G2 the Consulate. And some people are probably sitting there thinking, but why? They're losing for it, but why?
Well, we'll probably find out in the second half, but Alamau might be finding out immediately that he's not welcome here towards the top of yellow. The drop on the drone, the pull back, you can see the pinch position. They're happy to just keep swinging out and putting pressure on towards it, but well, nothing can really lead in. They know the pings. Look how aggressive Secret are still being as well. They're sort of happy to make the statement. Here's some support coming through. They didn't quite get the bite of Noah, but they're still going to try and move in. A bit of damage done towards the shoulder of Doki, but the C4 of Adrian from below finishes off the tip of the spear, and why not snap the rest of the stick as well here, Demo? 5 versus 3. Loira, well, no Loira, just stomping and Plaz. And I mean, G2, the timeout already taken, and they're about to be on the wrong side of a 5-0.
What are you doing, G2?
Yeah, it's the same thing again for G2.
Seriously?
They just cannot formulate
It's
the
your
attack.
fucking
It
map.
never really gets going. Secret just locking
This
it
was
out
what I was
immediately.
afraid
and
of.
Just no kills coming
They
from
should
the
have gone
side
to
of
Lair
G2.
instead, in my opinion.
And stomping and Blaz. This is a big old uphill battle.
They
that
should
they
have
have
gone
to
to
go
Lair.
against. No real info either. I mean, they're pretty separated too. No real opportunities for a trade game. They just have to try and land their shots, and nobody from G2 has really been doing that in this map.
Well, Noah gets the catch on towards Stompin, and Blaz left alone. He was handed a clutch earlier, and surely not again, but there's at least the first, and I've got to cast it like it's always possible, because to be fair, as we've seen, it always is. But with a single C4 and with none of them opting towards the fight, it seems like it's more just time to talk, and Secret, time for 5 rounds unanswered.
Yeah, a really good half already for Secret. I mean, 5-1 on the defense. It's great, and still the opportunity for a 6-0, and there is no reason for us to not believe that it can go that way.
Oh, yeah.
G2, it's been a very poor attacking half, and I mean, Mowgli, look at that EPS. Woo! 2-3-5. Ah.
So, we're being beamed a message by our analysts on the telestrator, and we're getting gestures. It's almost like charades right now. It's like I'm really getting mine. About 7 words. I won't say what analyst said it. All they're doing, Demo, is throwing bodies at them. And they're still... I don't know why they can't just... Okay. and they're just isolated. And maybe this is a point that I'm making. Maybe it's from our brilliant analysts, and I'm sure they'll...
I can't let you take credit for it. Sorry. The jig is up.
The jig is up. It's Leo is showing us how things can come together. And now Jack,
I really hope the telestrator camera is recording what he's done, because he has basically just became a mime.
It was beautiful, but it's very, very true. The problem is, Damo, they're being isolated.
Yeah, I mean, Leo makes the point that they're throwing bodies at it, and I think that has kind of been the mentality today, it feels like, for G2 in both of their series. They have been very gung-ho, and this is the other end of the shoe. If things are not going well for you, if they're not getting the kills, this is what happens. Because you feel, oh, my teammate didn't get the kill, I'll go get it instead, but then you die. And then the next guy has to go, and the next guy, and the next guy.
Well, there's a guy that gets a kill, Lawyer, as he tried to enter in towards Visa. Unfortunately, denied. Back out the door
again.
You have to try again later.
It's a no from me.
It's a no from, I think, anyone of Secret as well, to get themselves now into the 5 versus 4 versus 4. Noah has been caught. Alamau's been able to get a trade out. He gets in the building, but as Doki suffers next, there's Doom getting the spray down. There's Savage getting on towards Stompin', and hey, maybe Leo is onto something, being isolated.
Jumping in a window. Nobody in the vicinity. No teammates working together, just feeding the kills over to Secret, and this looks to be a nailed-on conclusion. It's going to be the 6-0 half unless Alamau and Blaz can make things happen. Alamau on the Ash. The information just is not with him. He's holding on to angles that we can see that there's nobody there. It's a ghost. Just not wanting to kind of go for that swing in towards Spiral Stairs. Adrian just holds firm, and Alamau, he just has to sit there and wait, but he's lost the Blaz now. This is where everyone can just start coming back to sight if they want to, but really if you're Secret, why would you do that? Go and get your kill. G2 are ripe for the picking. Mowgli is on 14 kills, maybe 15, no! Alamau puts an end to that. He has 3 more to find. No diffuser in hand, it's currently outside the main breach. So he just has to try and play for the kills, there's info on him. Secret know everything.
I mean, he's hoping, he's got a ping, and he might be able to isolate at least this engagement, but the chances plant, right? And as he fires one side, fires the other, he can't quite get it nailed on. Look at the verticality, and there's someone to his right down the corridor as well. That is a flawless half, and this brings me actually to a fun moment that I'm going to say loud enough for analysts to maybe have a look at it as well. Every time these two teams have met in a best of 3, the middle map, regardless of how it goes, is very often a 7-1 or a 7-2. It's a weird trend that seems to happen between these two teams, where this sort of break
match
in the action,
that has been
regardless
so
of whether
far,
it's a 2-1
I have
series
only
or
guessed
not,
2 wrong.
just seems to be it.
So I have
it's sort of
four.
the energy, the transference. I don't think
I have
any of
5
them on the
rights
middle map of the
out
best
of
of 3s
2.
have got beyond
2
3
wrong.
rounds.
So,
for a long, long time.
wait, what did I
Everything
say?
I can see is my sort of quick glance. But
Out of
that's why I like to say
7
it loud enough.
matches, I have 5
More
right.
data
Oh my
than
god,
I
I can't
usually
even
do
like
to hand.
see.
The only data we really need right now, Demo, G2, they have to be flawless.
And they don't have a timeout to help them in any way, apart from the little kind of prep talk that Alamau will deliver as we were getting into those bans. Looking at the bans, it's the shields have been targeted. Secret have lost the Blitz, and they've lost the Blackbeard for this half. Still, though, Monty is always an option for them, so we know that Secret, they love a shield, and thankfully there is 4 of them. Can't ban them all.
Yep. It's been great connectivity here from the side of Secret as well on their defense. Obviously, everything seems to have an answer.
It's the best way to respond after losing that first map. Oh, straight in, get the job done, take it to the decider, which, as we know, Secret on Bank, the win streak, that's on the line here today.
Yeah. There's always, obviously, the sad side of this is, you know, we can sort of talk about the positives, and, well, we did between the sides, Stompin', being plus 10 on the first map, and now he's actually level, I think, or close to across the whole series. He's really struggled. He's that far away. I say plus 10, and then I see he's at 0 and 6. I'm really bad at maths this late on in the day. He's not quite level yet, obviously. There's still 4 in it, but At this rate, probably hoping to try and find his first here on defense. Get himself led in. In the meantime, Mowgli, 14-3 after going negative in the first map, has just pulled the performance out of
It was Heretics versus Oxygen and Shopify Rebellion versus SSG.
Secret were able to do it. Can G2 match that?
It was those
That's
two
the
games
question.
so far.
When you look at the kills, it's just not favourable. Stompin and Doki. 0-6 halves for them. That's not what you want.
Nope.
They need a big old half if they want to get their team back into the swing of things. And Jum, again, on the trusted buck roll. He's down here hunting for the vertical picks. He's going to try and open up the hatch. I think he's missed his opportunity though, as Loira on the bandit.
G2 is in the lead with one map,
Slowly feels his way
but
back.
they get it decimated on
In contention for dying.
And this was actually
to that
G2's
buck.
pick, so
Steady as she
I really
goes at the
don't
moment here,
understand
Amy,
it.
but I'm sure the action will get heated up as we move on.
I think that's it, right? We talk about that long corridor along the top floor to just keep a long watch. At a C4, unfortunately, longly watch does it's not really able to have an impact. And this is that corridor they've peeled themselves back towards. They've already wasted a minute and a half just on the side of admin.
You can just see how many bodies, again, G2 are putting up against Secret, and that hasn't really worked for them, though. That's the worry. They haven't been able to get these kills whenever they've been trying to match man for man up against Secret. And Mowgli slips his way up, takes just immediate control. Look at who he's been able to take out. I was going to mention about the time that you said. Tachanka, you've got rid of the big issue, the glaring issue for Secret was.
I don't understand what Blaze was doing there, to be honest.
Mowgli steps up and just kills him.
They do get Buck in the meantime, so they've at least limited
It's
the vertical
bank.
pressure, but here, get rid of that. The breach will open at some point. There's obviously still one canister, but oh, you're pointing, you are aggressive. What are you seeing?
This is a great retake position here from Loira. Don't forget, Mowgli had already swept through the corridor, had cleared that, and now Loira puts himself into a position where if he doesn't get droned, Secret may not be ready for this. They may not expect that vending player to be there.
He goes for the deep flashes, going towards the swing from the reception desk. This is going to be that pressure, and how aware are they? Quite aware as the first falls, but out battles back, and there's Loira popping in and can't quite get to Mowgli. Still putting the pressure on, almost.
Why the
Catches
fuck are you
another, but
standing there?
10 seconds, it's 2 versus 2, and no kit. They're going to see if they can try and take this to the firing line. Noah sitting, watching, waiting, commiserating a loss as a pistol tries to drive its way across. There's going to be a swing round either side. Can't quite get it in time. Does find one for his trouble, but one still remains.
There's one. We need 5. Still a big ask for G2, but at least they get it started. Great retake position. Have to highlight Loira again. Going in towards vending. Nobody had any idea he was here. Savage, that was quite the shock. And then they just stay alive and run down that clock. Hear that from Romalio, one by one, brick by brick.
Round by round, step by step, similar thing to what Oscar said on the first map, where sometimes you just got to take it. A single bit by a single bit, and it all starts a journey of 1,000 miles, etc. The thing is, and the problem and the worry is, they just need 1 second, right? They only really need to get lucky once. They only really need to get a tertiary site. They need to push you away, and for how close it got, to be fair, how much of it was Mowgli? Swings in, gets the first kill, 17-3.
7 rounds, by the way, just to let you know. 2 KPR. Nuts.
I'd be Secret to win this, but honestly, most matches so 50-50. M80 has been sent home by G2. G2 won against the M80 with 2-0 in maps.
Just get the map. Get the map under your belt. Move on to Bank. He's not too fussed about the kill records.
Drones up and running.
In the meantime, the recorded kills, we mean Stompin and Doki have been able to get themselves off of that fabled goose egg and start to see if there's a bit of gold inside. And here, ooh, a narrow line for Doom on the opening fight. It's Erase going against this army. It's kind of nobody you want to immediately lose, but you think about the site, it's not going to be the biggest loss unless you're trying to get, obviously, benches wall open and the pressure here from the swing round. They're going to instead cut their way across towards the seeding room, towards that waiting room, and Dig elsewhere. Doom rotates underneath, and Secret do that game where they love to sort of prod from multiple different angles, Demo.
Just looking at
yeah, they were bad. Even Fabio said they should not have moved on if that was the
compared
case.
to a way G2 attacked the map where it was just flying in through windows as fast as they can.
Oh, I remember Leo's acting.
Like,
So,
they played
Secret
bad since day one and made it,
just
so...
need the one round, but sometimes that's the most difficult. Here's the final one. Savage, I think, in a great position here in towards Spiral, but he has to wait for his teammates to support him before he makes that maneuver in towards the front desk. Doki, though, will go aggressive on the Savage and takes the kill.
It's the first time G2 have been able to get that opening kill throughout the entirety of this map, and well, it comes against a perfect time. There goes Savage, there goes Doom, and Mowgli might be about to pop off. Blaz finally finds a way to end around without him getting a kill, but Noah is at least there to get some revenge. However, the reception desk is not very welcoming, and well, he might want to turn around and leave. There is obviously a bit of a down done on towards Loira. He's back up and in a 4 versus 1 with full awareness on where Noah is. And fine, he has a little bit of utility, but he has a lot to try and smash his way through. And no kit. You can see the sort of rebuild here. The positions G2 getting themselves in trade situations, getting themselves covered. They still have the verticality.
Wow.
Oh, they
Great
also
shot.
have the round 2.
And from Alamau, connects that. Hipfire one tapped. From Doki. Didn't see it.
Didn't see it. We'll believe.
We'll take his word for it.
We'll take his word. What we'll take is another timeout. This time
let's go a little bit into meta game right there, guys. As it probably will be basement right now. We can use this timeout just to bait them that we are talking about some rush and actually just trying to bait them that we are doing it, and just take the top floor a little bit faster, like the top floor, and then just work the round around.
I look so tired, by the way.
Right now, if we are baiting
I'm
them
looking
playing
so
aggressive,
bad,
as they
so
are extra
rough.
reactive,
I don't
it's
like
the time that
when
they
he's
will be trying
saying
to
at me
play
like
more
this.
onto words or try to be a little bit more cheesing to that, and we can pick up the skills. Because remember, as they are playing aggressive like that, there will be opening gaps that we can use it in this very early round. After that, just slow as you guys are doing, step by step, it's good. Okay?
I mean, we just need to follow. We just follow the game plan, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Like for basement, if they do the turtle, we got the full clear. And,
Did you notice that? Straight away from Twister. The big brain.
You love it.
Using the timeout to make G2 think that they're going to just call a strat, make it happen, get the round win.
Yep.
Twister's not worried. Twister thinks we're playing fine. Step by step's working well. We're just using that to try and throw them off the game.
And it's something that Secret do as well, right? It's something that Secret often sort of step up is they'll call a timeout. They'll call themselves the situation and go for a rush and sort of playing that metagame level, as you put it, and saying they'll think that we're doing this, we're 6-2, they'll think we're panicking, we're not. Just keep it steady. Look for our sort of baited fake rush. Let's give them this element. And then let's punish them for daring to think we would fall for their trap. The most cunning ruse of all. God, I love it.
Well, let's see if it pays off for them. We head in towards that basement now. And naturally, whenever you've kind of went through that whole rotation, G2 know it's going to have to be that basement. This is where the mind games, hopefully, will play to them. And the bomb peak! Oh! Alamau! And look who he's been able to knock off! Mowgli! The man of the hour!
Rotates his way up yellow stairs. Unfortunately, they sort of called it and weren't quite ready for it. G2.
I spent over 6 hours in the hospital with my mom today.
Held the windows and
going through all the steps of her
the angle is long range from Loira with a boss that can
on her surgery.
absolutely cause calamity.
So instead of keeping it short, she's talking and talking and talking. I'm like, Mom, we are not talking about that.
As of yet, instead the players have left. And Adrian gets the pinch on towards Doki, and suddenly it's all popping up Secret. Alamau and Stompin now, all holding on towards
Oh, it's going to be a third map.
Of locking this off in just 2 maps, but as they drive and thrive their way in, Demo, the smoke will buy a second.
Yeah, but it's only just going to buy a little bit of time. Look at the clock. less than 2 minutes, which is just so much time, and Alamau tries to make the play, but Noah is there to stop it.
Well, the man who defined the first map has to try and define maybe one of the best clutches of the tournament. A 1 versus 4 against Secret on Consulate. And the Secrets seem to be a play and a bait of we know what you're thinking, we're thinking further thoughts, and those are, we want to lock this one off right now. Secret bounce back from disappointment on map 1 to a very strong map 2. And 3 will be the story to see who
but yeah, so I spent
on,
6
Demo.
hours going through everything.
And the third map is blank, and that is,
we met,
as far as we're aware, Europe's map.
We met the apothecary, we met with the nurse, we met with the doctor, we met with the anesthesia doctor as well. So it took some time. So listing out what she has. So she has the tumor. She has cool because she is smoking a lot. She has like something different with her kidneys, but they are not in any dangers right now. They have not grown as much, so there is something there. Not cancerous, but something that could make her bleed out. Then we found out she has something else with the, what do you call it? Bi-kidneys or something, the other small kidneys that is in charge of the adrenaline and stuff. Apparently she was going to be leaving some tests this week, and we asked what the test was for. It was because they found something else on those as well, so it's like, and she has the diabetes as well, and stuff like that. So it's been a long day talking to her about those stuff, and she is not like having any memories. She asking the same stuff over and over again. So it's been like, so I was there from, I drove her at 8, came home after around 4. I came home. So yeah, it was a long, hard day, so to speak. So there's a lot of things talking about the surgery. So she's going to be doing a lot of things. She needs also to take some shots every day for 28 days after surgery, and that is to stop her from getting blood clot. And I'm scared of needles and stuff, so I can't give her the med. So we have to hire a nurse to do that, because none in the family will do that. So yeah. And the anesthesia doctor says like she is considered weak due to her constitution and stuff like that. So it's looking grim, but it's like not a death sentence by any means, but it depends on her will to live in the long run. So, and she has depression on top of that. And I'm basically the only one that is like taking care of her at the moment. Not that I blame my brother and sister by any means, because they do live like 40 minutes away, and they do work. So yeah, so I'm tired, both physically and mentally at the moment. So I'm trying to get my mom to understand that we might need to hire someone to help you, because I can't do it every single week. Let's see her. I don't know where is, fuck's sake. It's just a little bit annoying when you're tired. I'm gonna have days where I am really tired, but not me will have to go through my mom's pension. We have a system in Sweden where you don't have to pay much for your to get a nurse to help you. We have to look into that. Because we pay such high taxes, so getting like into a nursing home and stuff doesn't cost everything you have, so to speak. Ah, gosh dang it. I was hoping that G2 will lock this out, but they are just trolling at this point. Tomorrow the first game is going to be starting at 2:30, so I'll be live at 2, so I will definitely be more rested tomorrow. I have more energy than I have right now. Like, I can promise you that. I don't know why they divided this shit into 2 separate streams. There's 4 matches, and they divided it by 2 fucking streams. Like, what? Like, this gotta be a mistake. We will see after this game if it's a mistake or not, because it's stupid. So whoever wins that is going to be playing against whoever wins the 2 matches tomorrow. So FaZe Clan versus Wildcard tomorrow. And then Falcons versus Furia, which is a rematch basically from the group stage. Furia won against Falcons, 2-1 in the group stage. So I will be right back.
Absolutely outrageous. There's no other way to put what we have just seen. Secret goes 6-0 up in the first half, looking so convincing. By God, a complete turnaround after Clubhouse.
Yeah.
It is just incredible, Jack.
Well, we know G2 have some heavy hitters, but so do Team Secret. It's the beauty of our teams inside of the European region. They're aggressive, they're confident, and of course there's one person that we need to talk about. That person is Mowgli. He was absolutely sensational. Some of the things that he was trying inside of this half was audacious. They were outrageous. Look at these kills, 2 of them outside the building on Consulate, which isn't something that you always see. And I think the game plan from Team Secret was perfect. They know G2 like to play split, whichever map they're on. So what are they going to do? They're going to double up, triple up on the points of entry, play together and isolate those picks, Leo.
I just feel like I'm watching a Frag movie. It's the Mowgli that we know and love. It's the Mowgli that will take risk, and when it pays off, it pays off. Every single defense, by the way, is an opening kill for Secret. None of them were traded. All the way, the spearhead for Secret is Mowgli. He's the one that will get aggressive and get that. That's why his play style fits so well with Team Secret. What a way to punish G2. And what a way to come back after Munich. On your right side, you have his performance in Munich.
Yeah.
He was the worst rated player of the roster. He was struggling, -25 in KD. And if you look on the left of your screen, you've got Mowgli here during this map. And by the way, at the event, he is the best rated player for Team Secret. Something happened during this offseason. Something happened. Between Munich and now, he figured out how to be aggressive, but also how to be consistent with it.
That is an astronomical EPS that he's just achieved. Like, that was, you know, we talked about Doom having life games. That was a life game from Mowgli.
I actually have a fun stat for you. KZ currently tops the charts at 199 EPS. Until the final round where he got spawn killed, Mowgli was at 210 EPS for the entire map. But unfortunately, that does not unfold the way we wanted to. He's not the greatest player in a single map at the tournament yet. However, we move to a third and final map, and this one is big. This one is Bank. I don't know what to think of this.
Honestly, Bank has been for the longest of times the home turf of Europe.
Yeah.
And just to say this, obviously we all know G2 took down the incredible win streak of Falcons on that map. And by the way, thanks to a stomp and ace on the last round. But most importantly, the real kings of Bank, Team Secret. 16 win streak on the map. They have not lost it the entire season. It would be a first for them to fall to anyone on that map this season.
So you're telling me 16 straight. Elimination match. What can G2 do?
They need a savior.
And his name is Stompin. It's as simple as that. He was so good in map 1, they really need him to step up in map 2. He had a rough he had a rough controller. There's no way around this. But the one thing that we said about Stompin, his big strength from map 1 was that he's unfazed in any scenario. He will not even be thinking about map 2 whatsoever. He's just going into this as a fresh one.
What I will say is the context are very simple. Either G2 win this and go through, or Team Secret keep their streak going and make it to 17-0. It's time to decide the fate of Europe.
It all comes down to this. And where else would you rather be? Oh, and how narrow it is to mine eyes see of a story of G2 versus Team Secret E. It is Bank. It is EML's home, and it is one map. Let's get into it. I want this to be the best game I've seen in a very long time. I've seen a lot of great games, Demo. You and I both.
We've seen the G2 Falcons game that they mentioned where they took down the streak. We were there.
We were there.
You seen an ace from the King? You seen an ace from the King today?
We were there. Well, we get to say that.
Just lightning strike twice.
For ending a streak that's lasted over the year.
Yeah, I think actually, Leo, I think you've downplayed that. It's over the year for Secret, not the season. It's the year that we have to look at for Secret and how darn good they have been on that map. But we have to give credit to G2 as well. Again, phenomenal on their day on that map too. I mean, what do we do?
We, my fine friend, sit back, watch, and enjoy what hopefully is a worthwhile map, because ultimately, may I remind you all, one of these two teams, their journey ends at the end of this. Team Secret or G2 will have their SI Paris dreams shot down before they've even begun to hit the main stage. And it has to happen
10
here.
seconds remaining.
So, with these bands, with this tale set up, and with history ready to be written, as has been put across all the beautiful boards here in Paris, let's see who's got the position for a 2026 to remember. G2 will be starting on their defense. They'll be starting themselves on a side that, generically, they've, I think, found more problem with. They've generally been a bit sharper on their attack, but it is Bank, so a lot of teams often are. One of the big tells of this demo that I'm curious about is the entry statistic. Both teams actually positive for it generally on this map, and great at converting it even more so.
Good drone placement from Jum. He's on that glass and he wants to try and get himself in towards Garage. We know how strong a position this can be for the attacker. He's going to use the smoke grenade to kind of give him that advantage, that head-up gunplay up against Blaz. He will tag him ever so slightly. And for Blaz, can he get out of there? No, the leg! Oh, down goes Blaz! The sniper rifle connects.
Well, when I'll talk about that Secret, when they get the opener, it's an 88%.
And straight away from Doki, they've lost Garage, reinforce that wall.
Yeah, let's not try and play that game. Let's get it locked in and make sure that nothing else is slipping on its way through, obviously. You got the stretch above the between two floors here. They're getting the clear down. G2's pulled themselves back. They're not going to go too exploratory. You've got a lot of stairs you can lock down. You've got blue and you've got operators to make it happen, obviously. Stomping, though, likes to sort of go against the grain, and he's snuck his way up main. And he can hear the drone rolling out, but how confident is he that he hasn't been caught by it? He's about to find the first engagement. He waits and baits and removes just one Mowgli. Massively important reaction there to ensure that didn't get any worse for wear. And now, as you can start to see, the pressure is boiling its way underneath.
Yeah, good trade. Really good trade for Mowgli. If that was a double kill for Stompin, that would have been a disaster for Team Secret. Now, the next step. How do we clear out the player in behind the server rack? They're going to do that with the Grims. They will spot out Doki, but he can make his own cover, using the Keeper barrier, fortifying his position, looking for swings as well. But he's just going to sit and wait. They have to push him, don't forget.
They have to, and he's just turning this into a bit of a bunker. And the 4 versus 3, as long as he can keep it, as long as he can. When you look at the Goyo on the door, and they waste time, and players Doom caught out by the swing. And look, you can see Secret, I'm not going to say panicking, but starting to try and put the pedal to the metal and hope they don't get caught in a crossfire, because G2 so rapid going for those swings, and the width is something they enjoy, but Noah enjoys killing Doki. 3 versus 2. 20 seconds and the fire starts to pop alongside the smoke itself. They're swinging their way around on the rotate on towards the hatches itself, and you can see G2, they're trying to work out exactly where the kit is going planted. It's over the top towards main stairs. They're going to try and go full sprint, full send, and full to the back, but they were ready for it. Lyra! All 3 is a delicious feast for the Demon.
A huge round for G2. Up against it, but the time being G2's 6th man. Secret spent so long dealing with Doki. That was the problem, was how long it took them to clear him out. I mean, Doki also did a phenomenal job. We'll see the kill hopefully here in a minute. This kill right here. Big to pick off Jum. And then just no time, the Goyos, the smokes. Just look at that bomb site, by the way. Plagues of Egypt have invaded into Mike.
There is that late night heat and fire you want. You asked for Demon time early on. Might be starting to clock in. Obviously, if you missed the opening game of the day, the reason G2 is still fighting, this is their 2nd series to play out today. They've already dispatched one of the biggest opponents in M80, the recent major champions. So what else? Demo, what else on that tally is somebody else who's been able to lift a big prize this year? Imagine walking into that gladiatorial arena with so many other people's belts around your waist.
Don't forget FaZe as well was also knocked off prior to that, so they are collecting everyone. I mean, they need Fury and X, that would be ideal for them, and then they've really got everyone who's had a trophy this year. G2, how will they fare now in towards this top floor now? Savage on that shield. We know the power that he can make with it. He's using it currently to get a bit of information over towards the window of XC4, but hits the barricade, and Savage is fine and dandy. He's got the nades too. Looks as though they might try and stem a little bit of pressure in towards Spiral and in through lobby, but these walls being electrified. That's a little bit of an issue here. EMPs go in. Able to get the Cade, so should be opened up.
Getting a bit aggressive there, the Cade, hoping he could try and find somebody, but he's rotated his way out of the elevator and it's just going to keep his head down a little bit. In the meantime, you've obviously got Duke. The Deimos could get in and get underneath, but it's actually Savage on that shield, gets the first kill. Blaz removed from the back of that position, and now Lawyer is going to have a little bit more work to do and to cover. Doom has got himself prepped a bit underneath.
Yeah, ideally it should just be Savage swinging in through the window. He has the shield up so he can't get shot as he goes for the rappel, and then looks to get himself into a plant position. However, there's a few areas he need to clear, elevator being one of them. That's why they've opened up the long angle over towards Kanto, and this is so close for Lawyer. Away at the wrong time, and Adrian picks them up. Now it's a 3v5. If Secret can just go step by step, work for the motions, this should be solid for them.
He's just kind of hoping that he wasn't quite paying enough attention, but Secret, they're locked in. They want to make sure that they can keep their impressive role for all the titles that I've said G2 have taken. They've only really just had a glance at the one that Secret's got. It's not quite theirs to have yet. 5 versus 3, though. We had time before, and as we enter this final minute, will we have it time and time again as it cyclically repeats itself? It's Doki that starts to make things feel a bit worrying, but they make sure they keep the pressure up as Doki doubles down. Somehow finds a second Doom, though, with the Deimos has a bit of a response. He's doing his best, popping up and trying to put the players down on the singular approach. Zalamau gets himself a third, though. It's suddenly a 2 versus 2. And that sort of tragedy starts to pop in. Both take scraps of damage. Both trying to reposition on the side of meeting, and both seemingly being pinged out by that intel game. But the intel reads that Doki's down, and just in the 2 versus 1, 20 seconds, Zalamau, his time to step up. But Secret put him down.
Oh, it's getting loud in that room. Both teams up for this fight. And a massive heavyweight clash.
Dum. Okay.
I mean, Doki tried his best
What's
and
the
sort
front
of
map
how to get some kills back from that 3v5, but just the man advantage was too much. That they had to deal with. Yeah, Doki gets wallbang there, unfortunate for him.
Right.
And an easy cleanup there from Adrian. I think they had a drone on him. I've seen a yellow pink come in, so good information there from Secret. That's the top floor. Not going to be locked in again. We go straight for our third bomb site choice into the open area and kitchen. What is the play going to be for G2, who have, again, we've kind of seen the style that G2 have approached this game. You look at the first map. It was that kind of play, very heavy, go aggressive, peel off when we need to, whenever we think we've wasted enough time, got the picks. You then kind of come around into Consulate. We've seen the attacks. It was all over the place. Individuals trying to make the plays, not working for them, not winning engagements. Mowgli having the time of his life. So what do G2 do different? What's going to be the game plan going into a map like Bank, which plays very different to the other two, where it is all about making sure that you can take that map control on a big old map. Mowgli, an opening pick for him. Loira goes down. Big player to pick off. Gonna be sent to the cameras, and I mean, he is the Valkyrie. He's gonna get some value in those cameras.
Yeah, but I think knowing Lawyer, he'd probably be happy to get more value out of his gun, but this is almost what we wanted, right? First map, you had some big players show up from the side of G2. Second, Mowgli really ran the show, and here, getting a little bit of both either side, and hope that it continues. Though, a lot of work here for the Twitch to just get done. You've obviously got a utility to burn your way through whenever you approach pretty much any of the bank sites, but the first step forward will be that lead in on towards the pressure here. Outside elevators along the long watch, the flash in towards janitors. The player just drops up. Doesn't want to see what happens
Loira
next.
did that, show back some love. Come on.
Towards the top of the stairs, but he doesn't want to face to face with
You need to
Savage,
show
and
some
fair enough,
loving.
They force them back and back and back and all the way down towards the bottom of the main stairs. Next, getting himself a rotate, can try and reapply the pressure up top blue, but Secret done a lot of clearing on the top. The problem was, again, as it was the first time.
Yeah. Minute 20. Still have to get into the bomb site. This is only the kind of tellers and archives section where obviously G2 looking for that extension, and Secret still need to work their way over to the actual bomb site in towards open area. I mean, the hatch is still closed and electrified, and actually don't have any hard breach to remove that. So for Secret, not having that hatch as an open.
Okay. What are they doing?
That may slow them down.
Come on,
you
will win this. Come on.
Bottlenecks. You know, we know that open area hatch. It's great just for that immediate drop. You're in, you can plant. If you don't have that, you're gonna have to try and find an alternative route. And if it could be like a jumping through copy, I mean, that's a risk. I mean, even in towards the Beepers right here. Look at where the player is tucked very close. I'm sure of a shotgun as well, so... And the big old flank. Where's he came from? Blaz is able to try a bit of pressure, but he gets killed doing so.
They're expecting a double down, but instead it's a rotate round. Aggression on the front. The smoke is slowing them, but look above. The Buck is trying to find an angle, and the aggressive trade out will come together. It's a close fight against the Black Bid. Not quite sure what that interaction was.
Are you kidding me?
G2 Light Secret. They pull themselves ahead.
Oh, big moment there for Blaz, though. Really could have had it. Came out of nowhere. He must have dropped the hatch and looked for that flank.
Good match we got here. Yeah, but I want G2 to win. Not Secret. Come on.
He's a happy Frenchman. Oh, I mean, for G2, I thought they were in a good position, with the hatch being shot, being catered off, and you could have had that bottleneck, but I think whenever you kind of look, Blaz not picking up that kill, the 3v5, great neg, though, to clear away that player in behind the desk, clearing away that Azami, that was very, very important. You had the cutoff, I think, from Copy Window, was able to kill that Azami, and then you have that man advantage that Secret can just apply. So for G2, some kills not going in their favor. Sometimes, all you need is a little bit of luck. That goes a long way in a game like Siege. At the moment, Secret.
What? Are you sure?
They have that.
They have themselves the one extra round as well. And as alluded to earlier on, both these teams, with their enjoyment of Bank, both generally have more success on the attack. And that's the split that Secret is going to try and drive home. Again, they're just both bloody good at this map, and it's always fun to see them sort of go toe-to-toe, but as the removal of Hibana comes through, the Warriors' Secret might be a bit too slow, as they found themselves struggling with time on this site before. Will they adopt something different, Demo?
Yeah, and also don't forget that's both of the ranged hard breachers gone, so whenever it comes to that top floor, you think with the Kanto position that was opened up and Laura died from it, that's not going to be an issue whenever we go back up towards that top floor, so that is good for G2 whenever we get around to it, but we are going to go back down to that basement, and it was the time management from Secret that was the issue. They couldn't clear the power positions quick enough. I mean, they're bringing plenty of util to do so, but, dumping util and following up on it's two different things.
They can already see that the side is pretty empty, but here, an early destruction of utility, and it's just perfect. Everything you want there.
And you think about what really hurt them in the last round. Yes, they took their time clearing away those certain positions.
I'm reloading.
But then a Goyo gets popped, and there's just no way into that bomb site. Bringing in that Twitch, clearing that util early on. Think of the time now that is going to be up for Secret. They should be laughing all the way to the bank. I don't know. Sorry, had it sitting there, plucked it out, had to.
Yeah, that's fine. Stick to analysis, so let's leave those to me, and I don't think you should bank on anything more like that. Going for the break on towards Elevator here, see if they can try and get the angle to the players. A minute 30, and they've got themselves in a similar position to the time as they did before, but this time there hasn't been an early trade of bodies. Adrian prepped and ready to roll as more fire burns itself on the hatch, just sort of waiting and wasting. And remember, it was a Loira triple kill that was able to pull this one together, but aided, as you said, by the third man. The shield will make this a little bit of an easier route. You can hear the bees start to come down. Loira starts to pop off again, but it's Doki that doubles down, and a stuck man in the bottom of an elevator will G2 swarm, lock him out and stop him going anywhere. But Noah, the saving grace, saves the face of one and catches Stompin'.
Jum in a great position now to try and hold on to that garage player. Oh, and Blaz is none the wiser.
Fuck you, Jum, seriously.
And he walks straight into it.
3 versus 2. They have the long watch across both sites here, and they're going to see if they can try and get themselves gathered and go for the plant tucked in towards B. But Loira, 2 canisters could be the slow, and oh no!
Why would you cross that shit?
This round is instead Secret slam their way to the fight, but Doki drops the man with the shield. 30 seconds. You can see the width, one on gold, one in the site itself. They're going to see if they can maybe just try and get the cover. They can hold the crosses. I don't know what entirely he's going for, but it's nothing.
Why are they making a lot of wrong decision? I don't understand why Loria decided to cross there.
Oh, that is a risky challenge, I thought, from Noah. I actually thought Noah made the perfect play. He's rotated into position where he can just cut off that rotation.
Guys, look to me, like they are playing like fast the second step, and then like we are panic the late round. Okay, let's be calm, like and play like we're gonna target. Let's communicate our cross party. We are dying for stupid angles. Okay, I think like either if you wanna fight more first, fight also the first step again. We can do the basement round. Be ready for the shield like in the archive tellers. Okay, Cal can hold the server, or we can also like just do the 2 above because like we have Ace Ribbon above. But also I want to fight more first step. Okay, maybe like Laura play below if Valk. Okay, if you like are confident on that. Like let's fight more the first step, and then like after like they do the first step, let's be ready for they do fast like the second step, and like we be jumping like the late round. Okay, guys, go guys. We got this. Let's go, Laura. Come on, let's go. Let's go, guys. Guys, I have an idea.
What's the idea? No, you can't cut off of that. No! Who lip reads? What's the idea, Doki? What is it?
We'll have to try and work it out.
Please say Amari. Come on, I need an Amari in this game.
Well, I don't think so because they're on defense. But
that's true. I just want to see Amari anyway.
That's Doki's plan, and he's going to really hope.
What is the counterpart? Oryx. Give me an Oryx. Oryx up the hatch in the basement. Love it. Alex top. No.
We're up top, and well, maybe Doki's plan was I'm going to get back on the boss G, because to be fair, he got 2 and a bit kills last time that he was here. Problem is, that doesn't win you around.
So this bomb site should be a lot more stable for G2 because of the Habana ban that they went for previously. You don't have the ace, you don't have the Habana. Opening up that counter wall is not going to be a possibility for Team Secret. And because that's not going to be a possibility, it actually kind of frees up G2 in terms of their operator selection. You don't have to bring a Bandit or a Cade to really have to worry about those walls being opened up, so you can bring in a few more traps. When we heard Romalio mention maybe a Valkyrie below could help.
Trying to just get that filter of intel. That huge cavernous space that is the lobby of Bank. Something Doki's not going to get anything on because Noah gets a very early pick and read onto, as I said, the player who went for the big things before maybe went for a bit of a big action here and has a great gun for peeking, but the energy currently felt by Secret and the energy that they can try and add on to this is massive, and this is also the concern. G2 love to throw themselves out of the building at least once on their half, and Loira almost gets caught rotating inside. In fact, it was Mowgli who took the first bleed. It was perfectly timed. Loira gets caught rotating underneath.
Yeah, he's just wallbanged him in through lower elevators. Wow, that Valkyrie blow that Romalio said, let's bring that and see if we can create a bit of chaos. It's gone, and 2 players off the board before we even hit halfway through the round is not a great look for G2. Jum below looking for any bits of gadgetry, and he will be able to spot out, I assume, some of the Valkyrie cameras. That's the main thing to take note of. But again, for Secret, it's just that step by step. Just go through the motions, just work G2 for all they're worth.
Oh, a lot of damage done, and Alamau, all that's left, they've just pieced them apart, and brick by brick, you might say you
it looks like Secret's going to win this now.
The building's been blown. It's been pushed over. It's 3 pigs, and they've huffed and they've puffed Demo, and everything's fallen down for G2.
Game.
Just like that.
I thought that was not intended. I thought the brick house was supposed to help them. Not the case. He's lost his mind.
Do you think, this could be a guess, do you think he really wants to play in front of a crowd in Paris?
I mean, one thing all the Frenchmen have done really well. I mean, even, of course, for Blast, don't forget as well, this would be massive for him.
Yep.
But you look, obviously, the Falcons are the obvious ones. Baby Shark on Wildcard gets that privilege. I mean, there will be French players on the French stage. And as I've said that, guess who's ran over? Thinking, look at me, it's Leo, I'll be there.
Leo's
I'm French too, don't forget about me.
Yeah,
Leo's French?
like the first match against M8 it went well, but then like it was really bad.
So, it's a tough situation. I don't think I really need to say it, but we'll break it down by the fact that Blaz and Alamau are in a similar state to how Stompin and Doki were in the last map. Haven't been able to get themselves into the kill game.
Yeah, I mean, apart from Doki, really, there's not a whole lot going on for the G2 players. Somebody needs to step up. I mean, back against the wall, this is what G2's made of. I mean, you
Sweden just secured another medal in the Olympics.
Of its history as an organization. One thing that the G2 DNA has, it's not over yet until the last kill is found. And they still got a chance to at least salvage the half for a 4-2 split.
They're going to either get silver or gold tomorrow.
They'll be looking for that 5-1. Doki, opening pick, goes his favor, and look at this. Look at this from G2. This is better. Take the fight to Secret. Don't let them set up. It's something that Romalio touched in the timeout.
Yeah, they dug themselves in. They've been able to get these opening 2 kills. There goes the Docker Beat. There goes the Blackbeard. And there goes a much more limited approach now for the side of Secret. Instead, they're going to have to try and piece things together. Send a boogie drone down a corridor. It can't do much other than add some audio distraction, but nothing on the back of it.
I wonder how many
Maybe this one hasn't
medals
quite
we have so
operated
far.
the same. They're prepped up on the copy window, maybe going to get the cross and get some of the control above, but, you know, think about where the kid is right now, Demo. Was it a failed rush that they attempted?
We have 15
That's
medals
something
so
that Secret
far.
would have went for, because again, that slow and steady
That's a lot.
approach has really benefited them. Adrian looking to see if he can just find a few picks outside that copy window, but right now for G2, just sit in your hands, you have that man advantage. Mowgli has made a big old play in for open area, the forward can't get hit him, but it doesn't matter. G2, they get that important round to at least give them a bit of hope now, as we have that side swap.
I mean, you can see the energy from Romalio and Doki, obviously, just trying to get the team energized. And remember how long of a day it has been here for G2. They were faced with not just one sort of reigning champion, but 2. We've alluded to it before. And here, when you are, what, 6, 7 hours, 8 hours later on from an earlier showdown, gotta just try and find that extra pocket, that extra moment, that extra bit of belief you can carry your way all the way to the end for 2. It's not that unheard of.
It is in the realms of possibility with this side. And again, it's that belief that G2 need to have. We know that G2, whenever they're on their game, everyone playing to the potential that we know that they can beat anyone on their day. I think the biggest issue, though, we can say the same about Secret, that both of these sides are so evenly matched across just the tournament. Look at the stats, so similar. Who is going to take it and send the other one home?
10 seconds to go.
Right. Into the second half. Basement defense is where we kick things off. You look at the lineup from Secret. Plenty of denial. You have the Goyo, which is a bit of a given. And the Tachanka coming in from Adrian. And that Clash from Savage as that extra layered defense. I mean, Clash I don't think sees an awful lot of gameplay on a map like Bank.
No.
Mostly because you have to deal with like 20 different angles, and Clash is a lot better in the kind of bottleneck scenarios. Because you can't very well just kind of set up your shield and look towards server if you know somebody can drop the hatch in red and kill you while you're behind it. That doesn't really help. So I am curious to see the Clash come in, and it's going to be used as more of a kind of roam-centric operator, just to put that early pressure on the G2, kind of make them stop, make them think, make them think. Why is the Clash up here? This is unusual.
I think probably China, to be honest, not US, because
the Ying shotgun and
maybe US, I don't know,
results,
but
this is a long
this is
corridor.
a bigger country, they tend to have more medals.
He's under a bit of pressure from Deimos on the other side and can drop the hatch as soon as the swing comes around. The Clash is there to offer some support. The blinds come through, and at this point, just clearing ground, really. Force them further back, take the terrain, and do it at least 30 seconds quicker, though, with a bit more utility usage than what we saw Secret achieve.
Yeah, this is good from G2 again. Getting themselves into a great position where they can start opening up that bomb site. Breach! Get the hatches open. Still got plenty of util. Obviously, the operator we have to look at is going to be also those shields that we know can be used in one of 2 ways. One, you send a kind of lone Ossa in towards Garage, you set up that shield, you create that beautiful cross in towards red. Or the other, you come in through server and you use that to help with the plant.
Now look, the fact that obviously you've still got utility to remove, and they're still peeking their way up the hatches itself.
Problem is going to be Mowgli and Doom holding there, and
hoping they can get the piece pulled apart. The C4 out the door does not catch anybody. Again, they have another fire canister they could pop, which sounds like they did. Mowgli does pop one. There's the trade back. Stomping. Swings out, gets revenge, and gets some pressure on towards servers. Now, that player on those stairs is massively surrounded. Doom, how long can he hold on for? Can he get one? Do they even know they've dropped down? Yeah, they seem to do as they're either side of him. No.
Oh my god! Seriously, stop it!
The focus. There's the fire, there's the swing, and there's not quite a catch. He doubles down.
Are you fucking joking with me?
G2 on the up and on the pressure.
And this is where Alamau on the Ossa comes in big. Just set the shield up, you can go for the plant. There's no C4s, there's no impacts, these shields will remain. All they really have is just to flame them off via the Tachanka, so that's the operator nothing to put pressure on.
Well, here's the coverage, here's the swing, and here's the attempt at the plant. But Tachanka, Adrian, Buddy, there's stuff going on the other side, and he's blinded. Just as he went for the fight itself, lost the man. Loira finds his own in the meantime, and well, this one has pieced itself apart. G2 in one of the hardest plant retakes. Noah here. He's going to go up because what else do you have? He's going to try and find his first engagement in open. Does he know about stomping? No is the answer. G2.
Nicely
2
done.
rounds in a row either side of the half, and now only 1 round separates them.
Clinical from G2. Great dissection the way they went through the motions. Use that Ossa. And Adrian just not in a position to use the Tachanka. Was really worried about that backstab, and that just plays into the playstyle of G2. We know the players that can just go off on a wonder, can make a play, can make things happen, and that's always going to be in the back of Secret's head. The what-if kind of element to the game of Siege. And as we know, once that diffuser goes down in this bomb site, there ain't no way anyone is going to get that diffuse off.
They're starting to believe.
I don't know.
And we came into this, to be fair, with a pretty even 51-49% split in the voting, so I think everybody else always has belief. And well,
who tipped the scales?
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Probably
10 seconds left before insertion.
Would be my guess.
5 seconds left.
Either way. They've got everything to try and slow down. Maybe keep eyes on. Get the echo with the extra drone. You've obviously got big, wide play spaces here, and the way that they sort of snuck in, you could see that Secret were opting to try and get aggressive, peek up the hatches, cause problems. Not immediately. They gave them some ground, some positions to chase, to have to clear out. And at that point, Secret was how they would try and fight back. But with the echo, the active drone they could offer towards these potential roam players, I mean, we're still obviously always waiting for somebody to pop off. That's just this roster, and the first bit will be the Ossa push once again. Alamau not been able to get himself a kill yet, but if he can get the shields down and have the cross, well, that's what the team need.
Yeah, I like the Ossa again. He's a good operator to try and control that ground. It's also very good at kind of getting yourselves into the map of Bank, which sometimes through those windows can be a little bit dangerous. We know a shield covering your face does help things out, and oh, look at that thing from Savage! There was no cover from the windows. He just walks up to the breach and he kills Loira. The Thermite gone. The main way they were going to get into this site is gone.
And now that kit, right by one of the most dangerous walls on the entirety of the map. How do you get there? Probably with the Talon shields we see, but it has to be some important cover coming from the side of Janitors. They've already proved they're happy to swing onto these awkward angles. Hits the Grismot.
And yes, they can get themselves over to the other side of the main breach, but how do they then get through Janitor? The whole reason why you open up that wall is to make Janitor unplayable. This is a big issue for G2, and they need to try and crack it. They've still got util from Doki. He's got the firebolts, but Savage, he's the counter operator. He's the Wamai. So realistically, the arrows shouldn't be doing much.
They have a backline. Secret just have to make
Why
sure they keep that awareness I talked about before and keep the read through. There is coverage
shit,
from
they
the box.
banned
There is chance at forcing players in with the smoke and the
okay,
doors.
never mind. I was like wondering why we're not using Hibana.
3 impacts. They can get rid of those just as quick as they appear, and that's the game that Secret have to hold on to. Here's the coverage. Will there be any pressure on the side of it? As I said, they're happy
How
to
do you
swing,
lose that?
and
I
even
don't know.
happier to find results, but Mowgli now retakes this cross. They have either side the pinch, and he just has to not give himself on towards Stompin. But again, this kit position, they're all around it. They're everywhere, Demo.
They have to try and get a move on and find these players. The Doki call goes in. Doki looking for the creep up in towards Janitor. Savage finds another. Doki now makes himself known. The DMR now. Savage with a drop shot. Free for him in the round, and Stompin all by himself. 15 seconds, walks into the Elamine and walks into his demise. Savage.
Oh my god.
For 4. Wow,
What are you
wow.
doing?
Secret, I mean, that early kill. Yeah, being able to pick off that Thermite. And we've seen that janitor position. I don't think we caught it on camera. I was able to see it. Alamau tried to go for the plant with the Ossa shield. But then what does Savage do? Just peeks janitor, throws the impact. Alamau can't go for that anymore.
Job done. Job done. And I sort of said it at the start of the round. You're always expecting somebody to pop off. But to be fair, it's not always Savage going for that position. It's not always Savage, the one that's, walking up towards, as I said, one of the most dangerous walls, especially with the setup that they had. You had the Ossa at the back of top square. That's your cover. But they were expecting janitors. They weren't expecting a madman to suddenly decide, I'm going to go.
You got to have some big cojones to go for that. I mean, like, oh. What a play.
I don't know.
Not a lot in it. 2 rounds is what separates it.
5 seconds to insertion.
Come on,
Secret
G2.
open area will be locked in. For G2, what do they need to do? I mean, again, I don't think that this is anything to do with how G2 are operating. I like the strategy, I like the operators, I like the attacks they're going for. It's just that one slip up, letting a guy kill that Thermite. It's just, this is how, at the very top levels of Siege, you will be punished. You make that one mistake, and the enemy team will just grab that and run with it.
Well, they've pulled away from the Ossa. They've got themselves ready to take care of utility as quick as possible in this bulletproof. Well, it doesn't always survive very long, but gets the kick thrown up. It will carry that statistic here. Eyes on the sight, but the verticality's what they want to try and lock down. And Ella, Mowgli, is under a little bit of pressure, but he's surrounded by friends in a nice place, and it's actually the drive from the Deimos underneath that locks it in. But there's
Gloria
the
again?
gets on towards one, and there's the fight, but Mowgli won it out.
Doki whiffed
Instead he
that.
was making his motion, but instead they've
GG
just entirely
Secret.
been rebuffed to 5-2.
G2 choked.
Stompin does find Mowgli, gets revenge, but I'm sure he'll be very happy with what he's done this round already, off the top rope, the top stairs, and through Doki. Now on towards the quad wall again. They just tried to slip the kid in, but as soon as you hit that mine behind them, top blue, they're in a position to swing on. Stompin gets one, but Savage doubles down, and Secret sit with a couple of rounds of safety. In a driving seat.
How can G2 choke? They're literally choking at the moment.
G2,
I'm not even joking.
they've tried to go fast. It's a classic. We see that attack work for them a decent amount of the time. It's that quick take in through copy window. But it just hasn't paid off. Secret had the read on them. Big engagements being won across the map. Secret to keep the streak alive. Don't forget there's streaks on the line in this game.
17 this would make it. 17 plays of bank in a row. And they would win them all. And, yeah, I mean, you can see why. They're active. They're mobile. They're aggressive. They're not entirely in control. There are moments of G2, there's moments of this drive, and as I said, it's a great map for G2 as well, but there's a reason. It's a current 16 undefeated for Secret. There's a reason this team has had the year that they have had, and it seems like they want to give another reason why they might start turning more of those polls in towards their favor. But G2 still on their attack. It's bank. Yes, the timeout is long since used, but we know what these players have done before. They can still 100% drive this one into overtime.
Yeah, of course they can. The bans have came in. G2 not wanting to deal with the Azami. A good ban. We know the way that Secret want to kind of have those holds in towards open area and then quickly drop off whenever the going gets tough. Don't have to worry about that. I mean, Secret going for the Monty ban, but I don't think that's really been a big issue for Secret, to be honest.
I think they just wanted to make sure they couldn't get a panic Monty out. But
yeah.
Savage stepped up, as we said before, these positions. Now he's ready to see if he can get somebody as soon as they enter onto square. He's hoping the call and pings will come out from his team. But it's just steady. It's so cautious here from G2.
It's tense. That first pick could be very important. G2 need to find it. They've almost found it onto Noah. He's on about half HP now. Doki makes his entrance now down in towards the staircase. And Stompin with the first pick. Down goes Doom. The Mozzie has been eliminated. Stompin just off, doing what he does best, finding kills on the other side of the map. Now he can try and take control of in towards Tellers and Archives and lock out this roam game to allow those defenders to have that confidence.
What a time for him to finally start to, feel that energy, let him drive, let him get into these positions he likes and hope that follow-throughs can come, but there's Mowgli. Gets Doki, gets that Deimos, gets that response, drifts his way back into open, makes them have to check and recheck. They know somebody's at the back end of garage and they're so tempted to see if they can try and make friends with them, but as the swing comes out, they actually survive. Luckily, Lawyer are almost ready to rip the head off of Noah. There's not much left of him already. They double stack, they swing it out, and Adrian cements himself for two. Can they swing wide? It's a rush down green. There's a trade back and forth. Main is on its position. Stompin's still around, hanging and hoping he can get the swing round, but he's pushed further back. Secret, no. They can push a 2 versus 1, but instead hits on towards the other side. Blaz with the Vault Hatch drop right into a Fenrir. A minute demo. A minute might separate G2's run. It's a close fight, but it's Stompin's connection to make. The 2 versus 2, bitterly built across the bank basement. But there's another one for Noah. And here's Secret sit in the 2 versus 1. Blaz with a massive clutch earlier wants to try and add another towards that list. Another to his day and another bit of hope for G2. But on the side, fighting like heroes is not enough. This is not G2's story to tell instead. Secret, well, they've decided history is already full of Secret's demo. And they are here to make their own mark.
The streak continues. Bank once again being the stronghold of Team Secret. G2 have tried again to break a team on Bank, but this time it did not happen for them. G2 out of 6 Invitational. They tried the lower bracket run the same way they tried SI23, but this time it did not work.
Well, that's it for us for now, but we've got some other people to take it away. We're back with our depth.
What a matchup. Team Secret, they dig deep on map 2. They showcase absolute class at map 3. I'll be honest, Leo, that never looked in doubt.
No, they were in control the whole time, and I mean, they are living up to the expectation of a 16 win streak, now turned a 17 win streak for Secret on that map. I gotta say, so many important rounds. A whole domination, I will say, most of the time in man advantage. A key moment for me was that Savage round where he gets aggressive in square, gets the pick, gets a 4K. When the in-game leader just gets there and gets the frag,
but guys, in case you did not know, there is actually over 100,000 people watching right now this match.
It is that home, isn't it? That, they get on Bank and they just feel so at ease.
That is crazy.
Savage is so good on the shield. He'll play any shield that's available. He played a lot of Blackbeard today, but the team just seems to understand the reactions, particularly when they're attacking that map just so quickly, and they're so decisive in the way that they play, and they get out in front on the attack, and then from there it just goes. It just goes one way.
One thing that I think sticks out to me is the ability Mowgli had to not only compete well on the second map, obviously, but to convert that into map 3 as well. Keep that consistency with a very strong line across the board. I mean, when you look at stats like that, and the context
for,
that you gave earlier, I think
bad.
it blows my mind. Within what, 3 months with the storyline? It's not even that. It's 2 months.
Even that.
It's incredible.
He spent 2 months reworking his approach to the game and turned from being, I guess, the worst player on the team to the best performing one, not only in this matchup, which is key in elimination match, obviously, but also the whole event.
I wouldn't say worst player. I would say most inconsistent, because I think we've seen the highs and the highs of Mowgli and the lows of the lows.
Statistically, in Munich, he was the worst one, but he really lived up, I think, everything. I think it goes to show
that if you really want to win in this game, if you think of G2, if you think of Falcons, if you think of FaZe, you should not have a weak link. Everyone should be able to have a good day. The beauty of Team Secret is that Adrian has been carrying everyone on the back line. Savage is making the right call. Joom has 42 kills in a single BO3. Noah is always consistent. And Mowgli now can pop off when the rest is a little bit quiet. That is the beauty of a team that is complete. And that is not one thing I can say for G2 right now, is that I'm missing this from G2. When someone is struggling, I do not consistently see someone stepping up. And that is what they're missing right now.
When you look at the top teams and the teams that win events across the years, there's always those big game players, but they're everywhere. And I think, you know, most recently, probably one of the teams that I would look at maybe is Furia, where they've got Philippe Oxide yelling, but everybody around him has huge games, huge moments, and he's in sync and is aggressive. Secret have got the foundations of that. I think maybe a little bit less experience.
G2 got sent home.
Becoming more and more. After EWC, Munich main stage, now they're progressing through the lower
I was
bracket.
right. I should have picked Secret. I was like,
tomorrow.
I know G2 is good, but Secret's been playing really well throughout the tournament, and I was like,
because I think that many might
they need to
have
lose
had
at some
after
point.
the Falcons match yesterday.
Yeah, I think I've been in their shoes in the moment where you've been trialed and tested in an event like this. When you go out of such a big game, it builds your confidence. It's a make or break moment, and I think this game will be very important for the rest of the tournament for them.
There's only one thing more important than that, and that's hearing from the players themselves. Let's head over to Milosh.
What an incredible series we just witnessed between Team Secret and G2. Noah joining me on here in the interview, and I have to say, it seems like we've been seeing Secret G2 bangers throughout all of 2025 and now into 2026 in SI, and I have to say, incredible. Though, walk me through it, because the whole time from me watching, it looked very much like.
But the thing is, this guy Noah, he's actually
There was a back and
Swede.
forth in the beginning, I think, on Clubhouse.
Hello,
they had
Chewing.
a lot of Stomp and was just going crazy. He was just winning like insane clutches. So we kind of understood on Clubhouse.
Yeah,
that
they
we were
also
actually
got
playing
sent
a really
home.
good game. It was just the fact that their individuals were shining really hard on Clubhouse.
They
But
choked
once
hard.
Once we like took something to drink, we relaxed a little bit after the match. Savage was saying, you know, he's so calm and he knows that we're gonna win this.
They
and,
actually,
like, that just brought us so much
Shopify
peace
actually
in the
played
game,
worse
and we
than
knew that we
G2.
could pull through.
That is confidence that has developed very quickly within Team Secret, because last year, this time in Boston, Team Secret, as we used to know it, was pretty much falling apart. There was a rebuild coming after that. How do you feel this entire year has kind of led up to your success here, even in the lower bracket of the Invitational?
I mean, I think we proved ourselves very early this year with the EWC win.
I'm just
And
waiting
ever since
so
then, you know, we've just been working super hard, and we've really
the prediction
considered
is going
ourselves
to
one of the
be
top teams
up.
in this game. So
I'm getting my
I
points
think
at
we all
least,
consider, like
so-
we all probably thought we were going to do really well in this invitational.
So I get
and,
my
I'm just so
exclusive
happy, like,
skin
now that
at
we can
least.
continue and
So
keep going.
I'm
Well,
happy
you have
with
to
that.
do it against the fact that, well, you had to eliminate another
No,
European
I
team
just
in this
need to
G2. In this case, you
guess-
advance in the lower bracket to play Weibo Gaming. They have been a team that a
2
lot
more
of
games
pros
right,
here
and then we
at
get
the
the alpha
Invitational has been
packs.
touting as a dark horse in the tournament. Team Secret has been known for as
Might be
being a
able to
dark
get the
horse
bad
for
belts for
quite a
free if
while.
I guess
How do you think this
everything
game's going
else
to go?
right.
I mean, our track record is pretty good against Weibo, but they have been playing really well. I think that we scrimmed them as well before we got here.
Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around. Welcome to my house, play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go.
There you go. Have a good
Thank
game.
you so much
That's all
for the
I need.
follow. I'm
Nothing but
Goofy.
respect,
Thank
but a great
you.
interview. You know, we get them right after the game. There's so much emotion. There's so much fueling them in that moment. They take that time.
Hopefully you
to have
had
a
an
lovely chat
amazing
with us.
evening.
And I just love how transparent
Let's
Noah
hop on
always
the face
is about where the team is at.
bandwagon.
And I think
Nah.
that after EWC,
Nah.
of course, they were, you know, a little
Not
bit
for
of
me.
as Noah is just jumping and saying hello. There
Let's
was,
see
there
here.
was a
I'm
little bit
trying
of a
to
slump
update
for sure,
the
and I think
prediction here
saying
so
how
we can
hard
like
they've worked,
see
especially
how
the disappointment of Munich,
ended
which
up
was
for me.
very important for Joom. His whole family was there in the home crowd. They were
updated
disappointed of going
prediction
out
here,
early.
so-
I think everything lined up to this moment.
Yep.
And I'm really confident that today we made sure that the second European team making it to further in the tournament was the better one.
You nearly said main stage there, but they've got to play another game. They've got to play another game tomorrow. I think very quickly, just for Secret, is Noah considers them a top team. I still consider
Okay,
them a top
so
team.
we have-
Let's just take you back to stage 2. Do you remember when they had that bit of a fall off?
3 games in a
row.
They
They
looked
lost.
horrible at the start of stage 2 in
Wait,
EML.
wait.
And Twister came on the EML broadcast. He said to us, "I'm just reminding my guys to still trust the process
process,
of
yeah.
this team." And that's what they've done ever since. They're still doing it now.
Let's do
Even
this.
after Munich, they were not downbeat. They're still working.
Let's
they're
turn
still
down
grinding.
their
And
volume.
I can't keep saying that. I still think they're a serious
And
competitor,
this
even from
is
this
what my
position.
prediction ended up with. Let me do
Every day
this
of the week. Let's have a look back at
so you
what
can
we've
like
seen
see it
today, of
properly.
course. A lot of matchups,
So this
a lot
was
of
my prediction. So I
elimination
got like
games,
1,
and
2, 3,
realistically,
4,
all the things
5
going home
right
that I
out of
think
8.
will
So
devastate
this
some of
it's
the
more than
audience,
50%.
obviously, we
So
just saw
I'm
there.
like happy with
G2
that.
go home, but MA as well, just prior
There
to
was
that,
like
though, I mean,
the
we've seen
games
some
that I was
pretty big
most
teams get knocked
uncertain
out,
is the
and the
game that I
hold
kind of
was crazy.
lost
I
on
mean,
my
almost
prediction. So
every
I
match
was
that we
really
just witnessed,
uncertain.
And even the G2 M80 game, although it was a 2-0, I thought it was
So-
really interesting to see the level that G2
So
offered.
Secret is going to be
Overall,
facing
we
Weibo
eliminated some incredible teams.
Gaming
M80,
and
Showtime,
WSVM
G2.
versus
The two that I mentioned,
SSG.
both super teams from their own regions will not have
Now,
met main stage SI.
I don't know about SSG versus W7M. To be honest, I don't know who I should be avoiding for this because W7M has not been playing as confident in general, and so haven't SSG, to be honest. Like, they haven't really played that good either, so it's like...
at this point, Jack, because every single game matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we're going to see the upper bracket to determine who plays the upper bracket once we get to the main stage on Friday. But we will see FaZe,
Wait, what are you saying?
and Falcons all on the main stage, regardless of what happens in those games. For Team Secret, Weibo, Fluxo, W7M, and SSG, they're playing for their lives tomorrow. You win, you make main stage. You lose, you're flying home.
The last hope of APL is there. Rob, I know you're praying for it. I will be praying for your downfall because I hope a second European team will make it. Whatever happens tomorrow, it will be a banger of a game.
It is just such a shame that they have found themselves in the lower bracket. Team Secret, I'm talking about,
Yeah,
of course.
they're
because ultimately
dividing
they
the
go up
fucking
against an absolute
streams to
titan
an
Weibo.
A and B
Let's
stream
have a
for
look
like
at that
those
A
games. Why
stream,
would you
the
do
first
that?
matchup, Leo.
Like, why would you divide that?
That is a banger.
These 4 games, you want to see every single fucking game, and you have to choose. Why do you have to force people to choose? These 4 games are the it games right now. There is no other teams. You want to see every single one of them. Why would you divide those? You fucking idiot. Seriously.
Absolute banger on Ace.
Idiots.
Incredible, boys.
Production.
Thank you very much for joining me
Idiots.
and of course Anne today. Leo,
Seriously,
just very
I
quickly,
don't
final
get
thoughts before we
pissed
to
at
the final
production
day before,
in
main
general,
stage.
but this is
I
pissing
think
me
we've
off.
seen a
You're
lot of
forcing me
upset,
to
of course,
watch
and I
one
just wanna
game at a
say that
time when
I
there
think
is
for all the players
4
that have showed
games,
whatever
literally.
they could right now, there is a transfer period afterwards. I just hope that we see longevity in some of those rosters. There are
So
rosters here that have
stupid.
showed incredible promises. Heretics, for example. You know, I have to name a few that I think were impressive. Oxygens, for example.
That is the
had a
most
deeper
stupidest
run.
thing
I
they
hope
ever
to see
done.
more of them together. I hope to not see the whole
Ugh.
command is banning and moving
Seriously.
players around. I think that longevity really is the key.
So we have
If you look
tomorrow
at these
FaZe
players
Clan
and what they
versus
achieved throughout
Wildcard.
the year, for
Tomorrow,
example,
I believe
keeping the
FaZe
same
Clan
players,
is going to be
even when it
winning.
doesn't work out,
Falcons
it goes to
versus
show
Furia.
it can really bear fruit.
Jack, anything from
Furia won against Falcon
it's
last
easy to
time.
have
I'm
right
just
now
going to
for
say
the teams that come home,
Falcons,
and this is
just because
probably
I
the
think
harshest
they
day in
might
the
be
Six Invitational. We
winning.
eliminate so many teams. It's easy
But like
to have,
seriously,
but
like
for
I
the
want to
teams
see
that
every
do go
single
on not to
game.
make any rash
Like
decisions
seriously,
because,
this is
you know,
pissing me
the
off.
teams that I just
Like
said it, the
I
Team Secret
don't want to
trust the
choose
process,
between
and
watching
it will get
FaZe
you the
Clan and
results. So,
Furia. Like I don't want to be forced to
only
do
4
that.
games to go before we hit main stage. That is all we have time here for on day
Like I'm
2
going to make a
of
tweet
phase
about
2,
it.
but
Like
of course,
it's
we
so
will be back tomorrow.
stupid.
You do not want to miss
Secret
this.
versus
We
Weibo.
are
I
gonna
do
get a
think the
lovely,
Secret is going to be
sleep,
winning
and we will
against
see you tomorrow.
Weibo.
Ciao.
Based on the performance. The last one is SSG versus W7M. I really don't know. To be honest, I really don't know. Because both of them has been playing 50-50. Like, SSG played really well against Shopify Rebellion, but like, it's a different because they faced each other often in the series. I really don't know. So far I have 15 points, so I have this now. If I get one right, I will get this. How many do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I can get 22. I'm missing, if I get everything right, I'm missing by 1 point for the battle pass. Now that's just mean. That is mean. To say the least. That is really mean. Yeah, it was these games that fucked me over. Those 3. Yeah. Oh well, what can you do? Make a prediction for playoffs, but I can't do that yet, it says. Now I can. Okay. Now we can make a prediction. Okay. Like I said, I believe FaZe Clan is going to win against Wildcard. Why? FaZe Clan has been dominated. They've been winning very convincingly with good strats. And they have something new every single time. Wildcard, they do have a lot of issues in their gameplay. Especially when they were playing against the SSG. Just shows that they are having more issue. Yes, they won against SSG. But FaZe Clan is way stronger than SSG. So I do believe FaZe is going to be winning that. Falcons versus Furia. Fury won in the group stage 2-1. But Furia has been having more issue as time has gone by. They had a little bit of issue with Weibo. They won 2-0, yes. They had trouble with Heretics as well. So it's showing a little bit more that they're having more issue as time goes by. Whereas Falcons have been having issue in the group stage, and now they're playing way better, like kind of like G2 is having as well. So I'm going to say Falcons because I want to see Falcons in the finals. That's all there is to it. Secret is going to winning it against Weibo. Because Secret has been playing way better, more sharply. Weibo is really, really good as well, so it's probably going to be 2-1 to Secret or something. Now the last game is going to be a doozy. W7M or SSG. Like, I like W7M, but they're having issues. They had issues against the Oxygen. 2-1 they won against Oxygen, and it was close as well. It was close. So like, yeah, and it was kind of the same with Shopify, but they won more convincingly as well, so. I'm just going to win SSG here. Here's the thing, whoever loses here is going to go down to this bracket here. So they're going to have a second chance. So we will see how that goes. So that is my prediction. Like, I don't think it's not that bad. So let me just do this. Going to be posting that in Twitter as well. But yeah, that is how it was looking. Time is running away quickly, so to speak. But yeah, do I hope that you like the prediction that I think at least. The first matches tomorrow is going to be starting at 2:30. I will be live before 2. And we will see if how that game. I definitely put W7M, really? But I think you keep sleeping on Weibo. Nah, like Weibo is good. They've been having like I think Weibo is not there yet if you compare to how Secret's been playing. Anything but SSG. Well, I'm going after how they have played during this tournament, and I'm sorry, W7M has been doing a lot more mistakes, stupid mistakes. They lost to the map Fortress twice in like 7-2-7-0 fashion. Unfortunately, if they get Fortress, they're fucked. Literally, like that is for sure a map that they are going to lose on. So like I kind of yeah. Secret has been a little bit sharper. I'm sorry. SSG has been a little bit sharper. But yeah, I'm going to be posting a video of this if you wanna a repeat of the game. So yeah, that's and I'm going to be way more energized tomorrow because today has been a long freaking day. Long day. It's been a lot of information, a lot of everything. I'm not even joking with that. It's been horrendous. So of course we do like wanna show some loving to someone. I don't think he is going to be live anymore. Please, someone W drops. What? You mean someone with drops? He is raiding out, so I can't do him. Yeah. But here's the thing, Fox, like, the drops is not going to be active. When the R6 main channel is gone, it will not continue with the drops. It will only continue during, as long as the tournament is on. So it's not continuing by any means. Really? Okay, because that's the DM that I got. Oh well, so for everyone in YouTube at least, we will clock off. You don't need to hear who I'm raiding and stuff. And I will be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. CT, and we will continue on to watch the games. And we'll see which game we are going to be watching. So far, I'm thinking Falcons versus Furia, and then SSG versus W7M seems like to be the game to be watching. But for everyone in YouTube, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for liking and subscribing to the channel, and I will see you guys tomorrow. And of course, I wish you guys an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are, and I will see you then. Yeah, bye.